1977. What's going on, brother? Welcome back. Welcome back, dude. Let's see. Can I get this right where I want it? Cali boy, what's going on, man? Welcome back. So, if y'all haven't guessed it already, we got this brand spanking new mirrored edge that we're going to bead on and see how it holds up. The question is, much like the cheap Ozark Trail knives. Gabriel, what's going on? How you doing, man? But much like the Ozark Trail, the old axis locks, is this going to make the edge last longer, or is it going to wear out faster, or is it going to make no difference? That sounds like a pleasant afternoon, sir. At least for anyone except me, because I can't drink. I will ruin my damn life in about 2 days. Let me get my emotional support scented candle fired up. I should have gotten more of these. I find a candle that smells good and it burns down really damn fast. Of course, that thing's probably gotten about 13 to 14 hours of burn time, all in. But that's, of course. Thanks, man. Believe it or not, this is from an old pry bar. I shattered the handle off to do something with my blacksmithing stuff. I think I wanted a handle for a billet of Damascus I was trying to make. And I found it, and I was like, you know what? It's orange. I wish the orange matched a little better. That's the only caveat. Like, it stands out like a sore thumb now. But what do you do? So, yeah, she good and sharp. Sharp. So, we're starting off strong. Yeah, my problem is I can't do, like, one drink. You know, the way I learned how to do things years ago was if your eyes are still open, you got room for more. That doesn't work so good. We're going to give it about 3 or 4 more minutes and we'll get to the cutting. Oh, that's nice. I will say I'm looking forward to getting back to the random knife. Like, the paper has been getting beaten to hell, getting moved around, but I am looking forward to just doing a random knife. I haven't done that in weeks. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I actually dropped by Walmart yesterday, the one next to my house that's been having them, and I was looking to see if I could buy 1 or 2 more to do a giveaway with, and they're out finally. Like, they are good and thoroughly out. Like, I feel like it's partly my fault it's become popular. At the very least, I got everybody else started on it. You know, I kind of, because like I said, I went and looked to see if there were other videos on YouTube before I uploaded my first one. I couldn't find anything. Like, that's a very humble brag, but I think I got to it before everyone else did. But yeah, so today was also my last day at my old store. I am finally free of that place. I get to go to my new store on Sunday, so I'm looking forward to that. This also means I don't got shit to do Saturday morning. We'll be here as long as it takes to fuck this edge up. But yeah, like, I am definitely looking forward to just starting at my new store. There's always the trepidation of new people, and I gotta figure out my audience. Like, I'm going into an audience I don't know. I gotta figure out who laughs at what and what's safe and not safe to joke about there, because, I get bit in the ass once in a while by that. Like, if y'all haven't figured out, my sense of humor is pretty wild, especially when I'm not, like, on camera. I'm not doing my customer service face. I'm kind of relaxed and in my element. Yeah. I make some pretty rough jokes. But, oh, we lost 4. Oh, we gained 4. Hey! All right, guys, we are going to start cutting in, like, a minute and a half here. Don't worry. Just trying to let everybody show up that's going to show up. But yeah, like, I tossed my keys on the store manager's desk, so, like, that's it for me. And, like, I was supposed to be closing today, and that's why my schedule got changed on the live stream. I was supposed to close today, and that would have left me awake until like I had to go in. I would have had to go in at 4:30 in the afternoon today, so I would have been able to sleep until about 2:30 in the afternoon. So I could have done a long ass live stream and then still gotten to work and did my thing. But I got switched over to opening, which I didn't want to get up for, but I also was able to cut my overtime without it being scrambling to close the entire store down with way too few hours and way too few people. Like I was able to catch a break on that. Why did I leave? There's a couple reasons. One of them is my department manager is he's got issues. He's very unstable. Oh no, you're fine. He's really unstable and nearly impossible to work with. Every time you get comfortable and you start to be happy to see him, he just slam dunks that shit in the toilet. A lot of stories there. But the other half of that too, that store is incredibly high volume and incredibly challenging, and I'm burned out. And like, I missed out on this promotion. I'm pretty sure it got torpedoed by the same manager. But that being said, the next time they come around, if I do well at a second store and I got more than one store under me, that's going to look a lot better for picking a finalist. And it's 5 o'clock. Let's get started. So yeah, like it's multiple reasons, but you know, a big part of that is I want to get away from that environment and get a stable schedule. You know, like get a stable schedule and a more stable working life so that I have some kind of home life too. Because if in the same week you get up at 2 a.m. to open Saturday, get up at 2 a.m. to open Sunday, get up at 2 p.m. on Monday, get up at 2 p.m. on Tuesday, and then get up at 2 a.m. on Thursday, like your whole week is fucked. You can't do shit. Honestly, I just really like knives, man. Like I really, really enjoy them. And, you know, I decided to do the channel. You know, once I started doing the channel, it's now I kind of have to have something new coming in pretty regularly. So that just accelerated it immensely. But yeah, I mean, we're all here because like we really, really love knives. And, you know, I have become more of a snob than I used to be. I used to not care about quality that much. You know, overall, like I'd go for something cheap every time. But, you know, now that I've handled so many and seen the difference between like a good budget knife and gas station trash, you know, the gas station trash is just fun to beat on. Fook, what is up? How you doing, man? You know, a cheap knife, like a gas station knife is fun to laugh at and wail on, but, you know, then you have experiences like the... Oh, nice. Where'd it go? I just dropped it in the box. There it is. You know, when you have experiences like this piece of crap right here, you're like, oh yeah, that's why I don't like gas station knives that much anymore. This thing sucks. But yeah, well, I was telling the guys, today was my last day at my old store. I am transferring to my new store on Sunday. So, new environment. I've been told everything will be a lot better there. Like, a lot better. So, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Don't worry, folks. One day it'll be you. One day it'll be you. You're too beautiful to pass up on, sir. So yeah, like I'm excited, but I've got to learn my audience there. I got to figure out who laughs at what and what's okay and what isn't. So I got to go through that whole process all over again. So that's always fun. Luke, what's going on, man? It's like even a day like John Madrid, what's going on, man? Yeah, different colors on the scales would be nice. A mini would be interesting, although I don't buy mini knives myself, but I'd probably just have to check one out anyways. I'm just waiting to see if they do more than one production run. Like, I'm waiting to see if they actually get more into stores. Like, I've been told by some associates that they're able to order more of them for their store, and they're able to get them back in. So, there is that. Oh, nice. Max level EDC. I just started on this one like 4 minutes ago. But this one is on a brand new mirror polished 17-degree edge, so we're gonna see if that helps anything. But this will be the last live stream I'm doing with this one. Like, I've done enough with it now. Unless I'm gonna take one and snap the blade and like try to get a good close-up of the grain structure. Right. Depending on what happens, if this works like other cheap knives did and it extends the longevity of the edge, this may be longer than 8 hours. It might be. But yeah, so hopefully we get something interesting out of this. But after this, I'm going back to a random knife. Like, something that you haven't caught yet is normally I'll put 4 knives on the table and a 20-sided die picks the knife out for us. So I haven't done that in weeks and I miss it. I get my cardboard from work, Jared Santiago. Welcome. Wild Thing, what's up? Yeah, the in-action part of this was actually quite impressive. Was it Arkansas EDC, I believe? He actually took his and, you know, batoned it into the side of some logs. He spine whacked it. He actually snapped it on purpose and looked at the grain. Cali Boy, I did one with a buck knife. I did one. No, I still get it from work. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's D2. It is D2. But Arkansas EDC, he snapped the blade and he showed the camera, but it's a phone camera. No, oh, really? Yeah. KO Knives also had it tested for D2 and said the same thing. But I did a stream with a buck 110 from 1980. So I have done that. I did their old 440 stainless, their old 440 steel. But yeah, so it's tested positive for D2. Might want to get yourself checked. And yeah, like when Arkansas EDC snapped his blade and showed the camera, it was a phone camera, so it was a bit blurry, but the color of the grain looked right. When you look at a broken knife and you're looking at the grain structure, you're looking for a nice, light gray powder, like very, very fine powder. If it looks like black and silver sugar crystals, you done fucked up. But yeah, like, I've got at least... Oh, it's super slicey. Nah, I mean, it looked like it took a reasonable amount of force for what it is. Like, that's the thing I was looking at with Arkansas EDC's video, is the amount of force he was putting into it, and how hard he pushed it. And it did well. Like, that's the thing, is it might not have performed as much as, say, a thicker D2 steel blade or what everybody's thinking a good blade should perform like, but for what this thing is, what it's made of, and how it's designed, it held up really well. But yeah, I have not been to... You talking about Smoky Mountain Knife Works? I have not been to Smoky Mountain Knife Works. I was going to go, but that was the same day I took my wife and kids to the Tennessee Aquarium, and we got there, and I thought, okay, it'll be like an hour from there, because it's like, you know, a couple hours from the house, about the same amount of drive time as the aquarium. So I figured, yeah, it's not going to be too bad, and then I get to the aquarium, and it's like 4 hours of drive time to get there, and it's like, you know, 4 hours of driving, however long we sit there, 4 hours of driving home. Oh God, Tim's School of Fish, he got an absolute donkey. But yeah, I want to go. Probably gonna reach out to one of my friends that's also super into knives and see if they want to make a trip at some point. That being said, before I do that, I gotta find something interesting to go and do with the wife. She is gonna be highly upset if I take one of my boys out on a trip like that before I take her anywhere, which might be justifiable. I'm not going to argue with it. But, yeah. So, I mean, we'd already been at the aquarium all morning. Like, we got there, and it was nice and peaceful. We were able to enjoy it, look around at stuff. And then over the course of about 20 minutes, the whole fucking place became packed with just screaming, feral-ass children. I mean, you hear fucking toddlers, you know, screaming like it's the first time they ever heard the word no. And, you know, it's wall to wall. And me, the wife, both my kids and my spare kid are all like, we have to leave now. And so some of the nicer exhibits that we wanted to see were just like, nope, we out. And by that point in the day, I wasn't about to drive 4 hours to Smoky Mountain Knife Works, spend 20 minutes there, and then turn around and drive home because it's so damn late in the day. Yeah, spare kid. My oldest one is in a relationship with a kid that her parents apparently treated her like shit, so she ain't got a real family. We're quite fond of her, so she is a spare kid. Arkansas EDC, what is going on, man? Welcome. Yeah, we were just talking about you snapping your Ozark Trail. Dwayne Letterman, what's up? We cutting some stuff. So we going in on this mirror polished 17-degree edge and seeing how long this bad boy lasts. Hanging out with you guys. Oh, speaking of which, Punisher. All right, man, welcome, and we'll see you soon. With the help of you guys, we are at like $230 some odd towards the sharpness tester. So we are getting really, really close. Yeah, I said Smoky Mountain Knife Works. I'm making a dedicated trip there. I learned from my mistakes. You don't do something else and then go there. And so I got to find somewhere to take the wife first to do something interesting and kind of figure that out. Because how much does what cost again? This is $10. But yeah, so you just gotta figure out something cool to do there. Oh, nice score. Oh, the sharpness tester? The sharpness tester is right under $250. A bag of 100 clips is like, I think, 22 bucks. And then whatever shipping is. So like we're getting really, really close between you guys and the ad revenue that's coming in now from monetizing the videos. We're getting somewhere, folks. Things are happening. And I have got to start taking these boxes back to work with me to throw them in the baler and recycle them. I'm running out of places I can put stuff. Yeah, no, not that one. Sorry, I got to get a new box to put shredded cardboard in. I know I was going to have to do that kind of early, but I wanted to get as much as I could in there before closing it up. So much shredded cardboard, you guys. I think we're up to like 26 boxes. Well, the consensus of our torture test is that it's really good. We're working. We just started on this, so I can't really tell you much. Camillus, like they're better than a bunch of other knives for the same price, but they're still not the greatest. You know, like the wedge is all right. The chop is okay. The wedge is okay. That keto that I did was gas station to hell and back. Someone really put no thought into that one. The lever locks, I love those, but that's just because they're weird. What else do I have? I've got that carnivore machete everybody hates, but it did good for me. I have no complaints there. You know, I do wish Camillus would release a lever lock and maybe update it so it's a little thinner and easier to carry. But, hey Martin, what's going on? Schrade needs times. Schrade, Kershaw, and Gerber's budgets. All of them. You know, like I haven't bought expensive Gerbers, I haven't bought expensive Kershaws, so if you guys haven't checked it out, drop by Arkansas EDC if you're interested in this. Give him a sub and then come back, and later on go watch his videos. He did 2 videos beating this thing up. That's who I was talking about that snapped his and showed the grain color on it. But yeah, so and Schrade, like, the knives they're making in the budget range would have been great knives, say 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And, you know, they haven't changed it. So companies like Sativian, this Ozark Trail, fucking Civivi, like, everybody is just destroying them now. You know, like, they can't make a good budget modern knife. That they can't. Oh yeah, if I'm doing a fixed blade, I want a full tang. I am not gonna run a stick tang on anything unless it is just straight up a dedicated combat knife. Just that's asking for trouble. You know, stick tangs are good for combat knives, and they're good for you know, show pieces. That being said, also I tend to like push things past their design limitations. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the grain, the color of the grain looked really, really good. It looked like exactly the right color for a good heat treatment. So I was pretty sure just off of that, it was going to be a good solid heat treatment, especially with, you know, the kind of performance I've gotten. It's kind of weird that yours rolled. I don't. So I've got a couple of K-bar folders, but I don't have the K-bar that you're asking about. It again, like, I'm not in a spot where I can carry fixed blades, you know? Like where I work, I have to dress business casual, button-down shirt, black semi-dressy pants, you know, stuff like that. I can't be walking around with a fixed blade hanging off of my belt. Yeah, it might have been a burned edge. Yeah, Mora, they definitely have their own thing going on, but they also have, like, the stick tang they have is alive and kicking. All right, see you later. I can't have a fixed blade on me. Like, it's not an option. You know, I'm not going to magically find some way, unless I carry it inside my pants somewhere, to carry a fixed blade at work. But Mora's tangs, they're also really well supported. Like, they're a well-designed tang that's well thought out. Like, it's almost over-engineered. And people say over-engineered when they mean overbuilt, and overbuilt's under-engineered. So, not only is it designed well, but the handle is injection molded onto it. So you combine a well-designed skeletonized tang with the full support of an injection molded handle. You can do a lot with that. And of course, the Moras can stand up to the kind of abuse they were never meant to take, but that doesn't mean you should do that to them consistently. Because if you beat on a Mora like, say, Dutch Bushcraft Knives does, you're going to break it sooner rather than later. I'll tell you what right now, I am going to be begging to going back to this kind of cutting whenever this piece of shit gets its live stream. Like, if y'all haven't seen the video I did on this thing, whoo boy, it's bad. It is bad. Like, whoever designed that thing and signed off on it, Jesus H. Christ. And we got 41 people in here, which means there's 41 people to say thanks to. I am glad y'all are here watching. But yeah, that Revo, God. And like, huh, nice. Wow. Yeah, you guys that are just dropping in, welcome. Like, hang out and check out the madness. If you're just getting here, we're seeing how long it takes to mess up the edge on this thing to where it's not cutting anymore. So we're going to be in here for a while. But yeah, like, the Revo is 4CR, yes. And like I had talked to Bushcraft Outdoors, and he said Revo makes some good stuff, just not that one. And I don't understand. If you make good stuff, why would you drop something like that and soil your name? Well, I tell you what, I need one of them little hole-in-the-wall pizza places nearby. I haven't had one of those since the late 90s. Two Real TJ, what's up? Welcome. This one I did sharpen because I have done 2 of these on the factory edge. And now we're looking to see if the sharpened mirror polished edge lasts longer than the factory edge. Normally we do this on the factory edge just to kind of test the whole thing out overall. And then sometimes I will put a 17 or 15 degree edge on it and go back in on another live stream later. So yes, this one did get sharpened first. And normally these are, all right, Wild Thing, appreciate you. See you in a bit. I'm sure you'll be back. But I sharpen mostly with my Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite. All right, Cali boy, see you in a bit. But so the super chats and stuff like that, the channel membership funds, right now are all going to pay for an electronic edge sharpness tester, so I can give you guys better information about how quick the edge actually wears down over the course of doing this. And, you know, a better look at factory edges, doing the first impressions and all that. But after that, it's probably going to go for a Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional so that I can sharpen easier and I have access to more stones. The Elite, it does great work, but you're limited to the proprietary bullshit-ass stones that you get on them. And I would much prefer the freedom to buy aftermarket stones. You know, I can do diamond stones or, you know, get intermediate grits, because like the Elite starts at 220 grit. Not great for hogging off a lot of metal in a hurry. You know, I'd like to be able to buy something lower grit than that to go with everything. If I can remember that, I'll stick with it, but I make no promises. But yeah, so we've been cutting for like 20 minutes here. We'll check the edge in an hour. I'm assuming it's going to be a bit better than the last time after that first hour. Well, yeah, like I knew as soon as I got my first videos up on this, it was going to take off. Like it always does. It's part of why I was so surprised I got like the first long form videos up on it on YouTube. I don't know how I pulled that off, but I am immensely grateful I did, because this thing has helped the channel out so much. You know, I am still astounded that the factory edge on this thing took 7 hours before it finally cracked out. Book, welcome back. You know, if you guys are new to these things, D2 normally lasts about 4 hours. 4 hours and it's cooked. I'm not sure exactly how this took 7 hours, and no one's offered me a valid explanation. It's the best $10 I've spent in a while. We'll put it that way. I'm not too surprised the blade stood up to the batoning into the log as well as it did, because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's D2. D2 is a tool steel that's designed to survive, you know, harsh use, and the heat treatment was good. Like, there's no reason that it shouldn't have taken that. You know, you might not be hammering it through a brick, and you might not be batoning big logs with knots in them to pieces to start fires. Hey, that girl at the corner damn near gave me space herpes. I just looked up her Yelp reviews and found out I needed to bounce. Keep the 10, charge it to the game, I'm out. Oh, thanks. The bead used to be the handle on a pry bar that I shattered off to use the pry bar for some blacksmithing stuff of some sort. Like, I found the broken pieces of the handle while I was making other beads, and I Also, Chum Nasty, welcome. I was making a batch of beads and I saw that chunk of handle there. I'm like, you know what? We're going to try it. And this thing needed a bead because the first one we did is right here. This one I just ran through the Work Sharp Kin Onion belt grinder real fast to put a working edge on it, and that'll go in the truck. But I needed to make sure that I didn't grab that one instead of this one for this, because this has got a intentional 17-degree edge and we know what the angle is. Which I gotta say, for fast, dirty sharpening, you can't get much better than that Work Sharp Kin Onion belt grinder. It is so good. You know, the only caveat to that is you got to be careful or you will round your tip off. And I've done it to a few knives because it's been a long time since I sharpened on that thing a whole lot, and I don't quite have the same touch I used to have. But yeah, so what do you guys that are watching have going on? Like, y'all know what I got going on. I'm here doing this and hanging out with you guys. And something that I saw, and maybe somebody else that has a more successful channel than mine. Oh, dude. I can't tell you how much I miss playing Magic the Gathering. Holy shit. Like, I played competitively for years. I was like ranked number 22 statewide for the longest damn time. Well, Fook, I hope you enjoyed them with a glass of milk. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't have pushed it nearly as hard as I have. It's just the edge retention testing here was nuts. You know, again, work on everything we've done until that, and that went 7 hours, and we don't know why. And it looks like, well, I mean, I was just saying, you know, just in case. Some people do crave the misery. I will say I hate that YouTube went on that adpocalypse thing and just started taking down videos that, you know, people might not like. Because I liked being able to grab the video of the guys snorting and vaping a Carolina Reaper. You know, just, I had that in my pocket. If I was having a bad day or I needed to entertain somebody else. Here, have a guy vaping a Carolina Reaper. Enjoy. But one thing I am thinking about doing is going through my stuff and doing another Hall of Shame video if I've already done one. I can't remember now. It's like I've been handling more and more knives, and I'd like to do a Hall of Shame video. Like, I don't see that done often enough, you know? Like, I like seeing what the worst knives people have bought are. You know, especially larger channels that are more successful than this one is right now and have done a whole lot more content than I have. Like, I want to see what the worst knives those guys ever bought are. Because, you know, we can't have a dishonorable mention without the Sativian ST-155. God almighty. Like, I'd rather lick rancid tuna salad out of my own ass than carry that thing again. And then, of course, we got that Rebo that I carried. That is definitely, that's now in the top 5 for the worst ever. I'm trying to think what else was just straight raw garbage. What, worst knives ever? Pokey Sly, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, so this is the new Wally World knife. This is the 3rd live stream we've done. All right, we did this one. It went 7 hours, which D2 shouldn't do. So we tried this one to see if it was a fluke. It's not a fluke. So now we have a brand new mirrored 17-degree edge on here to see if that makes it last longer or wears out faster. Christian Uploads, did you get one of the bad ones with all the QC issues? Because the ones I've carried and tested are fantastic. They have been great. This one has this one's got the bad centering on it, and the slightly warped blade along the top. The edge is straight, but the top is not. Koski 06. Now is when they started having D2. They just released this. Yeah, so I think you're the second one I've seen that has a doesn't lock issue. Tim School of Fish said he took his apart and sanded the channel that the lock rides in and the spring sits in, and got it working again. But I just return it and get another one. That's the one thing I've been saying this whole time is inspect it before you leave the parking lot and make sure you don't have those quality control issues, and return it if you need to before you leave. I will stand by that, because if you get a good one and everything on it works right, it's fantastic. But if you get a donkey like that, yeah, it's useless. $10 if you can find them. Just like the last few axis locks Ozark Trail has done, the hype train on this took off and they're sold out everywhere. So they're being scalped on eBay for like 25 bucks for some, because reasons. Like I got lucky and the one next to my house had them. So I grabbed one, and then I grabbed two more while they still had them, so that I could do testing on them and all that and get videos out. Best of luck. If they don't have one there, order one for pickup. All right. Order one for pickup or two. And then if they don't have it, then they'll get it in there sooner or later, and then you can pick it up from the store instead of going crazy trying to find it. Oh God, there are tons of $50 knives like this that are better. Like, that's the thing. Here's the thing, and here's the hype. All right, it's not that this is going to take down $50 knives. That's not what it's here for. It's the fact that a $10 knife is this damn good in D2 for $10. That's the selling point. That's the hype. Like, I think, what is it for, like, what is it like? It's somewhere around $50, but you can get like a Civivi Bull Mastiff, a 9CR18 that's going to do, that's going to do great. Like, there's so many things. But yeah, I'll tell you right now, I think I spent around $50, $55 on this piece of shit. And I had just said it. I would rather lick rancid tuna salad out of my own ass than carry this again. All right? You can buy some garbage for 50 bucks. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not here to take down a bunch of $50, $60 knives or anything like that. It's just to get a $10 burner that's this fucking good is amazing. Everybody's kind of hoping there's a bit of a... I think we're all kind of hoping everybody that's, making stuff on a large scale, larger companies sit up and take notice. Because, if the information I have from associates at Walmart is correct, then this is not going to be a seasonal item. And, oh, this is not a bumblebee knife. No, Kaiser did release a version of the Assassin and the bumblebee trim from Transformers, but wow! Thanks everybody for being here lurking. Holy crap! But yeah, max level EDC, you're probably the best person here to ask because your channel is like around the cabin. What's up? Your channel is orders of magnitude larger than mine and much more successful right now. So I'm looking at the dollar sign, the earn on the earnings on Studio, and it says like $6.28 per 1,000 views. Is that what you get for your 1,000 views, or how does that work? Because like I'm looking at this and I'm trying to kind of plan ahead, like with some channel growth and a bit of work here, you know. You know, like I'm kind of trying to figure out what I can do with a bit more growth and a bit more consistent view count on the videos. And Samuel Nordyke, what's going on? Welcome back. I think it's been a minute. You know, it's like possibly, you know, where I need to build this to like just help keep the lights on. Oh, nice. Like this very easily competes with stuff in about the $30 and under price range. You know, you can buy stuff around 30 bucks that, you know, this will compete with pretty directly. So what do they prorate it at a certain point? For me, yes, the Ozark is a good knife, but like I tell everybody, inspect it in the parking lot before you leave in case you need to return it, because they do have quality control issues. Mike Angelo, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We have got one of our Mexican Blade brothers in here. That is awesome. We going international, baby. Yeah, it's, like I said, I'm kind of looking at that. And I'm trying to figure out, you know, I don't think you understand how life-changing 2.5K a month would be. Like just 300 or 400 a month at this point in my life would be life-changing. So yeah, I was kind of curious about that, and of course you're gonna know a lot more about it than I am. Like I literally just got to turn the ads on, which I hate that guys that don't want to watch ads have ads now, but you know, the super chats, the memberships, that money goes towards stuff going back into the channel, but the ad revenue, that can help keep the lights on at home. There is that. Like, I had to pay for YouTube Premium on my main account. Chum Nasty, I have the Wordig. Really good. Speaking of which, who was asking about it? Christian Uploads. If you're at Walmart, a Swiss Tech Wordig, that would be very good for you. That might be what you're looking for. And that's around $30. Thank you, Wild Thing. I already forgot your government name. Oh no, it was one of those things too where like I hate having the ads in, and you know, like for the guys that have you know, I didn't know other people were getting ad rolls, I'll be honest. Like I said, I had to pay for a YouTube Premium a while ago. Oh yeah, no problem. Like I just thought of that. That Wordig is great. I lost track of my train of thought, but that's okay. Oh yeah, no, I had to pay for YouTube Premium because, like, with the kind of my brain is, I have to have like a documentary of something going quietly so I can sleep. And if you got an earbud in, and you're trying to sleep with a documentary and an ad kicks in at 4 times the volume of your video, your whole night's shot. Yeah, definitely check them out. I'm trying to think of some of the other bangers that I've gotten. The Ontario Rat 2. That's another good one, about 40 bucks. You get OS 8, which is fairly comparable to D2. Maybe not this D2 for edge retention, but really, really good. As a matter of fact, I got one right here. This is your Ontario Rat 2. This thing carries very, very well. You've got nice thin blade stock, a full flat grind. It's really slicey. This is very good for like a concrete cowboy like me. You're just doing light work with it. These things are known to be very, very tough, but they work really well for what I do. They got the captain up for half price? Wait a second. Jimbo Yep, what's going on? Wait a second here. Wait a second. Hang on. Amazon's not cooperating, but oh my God. Okay. So, this right here is the Gin Captain Knife Kit. I am going to pull a link and see if links are or are not still broken. But $14.99 for this thing. All right, this thing, dear God, it did great. Okay, so yeah, it's the Captain America scales, but still, you'd be stupid not to get this. It's like I've done a number of videos on gin knives. I can't say enough good things about that thing. It looks a little goofy, but other than that, solid as hell. Rock 59T, what is up? So maybe that link will work. I'm not sure. But like my other passions that don't necessarily cross over too hard, like, you know, I like making lanyard beads right now. Like I'll go through phases where I have to be making something or I'm not okay. You know, right now it's lanyard beads. Let me grab the box of beads. Show you some of these guys. I don't know where the ones that I just made are that were over here. There's one of them. Where's the other? So yeah, like you got stuff like that there that I just made. Just made that one it's like 2 days ago, something like that. And then I've got stuff like dude, Gravy Seal, thank you, thank you. You get to pick a figure out in just a second here. And you got stuff like this. Then we got some really, really nice piece of olive wood right here. Actually, no, this is crosscut dogwood, I believe. Yeah, because this is the olive wood right here. All right, you get the knight in just a second here. And then like this one right here is one that we're really fond of. This is another one of the nicer ones. So I've got to get better pictures of these and make some more of them so that I can throw them up on Etsy and try to get those sold and make a side hustle out of that. They may or may not sell, but that's what we're gonna do. And Gravy Seal super chat at $2, so he gets the knight. All right. Knives are life. What's going on, man? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I love the colors on that. You know, the only thing that really sucks about that whole thing is all those beads are limited runs. So I've only got so much of the resin blanks that those were made from, and then once they're gone, they're gone. A lot of those were hand poured resin. Some of those were my own pours. Some of those were guys from my old pin turning groups. So there's no way to really replace those. You know, the ones that I turned, or the ones that I cast, all those are like at least 12 years old now. So, like, I've got my gear to do more casting. I've got to buy more resin and start experimenting again, because I've definitely lost my touch. It's never fun when they're discontinued. I mean, the only upshot to them being discontinued is, like, at least you got yours. You know, it's like me with the Camillus lever locks. I've got mine. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But yeah, like, all right, man, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tina Smith, what's going on? Cardboard, this is a lot rougher on the edge, and this cardboard has been in several warehouses and the back of a truck and our back room, so it's packed with dirt and stuff. It's much rougher on edges than paper, and if I'm going to sit here for 7 hours doing this, holding paper and doing this, ain't going to happen. And we're trying to see how long it takes to wear the edge out real good. Oh, that Gen Captain knife kit I was showing you. Hang on, I got one right here. I got one. So the kit to build this is on sale for like $14.99. And that is ridiculous. Like, this thing is normally, I think, 35 bucks, somewhere around there. And you get a D2 blade, you get over 3 inches of steel, you get a good liner lock. This thing is really solid. It carried well, it worked really well. I mean, cuts really well. Like, this thing is a solid daily driver. I loved carrying this one, and I loved carrying the other one that they sent me. So yeah, like, if you're looking for a budget knife, if you're looking for something and you're on a tight budget, that is the first thing I'd recommend right now. Like I said, the Captain America scales look a little goofy, but it's a really good knife. And you get to put, if you don't know, it's a kit. You get the parts and you put it together yourself, which is, it's fun. Yeah, I've been told by my lessers that, well, it's not just that. Oh, you're talking about polishing stuff, yeah. But it's a lot of fun. And you get you a T6 driver, you get a T8 driver, you got enough pivot lube for a dozen knives over. Like, it's good. So, mine did not have thread locker on the pivots, but I did not try to pull the T6s out, so I can't speak to that for sure. Did not feel the need to, although we can take a look at something real quick, because I know Tim's School of Fish, that's one of the issues with it. And that was the thing, he said his also, the lock started working better when he was, played around with the tension on these screws in the back. So that might be worth looking at with yours. Low effort fix. Let's see. No, mine isn't thread locked to hell and back. But I have heard mixed reviews on it. Yeah, I do not have an abundance of thread locker on mine. No, they all move freely. Move OTX, what's going on? Is the Wyvern T6? I don't know. I'm assuming the Wyvern has T6s on it, but I don't have one of those, so I couldn't really speak to the truth on that one. But we are going in on a brand new mirror polished 17-degree edge on this to see if it lasts longer than 7 hours. That's what we are doing tonight. Ah, son of a dick. Well, at the 2-hour mark, I got a surprise for you, because you know I spoil you guys. Yeah, I was talking to the guys. I'm starting at my new store on Sunday. I finally finished off my last day at the store that I've been in. Thank God for small favors. So, I had not heard of the Weehaw, but I do have something with Weehaw bits in it, and let's see whether or not I've learned nothing. It seems to be kind of hit or miss. Like, the QC issues I got on this one aren't deal breakers. You know, I just got bad centering and the blade looks warped from the top, and it's either because it's an uneven grind or the blade twists a little bit. The edge is still straight. It still cuts good. It's fine there. This one, it's centered really well. It works really well. The blade's not warped, nothing like that. So mine was 1 out of 3. I haven't opened the third one. But yeah, this is one of the other really good ones. I love the NAFS driver. Fook, don't try to stop me. Look at that. I didn't yeet my bits across the room at Mach fuck. I love this. We're still spinning, guys. We're still spinning. There we are. That was $20 at Blade Show. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Fidget spinner driver. I can't keep that up in the room with me in the drawer full of knives because the wife will kill me in my sleep. I will be beaten to death with a sock full of 9-volt batteries. Sure, go with the complaint. You don't have to announce it, man. You can just say it. But yeah, so y'all that weren't here a week or two ago, the first live stream we did on one of these, I was exhausted from waking up at 4 a.m., opening the store, coming home, and going in here on no sleep. And I forgot to put the O-rings back in place before I spun that thing, and I yeeted both of my Weehaw bits on that thing across the room at like Mach fuck. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things too where, like, if you're not that interested in it, you know, I wouldn't sweat it that hard. You know, it's just everyone's on the hunt for the next $10 unicorn. Because, I mean, for the longest time, that was the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23. The only thing holding that back from this is really the D2 steel. That's not a complaint. That's a skill issue, Samuel. But, that GK23, stellar performer. It's way better than it has any right to be at $10. It doesn't seem to have the same QC issues as Ozark Trail does. But that $10 knife will not hang with this $10 knife to save its damn life. Sorry, this thing blows it out of the water. You know, this is that, This is that $10 unicorn everyone's looking for. Hi, me, what's going on? I've actually got an automatic knife I bought off a guy in a Walmart parking lot for $15 one time. That's the channel's unboxing knife. So yeah, it's like, and for me, like, you know, guys that have been here for a minute and seen the old videos know, like, I will fuck around with like a $10 gas station knife all day long. I spent 10 weeks every day carrying knives from Temu, folding knives that I was as close to sure as I could be that they weren't clones under $15. You carry enough stuff like this and you run into this, and this is fucking magnificent. All right, if you're used to carrying nothing but higher end stuff, this doesn't feel so great. But if you've carried a ton of absolute teetotal trash, you start to understand the hype. So, gas station knife. That's going to be something from a brand like MTech or something. You know what? Like, I'm just talking about, I've carried plenty of gas station knives. Okay, so these are prime examples of gas station knives. All right, these are things that you'll see in the case at a gas station. And they'll be priced somewhere like 20 to 25, 30 bucks. In reality, they're like $13 knives, something like that, that they bought in bulk from either MTech, like whoever's selling MTech, TAC Force, and all that. And then there are some companies that only sell in bulk. They're brands you've never heard of. They're straight up trash. But you get steels like 3CR13, 420J2, 440 series stainless steels. And like you'll see, like, you get this kind of handle. That rainbow anodizing is real popular with it. You know, you'll get colors like this on stuff like this where, you know, everything's put together well. You know, but you don't have a great detent on it. I don't even know what the blade steel is on this one. But this is an Grow that is a clone of a knife called the Decepticon. And if you use anything besides the flipper to open it, none of these hard edges are broken down properly. Like the inside edge of this is like a hard 90 degrees sharp with no chamfering. It'll start tearing up skin on your thumb easily. I'm going to try Rotsiv 1875. Did I get that right? But yeah, so gas station knife. This is another example of a gas station knife. You got the spider webs and all that. And this pocket clip. Pocket clips like this are the mark of the beast. You got that. You got this pocket clip right here. And if it's the same pocket clip with holes going down it, like, you know you're in gas station territory. You know, this is a Ganzo, and it was a $13 Ganzo and 440. And I think this is one of those generic designs that a bunch of guys make, not necessarily a clone, but free to use. I've seen a few different companies selling these, but $13 Ganzo knife. At a gas station, you probably pay the better part of 30 bucks for it. This is a Schrade, and it's, again, you got the rainbow finish and all that. And this is why I say Schrade's budget stuff is like 15 years behind everybody else. They need to step it up. And then, of course, this is another primo example. You got the dragon right here. You got the rainbow finish. You got the assisted opener. You got the speed holes in the blade, and it's got TAC Force billboarded on it. So those are basically gas station knives. And then this is kind of the other end of gas station knives. Like, this would probably be a $40, $45 price tag. This is a clone of something. I can't remember what. But this is branded as Ned Foss. I also have one branded as Browning from Temu before I knew it was a clone. You know, and it's much nicer than the rest of the gas station knives, but it's a knockoff of something, and, you know, it's unfortunate, because if it wasn't a clone, this would be pretty cool, but, you know, this is the kind of stuff you find at a gas station. I mean, dude, you have no idea. Like, I love a cheap knife. I love dirt cheap stuff, especially finding dirt cheap stuff that's, you know, it's hard to find it. It's hard to find something under 15 bucks that's tip up carry. And that's the big thing, is tip up carry. I am not sure why you can't hear me, but I can't do much about it. I haven't made any changes to my thing. But this is another fine example of top shelf gas station right here. You got a button lock, which seems good on paper. But you know, the button lock is designed like shit. It feels like shit to use. The blade is 4CR14. Like, this thing is trash. That's getting a live stream, but it's trash. So that's basically what a gas station knife is. Like, and gas stations don't carry knives like they used to anymore. You know, whenever I go into a new gas station I haven't been in before, that's not a Quick Trip or a racetrack, I will look for knives. And then I can do a video on a knife I actually bought from a gas station. You know, but I haven't seen a gas station that sells knives in ages. Nah, you're good, dude. You're good. You know, I have not seen a gas station that sells knives in ages. Yeah, I think it's Amazon ruined the fun. You got Quick Trip and Racetrack, whose business models are entirely different, and everybody's kind of had to copy them to try to keep up on some level. You'd have to get out to the rural gas stations out in the country before you, you're welcome, dude. I am happy to explain that as well as I can. It's, on some levels, gas station knife versus budget knife is like the difference between art and porn. You know it when you see it. But you got to get out, like maybe if I get out into the country a bit, I can, I'll have better luck looking for something. You know, and it's not that it's going to be any better or worse than the ones I just showed you, but it'd be nice to do a video about a gas station knife I actually bought at a gas station. Like, oh God, yeah. So frost cutlery. Oh man. Frost Cutlery's fantasy pieces from back in the day are truly something to behold. Like, if you look up vintage Frost Cutlery knives, oh my God. Well, I mean, none of us here have earned a mermaid, so we can't really speak to the truth on that one way or the other. I mean, we're being honest. All right, we're going to finish this panel right here and then check the edge. The only one I have is the 110 that belonged to my uncle that was made in 1980. That's the only... I take that back. I've got the Buck Knives Decatur, and I don't recommend that one. So the Decatur, that was, I think, $35. And this is kind of also gas station knife territory. Like, everything on paper should be good. You got your flipper tab. You got a... I don't know what steel it is anymore. You got your liner lock, but none of the edges on this wood are broken down properly, so it's uncomfortable. And this pocket clip, the retention is really, really garbage. It's a weak pocket clip. 3 times now I've had to take pliers and crush this back in because it caught on nothing and bent all the way out to about here. The 110 should be USA made. Is it in the healing box? Hang on. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a Buck 110 made in USA. And one of the reasons I don't carry this is my uncle, when he had it, somehow loosened the pivot up enough that it just kind of flops open like this. And I don't need that in my pocket, especially on something with no pocket clip. But he did that so he could do that with it. So yeah, that's my Buck 110. Yeah, because like, he would take a pocket knife and put a matchstick down in here so that the tip would poke out just a little bit. and he'd have it clipped in his pocket so that when he snatched it out, the tip would hang on the hem and pop open like an Emerson wave before the Emerson wave existed. And you know, even as cool as I thought that was when I was a kid, I was like, I don't like the way that sounds. No, thank you. I'm not doing that to mine. But, you know, he's one of those guys kind of like me where he lived through enough shit and enough unfortunate shit as a child that he just kind of had himself ready for shit to pop off at any time. So, like, I get where he was coming from on that. But, like, my uncle had, and I have that resting face that says I could kill a Kodiak bear with a pocket knife if needed. People didn't fuck with him. Like, sorry, I hate it when these fall on my lights. But he didn't get fucked with. Like, all that extra armament and prep work was for a whole bunch of nothing. You know, that's part of why I don't worry that much about stuff happening. I look like something bad will happen. You know, I'm one of the softest, nicest people around. You have to really, really work to get a reaction out of me as far as my temper goes. No, chill, what's up? Oh, he had plans. Trust me, he taught me a lot about those plans too and how to plan. So if need be, I got ways to handle shit too. But you know, like, I look like I've got resting murder face. I am not the one people mess with. When customers approach me and they have problems, they're exceedingly nice about it. Chum Nasty, okay. Sorry, it took me a second. We have one guy that comes in here and about every 2 weeks he says he got stabbed again, so I had to stop and double check that. And then he said he got a stab-proof vest for his cat, and that was an entertaining stream. Oh, good God. Y'all see that, right? Like, it ain't perfect no more, but still, that is a little better than we got last time. But that is nice. All right, I'm going to take a minute or two to let my hand rest and get some nicotine and some emotional support water. We will go back in on the cutting. I'll be honest, I don't have any need for that. You know, really? Like, so the way I approach EDC is I travel as light as I possibly can. You know, I don't carry a flashlight. I got one on my phone. It may not be the best thing in the world, but it works. Pocket knife. I'll carry one knife. I have no need to carry 2 or 3 knives. You know, and honestly, this knife, for me, it wasn't. I got lucky, but for a lot of people, it is. So, like, I don't really need to go out of my way for stuff like that. Like, you see a 6'4" guy weighing damn near 200 pounds, looking absolutely fucking pissed off holding this. If this doesn't get the job done, I'm fucked anyways. I ain't getting out of there. I'm not. And I know it. But, I mean, Smith & Wesson's, their liner locks are no different than any other liner lock. Like, speaking of which, where is it? Yeah, see, this is the other $10 banger, and this is at Harbor Freight, and it's the Gordon Knives GK23. If you're at Harbor Freight, you can grab one of these. This just dethroned this as the $10 unicorn, but this is still really good. But this is another example of a gas station knife. Yeah, no, the Ozark has much better steel. The quality control is kind of iffy. That's why I'm saying if you get one, inspect it and be ready to exchange it. And this thing, you don't have quality control issues. Everything about this is good. 4-position pocket clip. You got a solid liner lock. It's a little bit thin, but most of them are. You got a flipper tab. It's on bearings. And this thing with, what did we do? Did we do 5 hours on this thing after we put a new edge on it? Like, something like that. Oh, don't get me started on my Frenzy. I fucking love my cold steel pocket swords. If you tuck that Frenzy in your waistband in the right spot, it's one of the easiest carries in the world. But this is another example of a gas station knife. This is a Smith & Wesson. They show up at gas stations and anywhere they sell cheap shit. This knife is raw garbage. I carried this for a week and I hated it. This is like one of my Hall of Shame knives. It is so bad. Like, it's terrible. At the very least, the edge hold up a decent amount of time for cutting, but oh god. Nice. Like, if I could find a way to wipe my ass with a knife, I'd probably do it with that one. But, you know, speaking of pieces of shit, like, y'all that haven't been here long don't know, this thing is god-awful. Whoever finds me and recognizes me at Blade Show first is going to go home with it. But, so I have talked to a couple of Walmart associates that say they can order more for their store, and they are ordering them, and it's not a seasonal item. I have not. But, so they should be getting more in, which is going to be good. If they'd fix the quality control issues, for the love of God, this would be a world beater. Because if you get a good one, it's phenomenal. But if you get a bad one, like, if it gets worse than the bad centering, like, you just picked up an absolute donkey and you need to just exchange it for another one. Like, that's all you can do with it. Might want to check and see if your pivot's tightened up. You know, get your T8 driver in here and make sure both sides are tight. All that stuff. Oh, no, I don't want a wave deployment feature on my pocket swords. I want to waistband it, and I don't want it getting caught on my waistband, especially with a belt there too, while I'm trying to pull it out. I don't want a wave feature. But now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because I think that it's been called a bunch of things, and a lot of guys, like, I've seen them posted where it looks like it's kind of a shark fin sticking out of the top of the knife, but I don't want that. Now, one thing that I'm saving for a few cents at a time is, like, y'all don't know, like, I don't have the kind of cash and influential dick to swing around that other channels do, like, you know, larger channels. So I'm having to save up a few cents at a time to get my Cold Steel Mayhem. That's my next big purchase. Like, I'm not going to buy that with the funds from you guys giving me super chats and channel memberships, because that's going back into the channel. You know, if I buy a knife from those funds, then it has to be a giveaway knife when I'm done carrying it. If I get my Mayhem, I ain't giving that away. And I'm not going to do that to you guys. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I've seen Donnie B All Day's video. Like, Donnie B All Day's videos, he definitely got bad results with his. And I'm not saying they're necessarily the best knife ever. Especially, like, if you're looking at it from a hard use perspective and you're really, really reefing on it, I don't think that's the knife you want anyways. That is just a giant oversized toy with an edge that can be used for some EDC stuff. But it's hideously impractical. Like, no one in their right mind is going to say, carry that every day and go batoning with it and, like, throwing it at stumps and stuff. You know, it's a shame that cold steel is going downhill the way it is, but it seems to be going downhill slower than most companies a little bit. You know, but it's really a shame. It's not that bad, Samuel. Unless it's just visually bothering you too much. But even then, all you got to do is get some drivers out and mess with the tightness of your pivot on both sides, and it'll straighten itself out. If you go back and watch the unboxing video or the mail call video I just did, you'll see how easy it is to fix a badly centered blade. It took me 20 seconds, if that. Oh no, you're not so wrong about the price tag. However, it's me. All right, that thing is designed for exactly me. All right, I love my big old pocket swords. I love my oversized pocket cleavers, and you've seen it, you know. Well, I mean, it really depends on what Amazon D2 you're buying. You know, if you know what you're looking for, like there's a lot of great D2 knives on Amazon that don't look all crazy. You know, I'd have to go through my purchase history and really dig around to give you a lot of good examples because, you know, the way my memory works is if I'm not looking at it at this moment, it doesn't exist, basically. So I've got like over 200 pocket knives. So trying to remember the specifics of all of them, not gonna happen. You know, the last time someone asked for some recommendations, I had to sit down and go through my OS 10A. Like OS 10A, I believe ran about like D2 did. Like OS 10A is still good steel. 77, what's up? It's like, do I still have it sitting over here? Yeah. We did a cardboard slayer with the 4MAX Scout, and this is OS 10A as well. And I'm trying to remember how well it did, but it's been a little while, but I don't remember having any major issues with it. Outside of Cold Steel's QC sucked on this one. One edge bevel here was 17 degrees, and the other one was like 23 degrees, and I had to fix that. And I needed to hog off so much material, I took it to the 2x72. And when I was talking about the Ken Onion belt grinder rounding tips off, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You can see where the bevel here, it sweeps back a little too far, and I rounded the tip off. So, you know, it's that knife, I'm not that worried about. Like, once I started putting scratches and dings on it, if I want the tip to be sharp again, I'll sharpen the tip again and make it right. But no, that Mayhem is something I must own. And I'm kind of pissed off because at one point I saw it on sale on Amazon for the speed, I don't know, I was on max whack on the little grinder. It's not necessarily the speed or the the grit. It's when you're pulling it across, if you don't get it just right pulling the tip across the belt wraps around and rounds your tip out, and your bevel gets all messed up right at the tip. So you got to be careful with that. Yeah, I saw it on sale for $140 one time, and I couldn't get it that day. So I've been checking every couple of days for the longest time to see if it goes on sale somewhere, Midway USA or Amazon or Knife Center or Blade HQ. All right, Punisher, see you in a few. You know, I've been looking for that. You know, I've also checked on a Blade Binge a couple times. I don't mind buying a used one in really good condition if it saves me a large chunk of change. It didn't seem like it didn't really seem like there was much of a discount for buying it used there the last time I checked. I'll float between Amazon and Blade HQ and all that, but for the purposes of what I'm doing, you know, for the purposes of this channel, all right, a knife that you can buy off Amazon is infinitely more appealing than having to you know, being able to buy it on Amazon is infinitely more appealing than something you got to order and wait like a week on and set up a whole new account somewhere for. Like, it is, because there's a lot of people watching this stuff that aren't like we are so much. They just want to see cool knives, and Amazon is way more appealing. But oh yeah, I check that every so often. But this is the one that we put the 17-degree mirrored edge on at the end of the last live stream, so I just want to see if that helps or hinders edge retention and get like my last live stream in with these guys. Yeah, like the other problem with the Kin Onion grinder is there's not a flat platen where I want a flat platen. So what I do is convex grinds on that, convex edges. And when you're working with that belt on a convex, like, it can really screw your tip up in a hurry if you're not careful. Like, I sharpened this one with it, and I was careful, and I didn't round the tip off or anything. It's still just fine, but I was being really careful with it because I remember what happened last time. Like, I'd love to be able to put a flat platen under the slack belt portion when I need it, but I can't. The stock edge seemed to be pretty close to 17. It just wasn't mirrored. It didn't start off as sharp as this one did. So that's kind of what we're taking a look at. Because, like, I really spent some time sharpening this. Honestly, if you're sharpening normal size knives, that Kin Onion belt grinder setup is like $250 or something all in. For 120, you can get the yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, most of my sharpening is done with this. All right, especially if it's an edge that I care about keeping crispy and looking nice, and I want the angle to be a known angle. Yeah, a cheap knife or something really big, I'll just throw a convex edge on it with the belt grinder and call it a day. That belt grinder will still get shaving sharp. It'll get a mirror polish on it, and with my strops, even better. Yeah, it explains why they're so slicey. However, we've had other D2 blades that have similar edge angles that only lasted 4 hours as opposed to the 7 on here. But yeah, good strops. Oh God. My stropping system, I've got 5 strops that are loaded with diamond paste that I got off Temu. And they go from either 24 or 28 micron, I forget, down to 2.5 micron across 5 strops. God almighty, you can get a knife sharp with that. I'm not getting it as sharp as, say, Outdoors 55 does, or a professional, you know, full-time knife sharpener would do. But I get them plenty sharp. You know, and honestly, if I spent enough time on just the strops without a sharpener after a live stream, I could get this back to almost shaving sharp. Like, it'll pull some hairs. Won't be happy about it, but you could shave with it. I've done that plenty of times. As a matter of fact, this D2 stropped up really well. You know what, 77? We'll do the robot just for you. Because I know it is late as hell where you're at, and you're staying up late tonight to watch us. So we'll do the robot, and we'll lower the property value here just a little bit. Because, like, if y'all don't know, 1977 there is on European time. I never can remember what country you're in. I am so sorry. Yeah, it's like midnight 24 for him. He keeps saying what country he lives in, and I cannot remember it to save my damn life. My brain wants to say Croatia, and I don't think that's right. We going international, baby? Oh, hey! I was right, Croatia! Gentlemen, the robot. Well, I mean, any work you do on a strop, if you've got some good compound on it, or any compound, is going to help a little bit. Like, before I got the diamond paste, my strops were loaded with buffing compound from Harbor Freight. Like, I believe it was the green stick and the white stick. Like, that'll still do the job. It did plenty fine getting my stuff sharp enough to work with. And like, I know you can buy higher end diamond emulsions that'll get even more results even faster, but that requires money I don't have. But I tell you, that Temu diamond paste works like a bucket of hot damn. And you can get it on Amazon pretty cheap too. Not as cheap as it is on Temu, but still pretty cheap. And you just want to go from something in the 20s down to something 2.5-ish. If I had another... Vic Sam, what's up? Yeah, I put a mirror polish 17-degree edge on this before we started. So I have sentenced myself to what will most likely be a little more than 7 hours of cutting. 7 hours of this. But if I had one more strop, I'd go down to 1 micron. But I don't have another one, and I'm not spending the money on another one. So 2.5 micron is just fine. Experience great taste. Or else. I may have heard of that a long time ago. It sounds almost kind of sort of familiar. T Creates, what's up? It does. Or it's like the more fun, quirky side of George Orwell's 1984. Big Brother says experience great taste, or else. Remember, kids, not experiencing great taste is a thought crime. What was it, Fook that picked a bunch of Carolina Reapers earlier? Which are probably way hotter than the ones you're doing. I will say I'm kind of annoyed. Like, the Kaiser chili pepper isn't necessarily my style of knife. It just looks like a headache to try to hold and use. But they call it the chili pepper. And they were asking about some options for it. And on more than one live stream, I'm like, do clear scales on it. Do clear acrylic scales on it, or clear Lexan. And, like, you put clear Lexan scales on it and call it the ghost pepper and be done. No brainer. Hadn't happened. That's actually kind of interesting, no chill. I like that. I like that idea. Actually, believe it or not, anyone that's won a giveaway has had the box packed with shredded cardboard from the live streams to protect it and ship it. But no, I've got something like 25 or 26 large boxes of this stuff stacked all over the war room right now because I keep forgetting to take it to work. So I've got to get the stuff taken to work and thrown in the baler for recycling. Like I can't keep doing this. I'm running out of room. All right, let's get into some stronger cardboard now. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. We've been doing somewhere around 32-pound edge crush. Yeah, 32-pound edge crush. We're getting into some, I believe, 44 now. Yeah, 44. Hey, plug your shit. The links still seem to be broken for anyone that's not me. And this is where these really slicey blades come into their own. You know, that 32-pound test, a lot of blades can cut even with stupid thick edge geometry and stupid thick blade stock, but you get into stuff like this. That's where the sliciness really shows up. Yeah, I don't know if anyone can use that link, folk. Like, I'm still seeing it, just a white link you can't click on my alt account, but on the phone it's recording this on, or filming this on, or whatever, I can see the blue link. Yeah, it didn't used to be a thing. Like 2 or 3 weeks ago, you could share links. Moderators could share links and you could click on them. And all of a sudden you can't anymore. I am quite annoyed. And now we're waiting. Channel called Alex's Knives and Such is working his way towards 1,000 subscribers. I don't think he's too terribly far off. But I invited him to drop by to see if we could help him out tonight. So we'll see if he shows up. We'll see if he shows up. If he does, we're going to try to mobilize. Help him hit that 1,000. Reminding me of the wrench. Oh, snap. Yeah, you're right. There she blows. Good looking out, because I 100% forgot. Well, can you imagine the fucking hellscape it would be if, like, a non-moderator could drop in here and post a link? Like, it would be nothing but shit posters spamming links to porn and, like, live leak videos. Yeah, and bots. Like, I'm not sure how we've been maintaining a steady 52 all night. Actually, I'm seeing 33 on my screen now on the recording phone. Oh God. So one of the things I do for a while there included using Zoom. And Zoom bombers did a lot of predictable stuff. You know, they did a lot of predictable stuff. However, there was one Zoom bomber I have a ton of respect for. Because this dude was wearing all black, he had a balaclava on, and he had the world's best fake bomb. You're talking about red dynamite sticks, the big black thing with the electronic timer and all that, and he was just sitting there screwing with it till he got caught and we booted him, but that was great. Yeah, nice. If you guys haven't tried chocolate covered bacon, you're missing out. You are missing out. And I was going to say, where's KO Knives? But I think he's traveling right now. However, he did send me the first draft of the rendering of the... Sam Marvin, what's up? What's up? Welcome. He sent me the first draft of his rendering of my knife design from last week. Right now he's worked on the blade. He's kind of close on that, so we'll see. We did. The edge is holding up good. All right, folks, see you in a bit. Yeah, we checked the edge about 20 minutes ago. But yeah, these things are kind of hard to find right now, but what I was told by more than one Walmart associate now is place an order for pickup, and they're going to keep trying to get them in until they get them in, and then you just go pick it up at the store, and you have it there. Don't bother trying to drive to 7 different Walmarts or anything like that. Just place an order for pickup and wait till it gets there. Yeah, I know they're sold out on the website too. That's going to be one of those things where I think somebody was able to find one with the model number on the website. I'm going with what I know. You place an order for pickup and they go and try to find it at the nearest stores, and if not, it's wait till the shipment comes in. Just like last year around Christmas, I tried to find the last week's. As a matter of fact, if you want to screenshot this real quick, I shared this in one of my Facebook groups, and that seemed to get somebody. Somebody was able to find it using these numbers somehow. Well, no. That's the thing. These guys are able to order more for their stores. It's not a seasonal item. Apparently, they're still, you know, bringing them in and selling them. It's just they're out of stock at the moment. So they're still, Lou, what's going on? Welcome back. How are you doing today? Hopefully better than usual. See, now is when we need to do the Dr. Disrespect. Because he just wants to talk. But no, so a minute ago, like we were, yeah, I know they're ordering them. Like, they're placing the orders. They're still on the planogram. They're not a seasonal item, so sooner or later, you should be able to get more of them. But, no, a while back, month and a half ago at least, we were talking about the the hot water Dr. Disrespect put himself in, and all of a sudden the viewer count would jump up like 20 people, and then we'd stop talking about it, and it would drop back down to what it was before, and then we'd start talking about it again, and the number would jump back up. Lou, this one is sharp. They're pretty sharp out of the box, but I put a mirrored edge on it and made it extremely sharp. Sam, honestly, I would just buy one or two and check and make sure the quality control on them's good before you leave the store. Return them if you need to, and then no, I did not touch. I think I've heard Love Them Knives' name at one point earlier, but I'm not familiar with the channel. But yeah, I said I'd buy a couple and check for quality control issues, and if you don't have them, go home. If not, swap them out. But again, it's like guys are driving 50, 60, 70 miles to find them, and they're being scalped on eBay for like 25 bucks a pop. Like, no. At the end of the day, it's a very, very good $10 knife. You know, if you're looking at it from the perspective of someone that's used to carrying higher end stuff, you're going to be a little disappointed. But if you're like me and you've carried a lot of very, very cheap knives and seen how cheap they can get, this is a unicorn for 10 bucks. What specifically sucked the most about the Revo carry? You are into this, man. Well, like I had mentioned, the biggest thing was probably the button lock. Button lock is straight trash, and the edge was straight trash. Like that was the worst of it. That button lock, Jesus Christ, that thing is so bad. Well, one thing that happens, especially with like the Ozark Trails. All right, the other axis locks they've released, single run. They made one run, and then they were gone, never to be sold again. So there's part of that is everyone's expecting they're going to run out and never come back. But the other part of it is you got your basic human nature, fear of missing out. Everybody else is getting a cool toy that I can't get. Yeah, a lot of people are buying 4 of them, which, you know, if you have a use for them in 4 different places, sure. You know, I'm throwing one of these in my truck, one of these in the wife's car, and I'm probably giving the third one to my brother next time I see him. You know, now that I'm wrapping up all the videos I'm going to do with these guys, is we got this live stream. I'm going to share what happened on the live stream afterwards. And then after that, I can't think of any more videos I need to make with this. You know, we already got Arkansas EDC, snapped the blade, checked out the grain on it for the heat treatment. The grain looked great. Yeah, my wife appreciates it when I use soap too. Get out of the shower like, you know I spoil you. But yeah, I mean, the freak out was just as bad on the $5 axis locks, and that steel actually is trash, unlike this. And they were still getting scalped on eBay for upwards of 30 bucks for a $5 knife. And everybody was still doing the same thing. Like, I just dropped by Walmart's I happened to be close to, and then the one next to the house was the one that had them eventually. I haven't been sniffing around Vosteed lately. Like, I put the raccoon on my wish list so I could get a production version, kind of stack that up against the prototype, see how they do. But other than that, I haven't really taken a look. You know, I've just been watching the Amicus to see if it suffers a significant price drop so I can pick one up. I think they went down to like 30 bucks briefly. But in the 4 hours between that being posted, me going and looking, it was no longer available at that price. And honestly, I should not be spending any money on anything else. You know, that S35 VN Ontario Rat, I spent no money on that outside of username Esta. Oh, you can see him here and there. I was wondering how long before someone wanted the feet. I am entirely sure, thanks to Evasive Floppy Disk, I've got like an entire chapter of Wiki Feet somewhere. Yeah, I dropped by Walmart on my way home from a thing yesterday to look and see if, yeah. Well, we got that Rat 1 in S35VN, and we have that Concept Motto in CPM S35VN. So, I am definitely interested in seeing how the CPM versus the regular S35VN stands up to each other. I've got to adjust the factory edge on that because I think Joe said he sharpened it to like 21 or 23 degrees or something like that, and I don't want a 21, 23 degree edge. I want 17 degrees. There's a gnat flying around in here and it's been pissing me off for hours. Yeah, just, you know, don't go into any insane crazy links on that. Yeah. Like, for the kind of cutting I'm doing, the kind of work I'm doing, I don't need 20 some odd degrees per side. No, but he said, you know, he had it set up for doing work around the farm, you know, doing a lot of really nasty, dirty, gruesome cuts, and like you can tell, it's seen some use. You know, it's got the battle scars on it. You know, but that being said, the S35VN Rat doesn't seem to be all that common. And I still say it's a really good score for a handful of beads. Yeah, so I'm going to sharpen the Rat up to 17 degrees before I carry it because it's not on the factory edge anymore. And we already know that the Rat 2 carried well, so the Rat 1's just a bigger Rat 2. So we're going to do that. The Concept, it's going to get carried. It's going to get his factory edge live stream. Oh no, I saw it. It's just like there's 3 conversations happening at once. I can't get to everything every time. But no, the Motto will get its live stream on the factory edge and then get bumped down to 17 to match the S35VN on the Rat 1. And we'll see if that CPM makes any difference. It should make some difference. CPM is going to have a tighter grain and a more even distribution of the elements in there that make the steel up. So there should be a little bit of performance improvement. I don't know how large though. I've seen guys treat it like it's a huge step up and guys treat it like it's not a big deal. So I don't know enough to know enough. You know, my knowledge is lacking in that field. However, I will say when we get to the bug out, CPM is centered powdered metallurgy, I think. The PM is powdered metallurgy. Yeah, it might be crucible powdered metallurgy. And of course, crucible steel is what made the Crusades a nightmare for Europeans. Oh boy, what is the crush test on this? This says 44 pounds, but it don't feel like no 44 pounds. All right, let's get into it. So, in the Crusades, the Europeans working with European iron, and European, I don't know if they may have had steel yet, but you know the European metal was full of impurities, and you know it wasn't worked out that well. It was great for facing other Europeans with the same technology. The people they were going up against had crucible steel for the most part. If you're familiar with the pedantic argument between Damascus and Wootz Damascus was crucible steel. It was a crucible steel with some added elements in from a very small part of the world. We don't know the exact recipe. However, there are a couple of guys that figured out how to get the exact same results with stuff that was available. So we're pretty sure we know, give or take, what it is. Kind of like the Roman concrete mystery. But that's crucible steel. So crucible steel means the impurities were pulled up in the slag layer on the top with the melted glass and everything else you do to reduce the melting temperature of the steel to begin with. And then, of course, when you bring the puck that comes out of it out to blade shape, you're working out more and more impurities that, you know, by the time you get to a finished sword, you've got some pretty fucking pure, close to modern grade monosteel in your hands, which, you know, if you're dealing with metal on metal contact, you want as few impurities as possible. And our European friends had not gotten the hang of that yet. So, I mean, that's kind of what happened there. And that's, if you hear someone start the argument that what we call Damascus now is not Damascus, it's been called Damascus for over 200 years. Wootz Damascus is the thing they're being pedantic about. You're welcome, man. I love shit like that. Like, I'm not the most knowledgeable person on the planet, but I pay attention to stuff like that when it does strike my fancy and something I find interesting that particular day. You know, and we're pretty sure some of the higher end Viking swords, like the Ulfbert, were made from the same kind of crucible steel, probably from China, going through those trade routes. Because that's also one of those mysteries. It's like, well, how could they have made it with pure steel like this? It doesn't exist for those guys. Like, no, they were notorious. The Vikings were notorious for massive trade routes and massive, you know, trading. Like, they found fucking Roman coins and Chinese coins and stuff with the grave goods and Viking graves. There's no way in hell they were not trading for chunks of Chinese crucible steel that was much more pure than the stuff they had at home. Check that. We have seen numerous boxes get murdered today. It's practically a bloodbath. If cardboard could bleed, this would be a Cradle of Filth video. We have been watching cardboard get murdered for almost 2 hours now. I mean, you got to think about it. For those guys, those Chinese coins were hard to get. You know, it's not that easy to get goods from China to Scandinavia. So those Chinese coins were probably kind of a hot commodity for those guys. Ozark Trail from Walmart. You got a D2 steel blade, and it's $10. That's about all the details there are with that, and it's on an axis lock. So if you're at Walmart and you can find one, grab it. Just inspect it before you leave and make sure you don't got the quality control issues that happen with Ozark Trail, and you're good to go for $10. I really like it. I'm a fan of cheap knives, and I'm a fan of cheap knives that work well, so... Remember Pogs? They were neat. I actually still have a binder full of Pogs sitting over here. Yeah, Christian Uploads doesn't like it because he got a bad one. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing is you got to check it before you leave the store, because like Christian Uploads got one of the donkeys. I've only seen a couple of those show up where the locks just don't work, but they've happened more than once. Oh, I had a Pog maker too. A friend of mine had one. No, when I was a kid, a friend of mine had one. And we were taking old Reader's Digest and finding pictures in that and putting them on the sticky side and cutting them out. And at one point, I found an article where it said like hello or something like that in huge letters. The word hell just barely fit on that Pog. So I make this Pog that says hell. And dude's mom kicked me out like 5 minutes later. She saw it. She's like, get out of my house. I mean, Ozark Trail is notorious for releasing stuff like this, and the good ones are good, but when you hit the ones with QC issues, the QC issues go from minor to an absolute donkey. Yeah, the 90s are something else. All right, this stuff is a nightmare to push through. We're going to move on to something a little bit more manageable. We'll save that for torturing something else a little bit later. Got a random scrap of something here to cut up. Oh yeah, some nice double wall stuff. Oh no, it's not dulling out. It's some cardboard is incredibly stiff and it's incredibly tough, and it doesn't matter what you're cutting it with. It takes a lot of force to push through. And it beats the living hell out of this right here. So bad. So we'll cut some of that to really put some wear on the edge and go back to normal stuff, because I'm not trying to, you know, I'm trying to keep this at least somewhat grounded in reality and not just go out for all-out destruction immediately. You know, and also, this is kind of what we've been doing with all our knives, so we keep it a fairly even playing field. Now, you'll know when it starts dulling out. You'll know. You know, it's like, one of the reasons I do this the way I do is I'm looking at it kind of realistically. Like, for most of us, the vast majority of us, you know, we're working 9 to 5s. We're not out in the wilderness constantly. We're not cutting apart car tires. We're not, you know, cutting up sandblaster hose and stuff like that nonstop. We're not breaking down chunks of fire hose. We're cutting up cardboard. We're opening packages. We're doing stuff like that with it. So it's nice to know that you can be opening boxes with this forever and not have to worry about sharpening for a long time. Unless you're Christian Uploads and you're not opening a damn thing with yours. Okay. Nah, dude, they get recycled. I'm not going to burn what's probably the better part of like 350 pounds of shredded cardboard. Let's get this broken down. Kleenex, your care is no longer trusted. You've sinned one time too many. Now you pay. Now, for a 90s band, shredded cardboard would have to be one of those novelty bands that's funny like the first 3 times you listen to the album and then never again. The only time it's ever funny again is if you're listening to it with a friend that's never heard it before. Just like Adam Sandler. Who remembers that CD? They're all gonna laugh at you! Nah, Squirrel Nut Zippers, they weren't the funny novelty band. They just did the big band revival that happened briefly. I will say, though, there's the semantics of a word. Okay? The semantics of a word. So one of those, they're all gonna laugh at you! But, you know, one of those big band revivals, Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Alright, that name already sounds edgy enough. You know, but you change one word. The meaning doesn't change, but change it to Cherry Poppin' Dads and tell me how okay that sounds. Hey, I still listen to some of that stuff, man. It didn't last long, but that doesn't mean some good music didn't come out of it. That's just like, I feel like we needed more ska metal because Real Big Fish was onto something and they vanished. You know, one of the other most painful things about coming out of the 90s was Jimmy's Chicken Shack. Like, that first album was a fucking masterpiece. And then that second album was absolute dog shit. Like, I don't know how those guys were like, okay, we'll record this, because you can tell they didn't write it. Yes, that's the one that I have on my saved list. Alex Kerber, what's going on? So the cardboard comes from work. I work at a food library, and we open boxes to fill shelves all day long, so I take the ones I like. And the Frito-Lay guys will save me stacks of boxes, which saves me a lot of time. And then it'll go right back to work when I remember to put it in the truck and go in the baler and get recycled. It's the circle of life, really. But yeah, if you haven't listened to it and you're into like some alt rock stuff, look up Pushing the Salmonella Envelope by Jimmy's Chicken Shack. Bro. Perfection. Yeah, this is very calming until you start rounding the 5-hour mark, and then you're like, why won't this edge die? There's one thing to shred up some cardboard, it's another to shred it up for like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Primus, I honestly, I don't think they really ever got their category except alternative. It's probably the only place it's been put. But I mean, Primus is kind of its own entire genre. And like, I know when artists get older and they kind of mellow out a little bit, sometimes the sound changes too much, and Les Claypool's not what he used to be. He is not. Never again will we have Les Claypool at his absolute coked out best. All right, it's been about another hour. Let's take a look at the edge, and then I got to run upstairs and grab something for you guys. We don't need forbidden moonshine right now. Okay, so very comparable to the last run. That snag was tiny, apparently. Y'all see that, right? We have been doing this for 2... Fook. Why are you going to come in here and do me like that, man? All right. It is magic potion time, but I got to go grab something real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, God, it hurts to stand up now. I'm coming back. Don't leave me. Don't leave me like Mom. No, this is the thing. If you weren't here earlier, on the factory edge, this went 7 hours. And then I had to go nuts on it to finally nuke the edge. 7 hours. And yes, emotional support caffeine. So Christian Uploads, you're a new face. I want you to pick Mummy, Grim Reaper, Ninja, Frankenstein, Alien, or Scuba Guy. Yeah, it's a shame scratching, like, dented cans no longer warrant a discount. Emotional support caffeine! Scuba Guy it is. Old-fashioned coffee pot, what's up? It went down to 35. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I've got 27 on my screen right now, which we're still doing good for tonight. Like, all you guys that are hanging out and lurking, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you for being here. But this is normally when I take about a 5-minute break, let my hand rest, and load up on nicotine and emotional support caffeine. This is a hell of a live stream, guys. Like, this is going great. Oh, dude, you are not kidding. Like, if maybe those figures became popular enough that they could cross pollinate, and Disney's like, yes, we like money, that could happen, but you know, they're not that well known of a figure. Oh, if you guys don't have one yet, the Captain America Gen Captain kit is like $15 on Amazon right now. Like, if you don't have it, get it. All right, Lou. All right, Lou. We'll see you later. Oh yeah, we like normally I'll do those for super chats, but it's been a while, and super chats don't happen that often right now. So, oh my God, Boba Fart would have been perfect. Oh, dude, boy, you can't miss today. All right, because you know I spoil you guys. Pizza box. Oh man. Okay, so pizza box. Darth Vapor, that's not too bad. Okay, so the last time we did this, this was not cutting this pizza box this cleanly. So I got a feeling this may run a bit longer than the last one did. I think Darth Wiper's a little better. God almighty, this still feels like a factory edge almost. Come here, give me. I wonder if this thing will still shave. Oh, Count Dookie, that's a winner. For 15 bucks, that's just the Captain Knife kit, and it's only with those scales on it, but still, 15 bucks. I think we're going to go with R2D Poo. Let's see. About the best I can do is Flatus Leia, and that one doesn't. It's not really that compelling. I mean, it's 15 bucks. I think he'd probably have fun with it. That being said, he's not going to be able to flip it on Blade Binge for anything. Yeah, like the Marvel Butthead figures would also be fun. Because then you have like Captain America. Let's see. Splatterman, best I could think of. Greedo farted first. Yeah, we did Jabba the Butt. That was an early one, but that was a good one though. Let's see, what else can we come up with? Admiral Ackfart. No, we did C3. No, we didn't. We did R2D poo. Let's see. Prince Aslay is good. Obi-Wan Can Blow Me is not the vibe we're going for, Punisher. You know that. You sit there and think about what you did. What can we do with C3PO? I mean, C3POO is the best we could do. Christian Uploads does not approve of something we just did. Let's see. What else do we do? Now I've distracted myself. No more pizza box. So let's figure out what to do with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Let's do that one first. Still, it's not properly fart themed, Fook. This is the challenge. How can we make this fart themed? Let's see. IBS Kenobi's a contender. That is a contender. We're going to hang on to that one. No, like the more I think about IBS Kenobi, the more I like it. Way to pick the ball up and run with it, Christian. That's decent. That is decent. All right. So we got IBS Kenobi. We got to figure out Chewbacca. I mean, we could go Poobaka. Let me know if I get this right. I'm going with Illumined, but it could be Illumined. Yeah, Chew Back Blast or Chew Backdraft kind of gets too far away from the original name. So we got Poobaka. That's a contender. I think we could do better if we give it some time. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, you know, if you're just getting here and missed the whole conversation to begin with, I love a good cheap knife, especially something that's either funny or I can wail on it and not worry about it. But this is kind of a unicorn for $10, as long as you get one without a ton of quality control issues. Yeah, no, that's the adult film Star Wars, and that's not Fart Wars. It's not in the Fart Wars spirit. Not in the Fart Wars code of conduct. Yeah, like I said, the only caveat is you better inspect it before you leave the store, because you may end up having to go turn around and go exchange it before you leave. You know, don't waste the time to drive to your house before you check it out. The tip is, or the clip is fairly deep carry. Fairly deep carry. So yeah, it's like, I believe Christian Uploads here has got one. The second one that I've seen with a lock that just doesn't work out of the box. Mine, this one just had the bad centering, and the blade has got either a slight warp or a really uneven grind. It doesn't look even across the top. However, the blade itself is straight, so it's mostly cosmetic. The tension on the clip is really good. Like, I've already carried this for a week and worked with it for a week, and it did great. Like, it did as great as it could possibly do. That's why I'm saying, like, this is punching way above its weight. It's just got the fucking Ozark Trail quality control issues. Yeah, like, I want to assume uneven grind too, but it does look like the blade's really warped. And I cannot remember what the hell it was I was about to say. Fook, you bouncing for a minute? All right. No, I mean, that's the thing, is like, this thing meets all of my criteria for being a very, very good daily. It's just, again, make sure you check it before you leave the store. The two that I have opened have been great. As I said, just the centering issue on this, only real problem. The first one I opened was pretty much perfect out of the box. And if you don't like that, swing by Harbor Freight and grab a Gordon knife for $10. Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind having them in different colors either. That being said, I mean, it just, for $10, it's kind of hard to argue. And I had to make a bead for this one to separate it from the first one, because this is the one I sharpened. If you're just getting here, this is my third live stream on these guys. The first one did 7 hours, the second one did 6 hours, and this one is on a brand new 17-degree mirrored edge. Signing Ghost. I have no thoughts on the Strider knives B103. I have never touched one or seen one. Maybe somebody in here has seen one before and has an opinion on it, but I have got no clue. We are working on a budget of next to nothing. We started at 5 is when we started. So we're 2.5 hours in, and it's still going really strong. Which also means I've sentenced myself to a long time of doing this. But the budget around here is literally tens of dollars. If I had that kind of money, I probably wouldn't be sitting here geeking out as hard as I am over a $10 knife. Yeah, like, I don't mind the orange, like, because God knows, I have got more than enough knives in black and olive drab. You know, I got a ton of black, I got a ton of olive drab. Like, most of them don't have, like, bright pops of color on them, and sometimes it's like that. The blade is 3.25 inches. So 3 1/4 inch. I mean, that's the goal here is not necessarily chasing money down. It's not necessarily chasing money down, but it's more of, you know, I'm doing this because I'm passionate about it. I enjoy doing this. This is fun. After about 5 or 6 hours, it becomes less fun. But it would be really nice if the ad revenue coming off of this could help keep the lights on at home. You know, that's something I mentioned a couple times now. The ad revenue, the AdSense money, that is for me. That is hopefully at some point going to pick up enough steam that it can be an extra couple $100s a month to help us stay in our house. Channel memberships and super chats, however, those go back into the channel. Right now we're saving up for one of the electronic edge sharpness testers so I can give you more real-time data about what's happening to this edge besides just trying to cut some paper up. But until then, we're just going off rough guesses and feel. Oh my, why did you invoke the name of the ST-155? Yeah, I've got at least a couple knives in blue. That Civivi Bull Mastiff. It's definitely a nice one. The Olatan's Mini Airship. That's a nice powder blue. Nice little baby blue going on there. Did you buy a brand new B103 for $6? Really? It's hard to pin down a single favorite. Like, I have now handled and carried over 200 knives doing this over the course of 750 or 60 videos. But my bug out CF Elite and my the bug out I have in aluminum and M390 are both favorites for different reasons. My Devo Growler V2, that is a favorite. And then I got stuff that belonged to my uncle that I don't carry that I'm real sentimental about. But like, it's hard to pin down one favorite. You know, but like, so I don't really have grail knives so much. I haven't found the right grail knife, but prototypes. When I can get prototypes, I am fucking overjoyed. Overjoyed. And I've got a prototype of the Devo Knives Growler V2, which fantastic knife. I've got a Devo Stassa 23 collaboration Fireball prototype. Very, very good. I am hoping to God I can buy one whenever they release. I want to do an S90V cardboard slayer session. And then I've got a Vosteed Raccoon prototype. And that's from where they're trying to figure out how to make resin scales, like milling them out and doing all that for production runs. Very cool piece. I don't know if they're ever going to make them, but you know, it'd be really cool to see the resin come out on those things because, man, it's a cool look. And while I was talking to the guy that's doing the work on trying to make the resin happen in production, I shared with him thermochromic resin. Yeah. I sat there for like, I think it was like a 2.5 hours, something like that. But just think about resin scales that change color when they get warm. You know, you pick it up off the shelf and it's one color, and you put it in your pocket for 20 minutes and it comes out a whole other color. Like, I want that so badly. And at some point, I'll get the confidence back up to start making scales and not worrying about whether or not I fail on the first 3 or 4 or 5 tries. But with how little energy I have when I'm not at work, kind of like a mood ring knife, yes. Not quite bug out. Not quite bug out. Where in the hell did I put it? Oh, duh. So, I don't like thumb discs. Like, it's not quite bug out, but you're more right than I thought. You are way more right than I thought. But yeah, I mean, there's your comparison between the two right there. Similar, definitely very similar. But this this bug out CF Elite is on the table for a live stream at some point. And we're gonna have an S30V live stream, and I'm going to regret every life choice I've ever made. Because I do it for you guys. It looks similar, but it's like it's less similar in the hand, and a lot of that's tied to really the handle itself. Like the general shape is bug out-esque, but not quite. It's maybe closer to the Vosteed or the Kaiser Drop Bear, but it's also thicker and it looks rounder, and it does look a little bit cheaper. It is definitely heavier. Actually, I can give you numbers on that. Okay. Okay. Bug out in grams. It's in D2. Bug out, 57 grams. Dropout, 85 grams. So, definitely heavier. Also, Patrick Bledsoe, I did not say hi. Hi, welcome. But, yeah, and I mean, the CF Elite is, from what I can tell, better than the normal bug out by a good bit. The complaints about the frame flexing, or the scales flexing on other bug outs, this flexes a little bit, but it's not that bad. But I got this for 140, which is apparently about 40 to 50 bucks cheaper. Than it should have been. Like, I got a good deal on it. Dropout's not really catching on. Like, everybody has their own name for it. I've seen Wug Out and a few others. But I've been pushing the dropout narrative pretty hard. I don't believe they make the bug out with liners. The whole point behind the bug out was to make it as light as possible. And I think at one point in its life, it might have been the lightest folding pocket knife in the world, or at least very close to it. But it is extremely lightweight. Like, I can't speak to the other models of bug out. Like, I've got the a friend of mine bought me the bug out with the aluminum scales and the M390 steel. That's a bit heavier. Christian Uploads, man, thank you so much for being here for this long, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, that bug out feels reasonably sturdy. Like, I have confidence in it. But it's, again, carbon fiber and not FRN or Grivery or whatever. Yeah, and like, we got to give a lot of thanks to Max Level EDC. Him pinning my comment on his video has helped me out so damn much. It is not funny. Like, him pinning that comment got tons and tons and tons of new eyes on the channel. Are there people outside of here talking about that besides me? Because, like, I've been throwing that comment down everywhere I can. So a decent lightweight folder. Tens of dollars, yes sir. So like depending on what you're looking for, like if you can find these at Walmart and you're willing to go through a couple to make sure you get one with no QC issues, great daily driver. It's going to take care of you. Now if you're looking for something a bit higher end, your options start to get, even hitting $50. The options start opening up so far, so fast. It's really hard for anyone to give you one item. Muvo, you out of here too? No, you're saying bye to him. Huh, neat. Yeah, it's like I'm still tripped out that when I was talking to Bees Blades, he's like, "Yeah, I've heard of your live streams." It's like, wait, what? Civivi Elementum, that is a very good one. You can order online, or you can order for pickup at your store, and then they'll do their best to get one. And if they can't have one brought from another store right away, then they'll let you know when it's there for you to pick it up. That is what I have been told by Walmart associates that I've talked to about whether or not they're gotcha. But yeah, just talking to them because I was trying to find out whether or not they are seasonal items or, whether or not they're going to be regularly stocked. And apparently they're not seasonal items and they're on the planogram, which means they're going to be getting more in. I like that box. I don't like this one as much. I'll use this one. Unfortunately, like the guys I know that talk about weight on knife reviews don't do a lot or they're no longer active. It sucks. There was a channel, it was called Damascus the Fox. And Martello Modifies, welcome. Just saw you getting in here. I would not advise buying 10 of them as holiday gifts for friends. Only because unless you're planning on opening up all 10, checking all of them for the known quality control errors, you could give your friends one with a lock that just does not work worth a shit without being disassembled and modified. You could give them one that has terrible centering or the warped looking blade with the bad grind on it. There are known quality control issues that you have to account for when you're buying these. That's just part of the game with Ozark Trail. So if you're not going to open it up and go through and look for those quality control issues, it's not worth buying. I'll just put that out there. Yeah, because like I said, I haven't gotten one of the absolute donkeys, but if you can see the centering on this, it's off to one side. And because this pivot is captive, you can't adjust this side. You can only adjust this side. You can't play with that to get the blade to center itself. My Casios, I've got 2 Casio calculator watches. And then my other watches that I wear most often are Armatrons. And they're blank until you push a button, and then the LEDs light up with the time. But I love my Casio calculator watch. It's funny because that was the dorkiest shit you could possibly wear for decades. And then now they become kind of cool. All right, I have got to get rid of this box full of shredded cardboard. 2 of them. Bear with me for a second. I am running out of places to stack these guys. I'm seriously running out of places. Like, I'm going to have to start throwing 1 or 2 boxes in the truck a day and just taking them to work and throwing them in 1 or 2 at a time. I got to do something. This is out of control. Because now I'm having to account for... Damn it. Yeah, we were just talking about one of my bug outs right here with the Benchmade. Really? There we are. My hand is getting tired, so it's getting really hard to like do normal things like flip knives up and closed. No, it's not showing that much resistance. Andy, hi, how you doing? It's not really offering up that much resistance. You know, we've been cutting through different cardboards and stuff like that, so different cardboards will cut harder or easier than others. What you're going to be looking for is you're going to be looking for the cuts to start tearing and cardboard to start rolling up along the cut. That's when you know you're getting worn. That's when you know it's going south on you. It's like, that's still a nice clean cut. Trust me, we have done a bunch of these. We know what we're looking for now. Like, that's almost no resistance right there. Wilderness, shoot me a link to that. So yes, Muvo Texas TX, Texas TX. This right here will hotspot. It's not that bad yet, but it is starting to get noticeable. And for it to take damn near 3 hours to really start showing up is fantastic ergonomics. All right, normally the gap here between the liners, this right here will get pressed in there, and oh my God, it hurts so much when it does that. And then I have to keep going until the edge wears out after that. Just shoot me a text. I haven't messed with the PF818. I haven't handled a petrified fish properly yet. They show up and they're a bit more money than I have to spend, but a friend of the channel, Adam for America, did give me a petrified fish beluga to carry. This week's review was actually going to be either the Becker BK40 or the petrified fish beluga, and everybody picked the BK40. So the beluga is coming up, but other than that, I don't know anything about petrified fish yet. Oh, so I've already got the clear translucent scales on the drop bear, but that's really cool. It's a shame NAFs didn't get to it first, because I can already tell you, the translucent scales and colors that aren't dehydrated piss, they're gonna take off. They are. And I tried to hand that off to NAFs first before anyone else started doing it. But like, one thing you'll learn, I don't have my hands on everything. Like, we are on such a tight budget, it's not funny. You know, I'm still rocking out all the stuff I bought at Blade Show. NWA Cav, I'm gonna go with that. I mean, if you're gonna sit there with a Dremel tool and etch your own surface into it, that's about the best way to do it, unless you have a bunch of milling equipment. And if you got a bunch of milling equipment, you can afford that. You probably don't care about the grip on a $10 knife. Yeah, I don't like Ultim. The P plastic sucks. I promise you I don't have $69 to drop on it, especially since I already have a drop bear. But I will look at it. Which one did you buy? Did you buy one of these, or did you plan to buy on one of these? It's like, I'm definitely not trying to be a bad influence. And I got a nice little paper cut here from the last live stream, putting my hand in the box the cardboard sliced me. So when we break out the Forbidden Moonshine, yeah, trust me, I would be interested in having one just for the blue polycarbonate. But again, I got it in clear, and I ain't got the money to throw it a second one if I already have one. I've already carried it. I've already reviewed it. I'm not doing live cardboard slayer on it. For what I'm doing right now, gotcha. For what I'm doing right now, the plain edge. Oh, bro, that is a bad cut. When a knife slips, those are the worst cuts. I'm so sorry. But the plain edge is the way to go for this, because those serrations will interfere with your cut and cause tearing where you don't want it to cut. It'll hang up and make it really hard. Yeah, I'd maybe take a Dremel and a real steady hand and you know, make the cross hatching a little deeper or something like that. But outside of that, the other thing you could do is like have you a lanyard with enough material there where you're gripping onto that too. If you can make that work. But you know, outside of that, I'm not sure what to offer. Like, I don't really mess with stuff like that if I don't have to, because like my hand is not steady. It will look like raw garbage when I get done with it. Some guys can do it. I can't. Yes. So I've had jobs. So I've had jobs where like I was cutting a lot of nylon rope and stuff like that, and I put one of these mirrored edges on the knife that I carried every day back then, and it ain't cut that nylon rope for shit. The $2 credit card knife that folds up and stows in your wallet, that cheap piece of crap cut that rope real nice, but it had a toothy low grit edge. So serrations or no serrations really depends on the job you're doing with them. You know, concrete, cowboy, urban, EDC stuff, you want a plain edge. If you're cutting a lot of rope or cutting up some wood or something like that, then you start looking at a serrated edge. Primarily, I'll use the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite right here. And then I've got a small belt grinder I can use on my cheaper knives or stuff that don't quite fit in there. Serrations hang up and close. Serrations and close don't mix. Do with that information what you will. Yeah, I would say plain edge all the way. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if you're not dealing with like a trained knife fighter or you're dealing with someone that's unarmed, it doesn't matter that much. You're going to poke holes anyways. But like if you're seriously trying to defend yourself from a serious threat, plain edge, you know, and know, have some idea what you're doing, have some kind of game plan, you know. Like for me, it is hold it like this and either going for the stab, or a cut that my uncle taught me is you get in close to him, basically punch him in the stomach, and then rock the blade up and drag the blade up all the way up the stomach, up the rib cage, over the shoulder, and straight down the back. Just one long cut. If you pull that off, Alex's Knives and Such. Hey, I was talking about him earlier. All right, guys, you know what to do. You know what to do. Go raid Alex's channel. Give him a sub. He's got like a ton of videos out there. And let's give him some love. But yeah, if you can pull that cut off, man, somebody's gonna be in the hospital with like 8,000 or 9,000 stitches. But yeah, welcome to the madness, Alex. We are just about 3 hours into cutting with this thing, and the edge is still going pretty damn strong. But I mean, oh yeah, no, this thing can last a while, and this is on a hand sharpened edge, hand sharpened to 17 degrees and absolutely mirrored out. So we may be going for longer than 7 hours here. But yeah, I mean, you're talking to self-defense. There is a reason that soldiers were ordered to not serrate their bayonets. Back in like World War II. And it wasn't even necessarily because it could inflict excess cruelty. It was because it could get stuck on a rib. It could be stuck in a jacket. Like, serrations get caught on stuff. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, I'll laugh too. Like, D2 should not be doing this. We're going to check the edge on the copy paper in about 10-15 minutes here. Catch up! Welcome back, man. How you doing? But we'll check the edge, but I'm expecting to be a pretty clean cut with like one mild hang-up spot right here, if that, and a very small one. And we may want Forbidden Moonshine. No, we've worn all the tape off. All right. Yeah, like we should be seeing more significant, like we should be starting to see the edge start to give up at 3 hours and then slowly degrade down to, you know, dull enough to call it. And when we get back, like my normal format is I'll have 4 knives on the table and a 20-sided die will pick out which knife we use. It's holding up just like the last two, man. It may be holding up a little bit better. But yeah, normally it's a random knife. I leave it up to fate. But, you know, in the spirit of full disclosure, you know, I saw this thing and I knew the hype train was going to be nuts. So I went out there and got every bit of content out there I could for it. And I'm still riding the hype train out a little bit more. But this will be the last live stream we do with this. And then I will do my Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video for the playlist. And then we're finally done with it until I figure out something else I can do with it, but I probably won't. Yeah, Arkansas EDC snapped one of his in half to look at the grain structure. The color on that grain was fantastic. Camera was a little bit blurry to see exactly what was going on there, but normally when you've got that color, it means you've got a nice, fine, powdery grain. Very, very nice powdery grain. And he said it looked really good. So the heat treatment seems to be on point. Which, I mean, D2, we know how to heat treat it by now. We know how to take care of that. It's not hard to do in giant batches, obviously. So there's no reason the heat treatment shouldn't be good on this. You know, at this point, D2 is kind of hard to fuck up. Oh, dude, I wanted that rollout assassin, man. I really wanted that, but I am fucking broke. Yeah, he's the one that snapped the tip off. He snapped the tip off and then snapped it farther back and looked at the grain on both of those snaps, and they both looked really good. But no, I haven't done any first-hand testing of the lock strength. I'm not sure how I'd go about that and get it on camera properly. And like I'd have to build some kind of crazy ass rig to do it the way I want to do it, and I don't have the means for that right now, but that may be in the future. And you know, I've done a couple of videos on that, Alex, because I remember knives back in the mid 90s, the mid 1990s, the ones that say Pakistan stainless or surgical steel or surgical Japan, and how bad that steel was, and what you can get now for, you know, like you'd spend, say, $20 on one of those. Adjust that for inflation up to today's numbers, and you're looking at like 40 to 50 bucks. And so what you can get for comparatively next to nothing, if again adjusted for inflation, is mind-blowing. You know, and like this only just knocked down the Harbor Freight Gordon GK23 for a $10 knife. I am not doing this to my bug out with the aluminum handle. That was a gift from a friend, and that is a $275 knife. I'm not whaling on that one. Not until after it gets its first major drop or scratch or something like that. And then I'll be like, all right, fuck it. But yeah, those were the dark days for cheap knives. So like, I remember those. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, that's comparing M390 to $10 D2, which actually, in this particular instance, might actually hold some value. And it's one of those things where that we can go back and look at this because, again, if you check the channel out, I have got a Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist that tells you everything that happened to these during the live streams. So, if we want to compare two steels that I've done or two knives that I've done, you can do that. So, if I get to M390, we'll know what happened with it. Oh, yeah. So, I had those Pakistani knives, and AJ, welcome. Like, it's sharp enough to do some shaving with out of the box. All right, I was able to shave a bit with both of mine out of the box. That's sharp enough in my book, especially for $10. If you are cutting tissue paper, that means you are a very, very good hand sharpener, or you got some really, really nice equipment to work with, which we don't have here. But and no, Alex, to your point, thank you, Lumid. Yeah, it's like Illumine. I'm gonna assume that's how I'm pronouncing it. But no, like if you're just getting started on knives or you need a good cheap knife, that's where it's a good idea to go to YouTube and start looking around. You know, and find out, because like Civivi, great brand to start with. Great. They're one of the ones I would definitely recommend. CJRB, that's another brand that's good to start off with. Sativian, as long as it's not the ST155, they're a good brand to start with. There's just so many good options out there now. So many. Gotcha. Yeah, so my thing is I order my batteries for my electronic cigarettes from illumin.com, so that's the first thing I see when I read it. And besides, if you're still here, AJ, this isn't a sharpness test, it's a retention test. We are testing edge retention, not sharpness. Sharpness is easy. That's copy paper or whatever you got that's thin. But retention is the name of the game here. And again, like we're saving up and we're getting real close to that electronic tester. I am looking forward to that so damn much. I'm trying to think, like, and it's one of those things too, like if you're just starting in knives too, especially now, could not in good conscience recommend Gerber, Kershaw, or Schrade. Just could not. Which is a shame. Steel Will, that seems to be another good place to start. That's another good brand. At least according to the cut jack that I carried. And this is again where I'd have to really go back through my purchase history to find like more and more examples for something like that. CJRB, the AR RPM 9 steel is pretty damn good. The pyrite that I've got is good. The Tigris, however, very uncomfortable to carry. Ergonomics are sketchy at best. That's about all I'm really familiar with CJRB. Trying to think, where the hell did I put that damn thing? I don't know. I got the Tigris thrown somewhere where I can't find it right now. But, yeah, I mean, you'll kind of see I own a couple of knives from everyone that makes stuff just because I don't have the money to chase down every single new model when it comes out. So I have to kind of pick and choose what I buy, either based on what I find visually appealing or what I think will make entertaining content or what I think is going to be just really damn good. But yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Like Gerber, Kershaw, and Schrade. Their budget stuff would have been great, say, 10, 15 years ago. They have not updated their manufacturing process or materials since then. They are getting absolutely smoked by everybody. Hey, look, I'm going to tell you right now, I would rather carry the paraframe than this. I would rather carry the paraframe than this. I would rather carry the paraframe than this. What else is in here? Like, those are just the ones I can reach right now. Yeah, and I've even done like some Cardboard Slayer time with a paraframe, and it's nowhere near as bad as people think it is. It's not. It's not the best thing ever made. It's certainly not kept up with the times. But, oh, I'm sorry, Koski. That's kind of the way it's been. I'll pass the same thing off, order it for pickup, and they will get it. You know, they'll let you know whenever they get to it. Well, no, that's the thing. Everybody's treating the paraframe like it's the worst thing on the planet, and it's still a serviceable knife. It is decent. The ergonomics are better than I thought they'd be. You know, and I have stuff that I would much rather have a paraframe on me than carry those. You know, like nobody's setting the bar too high for the paraframe. You know, I'll be honest. If I had to walk into a store and grab a burner knife, throw out, I could do a lot worse than the damn paraframe. you know, it's impossible to beat this for a cheap burner. It really is. But I'll tell you what. I tell you what right now, I would much rather carry a Paraframe than carry a Medford. Because fuck that guy. Well, I mean, there's a reason they sold about 1 million of them. Let's be honest, there's a reason they sold that many. But as far as a good basic functioning knife that you could thrash and not care about, it ain't bad. And it's again, so guys that are used to carrying nicer stuff and have gotten, you know, they got spoiled by basically what's out there now, and then going back to look at the Paraframe. I think that's the thing. All right, you go back from carrying Civivis and Wee knives and artisans and stuff like that, and you didn't carry the shittier stuff that came before it. You go back to the Paraframe, you're like, this is awful. But if you've been through the absolute shit knives out there, and you've been through what was out there, like, you know, back in the 90s and stuff like that, all of a sudden you see the value in the Paraframe. You see what it is and what it's good for. All right, so we have passed 8 o'clock now. Yeah, Walmart is generally carrying Civivi now. I think that's going to be endemic to all Walmarts, at least ones that have sporting goods sections, which is nice to see. It's nice to have a physical location that's very accessible. Yeah, but it's nice to have them where you can just walk in and grab one, you know? And Civivi's 9CR18 is some good stuff. I was impressed. Like, that one, the steel beat me. I physically couldn't go past the limits of the 9CR18 on the Mastodon. But if I were to try that again, I would expect at least 6 hours out of it. I can't remember how long I actually went on that. It may have been just the 4 hours. It may have been 5. But yeah, that 9CR18 is good stuff. And I actually liked it so much that I gave my brother my Mastodon because I wanted him to have a good knife, but I had my Bull Mastiff upstairs, which I like more than the Mastodon just because it's on bearings and you can centrifugal open it. You know, any knife that you can hold like this and centrifugal open is a win in my book. Jerry Curl, what's up, brother? Y'all just saw that, right? We're 3 hours in. There is actually, if there is a snag in here, it is much smaller than it was the last time we did this. Yo. All right. So, oh, bro, congratulations. You will beat your personal record for number of trips around the sun. Look, dude, this is quite impressive for any D2. All right? I don't think you guys get it. The other D2 steels that we have done 4 hours and completely crapped out. All right, they were showing significantly more wear than this. Like, they were noticeably worn. This should not be doing this. Like, when you slow it down enough, you can find the snag in there. But that is such a tiny snag. On the Shivers, what's up? No, Landon Shivers. I think I said London Shivers. I am a little punch drunk because we've been doing this for 3 fucking hours. No, that's the thing. It's got the tiniest snag right here, but it is nowhere near, like it's not what the snag was on the factory edge. I fear I may have just sentenced myself to a more than 8-hour long stream on this. I fear I may have done that to myself. I got no one to blame but myself. I did it to myself. And you caught me at taking a break for a couple of minutes to give my hand a rest. Because, again, the hot spot right here is noticeable, but I'm trying to keep it from getting too agonizing until we get past the 5 or 6 hour mark. Wait. So you're saying his mom celebrated Labor Day by going into labor? That is the most literal interpretation possible. Yeah, I've reached 44. I was not supposed to make it past 30. There were plans. No, tomorrow's the 31st and Labor Day is a Monday, I think. Yeah. So no. But I am in a perpetual cycle of I was going to say something and then I forgot. I was going to say something and then I forgot. Like, that's my whole damn night right now. The weight on the knife. I can actually tell you. I know we weighed it a little bit earlier. My favorite steel for edge retention so far as normal steel performs, has probably been the 154 cm from Kaiser. But we got 83 grams. Let's check this without the bead on it. Without a bead, it is 78 grams, 79. So 79 grams. And ounces and freedom units, 2.79. Compared to the bug out, 1.8 ounce. I believe I can speak for all of us when I say we send our condolences. That's always a rough time for most people. Yes, it's always a rough time for most people. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. I don't know if you'll ever fully shake that, but hopefully you can make peace with it one day. Because, like, my mom had been estranged for a good number of years before she passed. That's a whole other story. But yeah, like, I get it. Like, my uncle, when I lost him, it fucked my whole life up for a while. But, you know, I can't even begin to imagine that situation. That's not unreasonable to expect either. Well, hopefully your dad's doing okay with all this, or as okay as can be expected with a situation like this. I also don't know their situation. Yeah, this kind of thing, like my uncle, he got me into knives. You know, he kind of sparked that first little bit of a fire there. And I mean, that's the thing is like, he passed in 07. He was 43 years old. He had not been taking care of himself. You're talking about like a pretty tried and true alcoholic, and he was smoking basically 24/7. He'd already had a small stroke that I didn't know about, but he just did not take care of himself. Depression definitely won that fight. And he had a massive cardiac event at work, and they took him to the hospital, and he never came out of it. But, you know, like, that was the man I wanted to be when I grew up. And that dude was awesome. It was like, you know, given how bad my childhood was, like, his place and my grandmother's place were like the only places I had where I felt safe and I could just relax and exist and be me, you know. And I'd be over at his place when I was a kid, and like we're playing around with Pyrodex. He's showing me how to make like electronic fuses and electronic tripwires for poppers, if you know what I mean. You know, we're in his yard shooting. He's showing me the intricacies of like 25-yard shots with subsonic 22 ammo. Like, Koski, don't worry. We always try the strop out before we break out the sharpening equipment. So don't worry, I got you, boo-boo. But, you know, he's the one, like, I've got his anvil in my garage in my blacksmithing shop and some of his tools, although I don't know which ones were his anymore since they've been mixed in with my tools for so many years. Like, he got me into just making stuff. So that was literally calling like, hey, I can't come in, I'm dead. You sure you can't come in? Sorry, I'm not trying to make light of it, but that's always like my first thought, especially with the kind of management I've dealt with is, yeah, hey, he died, he can't come in. Are you sure he can't come in at least for a couple hours? But now there was one, I think it was a what was it? I think it was 4th of July. It was 4th of July. I was at his place, and it was me and his stepbrother, essentially. My grandmother married his dad, and then they divorced later, but those guys had known each other for most of their lives. But, you know, we are getting plastered, and we have like the world's smallest bonfire going. Like if you lit Charlie Brown's Christmas tree on fire. Because none of us wanted to bother finding large enough chunks of wood that mattered and actually breaking them up to build a proper fire. So we just had my 12-gauge shotgun out there, and we'd find a small branch and shoot it in half, and then throw that on the fire. And like I'm trying. Hey, beautiful. Why are you fueling my silent rage? Nah, Illumine, it's okay. This is actually kind of part of what we're here for. You know, this is supposed to be a place where it's safe to talk about stuff like that and receive some support, because a lot of us don't have that support anywhere else in our lives. So, yeah, this is part of what we do here. Like, when we have the opportunity to support somebody going through some shit, we do. So, you're perfectly okay, man. Like, if there's one impact I want to leave on YouTube, it's no, brother. Again, this is part of what we're here for. Believe it or not. Like, if I leave any impact on YouTube, it should be that there was a community of people that all knew how to support each other and not be assholes. You know, trolls don't live long here. Assholes don't live long here. And just so you're aware, if you talk about something you don't want going farther than this live stream, just ask. I will set the live stream to private once it's over so nobody else can see it, if that's required. We've only had to do that once. Because, yeah, I will tell you right now, it may not work for you, but one thing that really, really helped me make some peace and kind of start moving from the worst part of grief into the manageable part, is I got a tattoo for my uncle. Like, I picked out what I wanted. I made sure it was the right thing. I spent easily a year thinking about it and making sure I was locked in on it. And then I went ahead, and after I got it, I felt significantly better. Like, you know, the grief doesn't really go away. It just changes in nature. You know, it goes from being what's on your mind 70% of the time to where it pops up as something that reminds you of them. And then at some point, you know, those things happen farther and farther apart. And when you do think about them, it's like happy memories or things that you enjoyed or things that were fun. You know, it's not the, you know, it's not the painful part that comes up as often as the happy part. But yeah, no, that 4th of July, like, we're shooting branches apart with my shotgun to keep the fire going instead of using an axe or a saw or something like that. And my uncle didn't quite understand the Chuck Norris joke thing. This was back then. He did not understand Chuck Norris jokes at all. All he knew is he met Chuck Norris at a karate studio in California many, many years ago. So, like, I'm standing around and I'm like cracking the occasional Chuck Norris joke, and then all of a sudden he grabs a branch and yells, "I met Chuck!" and tried to snap it, because I guess that was his version of a Chuck Norris joke, and he just fell over on his ass. Yeah, I mean, it was the funniest shit, because, like, normally he's a very composed person. Like he again, he was that guy that was always ready to enter a combat situation, basically. Like, he was always, like, right there waiting for a fight. It was really hard to catch him slipping like that. So that was just so out of character and so fucking funny. Yeah, I heard that Chuck Norris once sharpened a ceramic blade by trying to shave his beard with it. Yeah, Fukushima wasn't a tsunami. Chuck Norris just told that water it couldn't be in the ocean anymore. Yeah, the problem is I've been through so many Chuck Norris jokes for so many years, it's like I can't remember all of them anymore, so I just got to sit there and draw a blank for a while. One time Chuck Norris was receiving a blowjob in the cab of a tractor trailer. When he shot his load, it went clean through the back of her skull into the engine of the truck. You now know that truck is Optimus Prime. I call when Batman leaves church early? Son of a bitch. I knew this at one point. This is an old joke. I knew the answer at one point in my life. Son of a dick. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. So I will share with you one of the nastier jokes out there. I know nastier ones, but this one's a doozy. So there was this guy whose wife was having some health issues. So he takes her to the doctor and they get her checked out. And when they get all the tests done and everything, he comes back and says, "I am so sorry, but she has cancer." And he looks at the doctor and says, "Well, what can we do?" He says, "Unfortunately, this kind of cancer is terminal. There isn't anything we can do to help. Like, she is on borrowed time now. She's got a few months maybe." Well, the guy doesn't take this too well. He starts stalking the doctor. He's calling the office. "Hey, what can we do? We got to do something. What can we do?" Every time. Can't really do anything. Like, there's nothing to do. So next thing you know, he's in the doctor's driveway when the doctor comes home from work. Same thing. "What can we do?" "I told you, there's nothing." So doctor has dinner reservations. Guy's sitting at his fucking table. He's like, "What can we do? There's got to be something." After a few weeks of this, the doctor finally breaks down and says, "Look, they are doing something in Colombia, and I legally cannot tell you this. There is no FDA approval. There's nothing to go on outside of anecdotes, but I have been told that if you eat her out every day for 6 straight weeks, somehow it clears it up. But it has to be every day. You can't miss a day." The guy says, "Thank you, that's all I wanted," and he goes home. And sure enough, he proceeds to chow down on his wife's squish mitten every day for 6 weeks. They go back to the doctor and they run all their tests, and the doctor comes back and says, "I cannot believe this, but it's in full remission. It's not coming back. Like, you saved her." Well, they go home to celebrate, and they're going to meet up with their family. They're going to meet up with the guy's brother and his sister-in-law, go out to dinner to celebrate. So he gets to his house to meet up with his brother, and he looks at his brother and says, "You're not going to believe this, but I saved her. I got rid of the cancer." The brother's like, "Well, how'd you do that?" He said, "Well, I went down on her, and I mean went down on her every day for 6 straight weeks, and it got rid of the cancer." Well, his brother takes a long, hard look at him, pulls back, and punches him in the nose as hard as he possibly can. Breaks his nose, knocks him unconscious. So eventually, the guy's wife manages to wake him up, and he's sitting there in a complete daze, and he looks at his brother. He's like, "What the hell was that for?" And his brother looks at him. He's like, "You're one self-centered piece of shit. You know that? You could have saved Mom this whole time, and you didn't." But this is the Ozark Trail Axis Lock from Walmart, the new meme knife that's annihilated YouTube recently. So what we're doing is we're on our 3rd live stream with this. And the first 2 live streams, this thing cut cardboard for about 7 hours before the edge crapped out. And we're doing this on a hand-sharpened 17-degree mirrored edge to see if that lasts longer or that causes it to wear out faster. So far, it's looking like it's going to go longer. But yeah, y'all feel free to use that joke whenever you see fit. Ron Dobbins, what's up? So you could pay for a new engine in my truck with your EDC. But no, those are some nice toys to be carrying, for sure. I am one of the pores that you flex on. Alex's Knives and Such, welcome back, man. Have you guys gone and dropped a sub for Alex's Knives and Such yet? If not, please go for it. We're trying to help him get to 1,000. Yeah, that's one of our goals for the night. We're going to try to help Alex reach 1,000 or get as close as we can. Punisher, thank you, sir. This thing is still cutting way too good for being 3.5 hours in. Yeah, like I'm not prone to carrying slip joints because I don't have a good way to carry them. You know, like floating around in my pocket under a wad of keys, a bottle of e-liquid, and a disposable mod doesn't work. But those are some nice slippies. Like... And it's mostly like if there was a good slip joint with a pocket clip that I could afford, that I could try out, I'd definitely run it. You know, I don't trust myself for hard use with slip joints because I've had knives close on me. And those consequences were kind of bad. But, you know, typically slip joints don't have pocket clips. They don't have the modern amenities that I really need. And like having a two-hand open while I'm at work on the fly also doesn't work for me. I am also not familiar with the Knoll Voodoo knife, but it sounds nice. Number 3 is holding up maybe a little bit better than the first two did. Even at the 3-hour mark, we were still getting the tiniest snag on the copy paper. Arizona EDC, what is up? Welcome back. Oh no, unless I'm violating a local law or something like that, if like somebody needs a straw cut or something like that, I'm the first one to be like, I got you, boo-boo. Let's do this. Like, this thing was a ton of fun to carry. I don't think I made the knife. Like, it would have taken off regardless of my input. I just happened to get there early. Thank God I did. Because that has helped the channel out so damn much. Yo, Llamas, what's up? Welcome back, man. How are you doing? How are you doing? All right, let's get into some tougher stuff. And for those of you guys that are just getting here, I've been letting y'all know that we are getting so close to picking up that sharpness tester. It's not funny. Thanks to you guys, we have 234 or 235. Oh, nice. We are playing with the $10 Ozark Trail from Amazon that we call the Dropout. We're going in on this. So, yeah, I may take a look at that. But we've done, this is our third live stream. So our first live stream, this one went 7 hours before the edge crapped out on D2. This one went 6 hours before I physically had to tap out. I was too tired to keep going, but it still had some edge left. So this has got a 17-degree mirror polished edge. Say I'm Marvin? Yes, I am. But 17-degree mirror polished edge, and we're looking to see if it makes it last longer or if it hurts it any. I don't think it's hurting it any. So that's what we're doing right now. We're just seeing how long the edge lasts. But yeah, I can almost taste the sharpness tester now. I will say the end of September is going to be the earliest that we can do anything about it. That's when the YouTube AdSense and channel donations, super chats, and memberships all pay out. So we still got a little bit to go, and we got time to get there. Oh, man. This is so much pressure on my hand right now. It is ridiculous. Oh, Ron, I am having a fantastic day, sir. This was my last day at my current store dealing with people that I never want to see again. I am transferring to a new store with people that have a reputation for being far better to work with. And hopefully a more consistent schedule. A lot of perks for a few extra miles of driving. And not only that, but because I had overtime from a couple of rough nights this last week, I got out of there at 11:15 a.m. instead of getting out of there at 1 p.m. Well, it's not a new job. It's a new store. So we call it the dropout around these parts, but it's just a new store. I'm working with a different manager that is supposed to be a much better manager that I've been dealing with. You know, and the store I'm going to is not cursed. The store I'm at right now is considered cursed, but they won't spend the money to buy 50 pounds of white sage and smudge the place out. But yeah, Ozark Trail 7.5-inch folding knife. Where the hell is it? Literally, that's the model. All you get is a model number and a barcode. That's it. I'm not 100% sure it's a model number, I'll be honest. Ozark Trail doesn't name their stuff, so we have to name it for them. And good luck finding one, and if you do find one, check it for defects before you leave the store. The good ones are great, the bad ones are donkeys. Oh yeah, like I said, I should be doing good. Also, a pillow filled with spiders. Hi, I didn't catch that when you came in. My bad. Yeah, this one is $10. But I mean, honestly, I'm prone to a back flipper just because that's the easiest one for me to use day in and day out. But honestly, thumb studs are still good, but they're my least favorite. If it's a front flipper, it better be a tiny front flipper. But generally speaking, my favorite standard go-to is a back flipper. I do like a thumb hole. I love that review. Oh, nail nick, yeah. And we haven't picked up any blade wiggle. It's just a trace of lock rock, but I'm pretty sure it was like that from the factory. Tiniest trace of it. Tiniest. I'm not cutting that box up right now. Like, these more hardcore boxes that are a bit on the tough side really, really hurt my hand. So the size of this knife, it is 7.5 inches opened, and it's a 3.25-inch blade in D2 steel. Yes, she is on bearings. Like, this is a second live stream of just cardboard dust getting packed in it. Like, the action is still working, but those bearings are packed with cardboard dust. So the hand fatigue is not too bad considering. This is beating my hand up a lot less than most knives we test. Credit where it's due. And that might be because the frame is just so slightly recessed under the scales, so there's a softer spot right there than most knives have. You know, given how irritated people are at this, we could call it the annoying orange and feel really old. So this knife is a little bit chunkier, a little bit thicker. It doesn't feel as nice as the bug out. However, you don't have the flex right here. Like, the bug out overall just feels nicer, but this still feels really good. It's not almost as good as a bug out. It is mind-blowingly good for a $10 knife. Mind-blowingly not almost as good as a bug out. I promise you that. You know, even if you take away the steel and you're not discussing steel, the overall build quality, it's good enough. It's way better than it should be for 10 bucks, but it's not going to be a bug out. Yeah, there's so much cardboard dust packed in there. Yeah, distinction's got to be made. Like, you know, it's a lot of guys, especially guys that don't like bug outs, are going to be like, it's the bug out killer. No. My work wife's in here acting up now. How you doing, Justin? Gotcha. Oh, yeah, because she got my closing shift tonight. That's right. And I know she is kind of pissed off about that. Are we starting to see fatigue on the edge now? Because, yeah, I mean, that was part of it. Is I was supposed to close tonight, and then she was supposed to open this morning. And, yes. No, I am going there for your inventory on Thursday night, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Is there the expectation to wear uniform, or am I good in civvies? Because I have heard conflicting reports. I have not oiled it. This is on 6, almost 10 hours of cardboard dust getting packed in those bearings. Okay, so we got a snag. Gotcha. I am probably not going to worry about a green polo then. I will just... Actually, I'll see if I still got one. But good looking out. So if we do a fast cut, we can still do this with it. But if we do a slow drag, we have got our snag right here finally. We are just shy of 4 hours in right now. But that being said, again, we're expecting 7 or more. Actually, yeah. I mean, and again, I cannot stress this enough. All right. There are known quality control issues. This one has one or two of them. All right, one of them is the centering is terrible on it, and you can't fix it because the pivot on this side is captive, and you can't say tighten this side and loosen this side a little bit and push the blade into alignment. It also looks like the blade is warped because the grind is not even. This wouldn't matter to me. I've got one that's pretty much perfect, no QC issues. But all right, I'll see you. I'll probably wear one of my short sleeve button downs and just do that instead of worrying about anything else. But there are some where the lock does not work right without taking it apart and modifying it and like sanding some pieces. So before you leave the parking lot, if you find a store that has them, oh, I already know. I've done inventory before. Not my first rodeo. But if they have them, be ready to go back in and exchange it before you leave the parking lot. Make sure you don't have massive QC issues before you leave the store. If you get one that's good, it's fantastic. But if you get one that like Tim School of Fish got, or I don't want to know what you started up top, man. That's your business in the privacy of your own home. Oh, nice. Nice. That's nice. Yeah, it's just that's wild. Like, I think we have 4. If you count the soap pallets, we got 6 repack pallets up in the rack right now. Nobody touched the soap repacks last week. I don't think it. No one may have touched the regular repacks last week either. And we're over ordering, over forecasting for shit so bad right now it ain't funny. And like Tuesday night, just what we had that wasn't repacked before I got there. We had like 25 repack carts at the end of Tuesday night. Why did she not get something less? I'm not going to say anything. I would have given somebody else the soap pallets, I'll be honest. You don't have to tell me. I would have given her something a little bit less, I don't know, physically demanding after coming back from maternity leave like that, but that's just me. So, they are in clear packaging. However, I got in there and I looked down the end of the blade as well as I could before I bought the last 2, and I thought I had skipped out on it on getting one of the bad ones, but I still got the warp blade and the bad centering, because of course you can't check the centering. But you know, I'm actually glad I found this so I could show you guys, and thankfully I've got one in, you know, pretty much perfect condition. We've been through like 3 so far. 3. Do you want to pick one out, Gabriel? We still have the Ninja, Frankenstein, the Grim Reaper, the Alien, and the Mummy. All right, Ninja it is. Yeah, it's just, You know, I wouldn't really worry too much about the centering myself, especially on a $10 burner knife. However, some people are highly concerned about that and will nitpick the hell out of it. So to be forewarned is forearmed. You know, for guys that have that much of a problem with it, they know to look out for it before they leave. All right, ninja time. Let's lower the property value just a little bit. Well, here's the thing. All right, people complain about D2 corroding. When I left Blade Show, somebody there gave me the flu. The knife I had on me, I can't remember what it was, but it was D2. I was working with a 101 to 102 degree fever. That knife was marinating in sweat for 3 days. And I mean, it was soaking wet every time I pulled it out to cut something. No corrosion. No rust. Nothing. But, tell you what, give me a minute. I'm going to go bust a whiz. I'll be right back. The emotional support caffeine is taking its toll. Keep yourselves entertained in the comments. Don't leave me. Don't leave me like my mom did. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh no, I showed that indoor plumbing who's boss around here. Well, that's the thing is, you know, the oxidation would have been salt-based more than water-based. You know, the kind of stuff they're talking about would definitely be happening faster with salt. That's why they had to make special knives for, you know, carrying in a saltwater heavy environment. And that was the thing with it marinating in sweat for 3 days. You know, if that didn't make it corrode and you're not living near salt water, you should be fine. Yeah, see, you have more of a reason to be concerned than somebody else would, you know? Florida. Alligators, meth, and show and hole at Waffle House. A buddy of mine, or one of my dad's friends, was telling me about one of his buddies hunting alligators with a baseball bat in Florida. You just hit them in the right part of the head hard enough and they go down. Actually, I think he was in Savannah doing that. Yeah, Savannah. Which I'm pretty sure is extremely illegal, but... Oh, gator tail is so goddamn good. Like, I would love to have somewhere here to sit down and buy a large plate of just fried gator tail, done right. I would love that. I do not have that. Zach, what's up? Like I said, I can't speak to the veracity of that. I do know gators have that one spot on their head that's it's like a pretty big weak point, and an otherwise pretty dense field of thick bone. But I cannot speak to the veracity of killing them with baseball bats like that. Yeah, it's like we had one place, and only one that I was aware of, where you could get gator tail, and that place was in business for a while and seemed like it would be there forever, and then it vanished. If it makes you feel any better, mine disappeared well over a decade ago. I can't remember the last time I drove by where it used to be, but long gone. Let's get the space heater going again. You know, now that I have air conditioning again, the basement gets too cold, which is a high quality problem. Kill llamas. I do not like clones. You know, years and years ago, I used to not mind, but you know, like, I've hit the point now, especially with trying to maintain the integrity of a channel, among other things, you know, clones are a no-go. If I know it's a clone, then I don't want it on here. However, when you buy enough low-dollar knives and you don't know what every single thing out there is, you're going to get a clone once in a while. But it's like, you know, even if you make all the rest of the components really, really well, just swapping higher end steel out for shittier steel is already enough of a sin right there. I can't imagine how good it is if it's a shack on the side of the river, like you've taken hole in the wall good to somewhere entirely orders of magnitude better. Oh, nice. Your pizza joint's a hole in the wall? Mine's a fucking shack. Suck it. It'd be even better if that's what they named it. Shack on the side of a river. So clones, you know, and you do get into that area where it's like just a really, really fine distinction between a clone and an homage. Like this is a clone of a Bird Spyderco's off-brand with an axis lock on it for whatever reason. And this is actually quite good. It's 440C, but everything on this is really well built. It's really well done. Can't complain about the action. You know, the build quality's there. The grind is good. The edge is good. But, you know, like I figured out it was a clone, and I was like, yeah, no, I threw it in the pile. So, I mean, they can be well built. But the blade steel's changed out, and of course, it's not original design. They should have called it Shack on the side of the river or something like that. That would have been better. Something a little bit more anti-joke, I guess. But you know, and it's one of those things too. Like clones of other things are fine. You know, clones of guns are fine. But I think part of that too is like, you know, guns are so expensive that clones, you know, clones are sometimes the only way that you can, you know, sometimes clones of guns are the only things you can afford. And it's not quite, it doesn't seem to be quite like the same with knives. I could be wrong, but like a clone, they're going to replace good steel with something shittier. You know, your D2 is going to become 440C, or it's going to become 420J2 or something like that. You know, your S35BN is going to become 8CR. And knife guys are real picky about stuff like that too. I don't know, like, I've got a second one of those that I bought for the wife, because this is before I started getting back into it. And, like, I keep that thing in the kitchen, and, I mean, it does everything I need it to just fine. Like, that's something that I could easily carry for a while and be just fine. That being said, I'm not in a hard enough use environment for that 440 to make a huge difference. You damn well better be back, or so help me God. Like I said, there are just little corners of guys that like cool shit where clones are suddenly absolutely taboo. In other areas where it's like, nah, no one cares. And if you've seen that episode of Top Gear, the cars that were being cloned in China for a minute were just raw garbage. Hilarious, but garbage. I'm entirely sure that's not as relevant now, because I'm pretty sure the car quality in China has probably gone up a lot since then. I'll be proud when a knife says this on it somewhere. Like that's kind of what I'm waiting on. I'm actually working with somebody who's kind of rendering my idea from last week into reality. I don't know if he's going to send it to Jen or what he's got planned for it. I think he's trying to help me find someone that'll pick up the design and do something with it, and Jen seems like they'd be very likely to do so. But kind of having a design of mine mass marketed like that is a bit of a dream. I don't quite have an infinite supply, but I have enough to support at least a couple more live streams stacked up in here. And it's, again, these large boxes full of this shredded cardboard. I am running out of places to put them because I keep forgetting to take them back to work and recycle them. But, you know, this is one of those things I do. Like, you know, if you're new here, one of the reasons I do this is because I've seen way too many knife reviews where the review is taking it out of the box and talking for a minute and, you know, just open it, close it, open it, close it while you talk about it. And then, you know, you set it on a table and then you're like, this thing is amazing. Like, get one for yourself, grab one for your friends. You're not going to regret it. This thing's fantastic. Sir, you've done no work with the knife. You have no idea whether or not there are massive quality of life issues. You just know what it's like when it gets opened from the box. You know, and it's one of the Ozark Trail axis locks from the holidays of last year. Every single one that left the factory was fucked up as hell. It took a lot of work with a belt grinder and some creativity to get it working right. And every review, it was they'd open it like they'd hit the flipper tab, and let's see, is it an easy reach right here? No, I get all the cardboard I want from work, and I mean tons of it. But it was this one right here. The channel that the axis lock rides in was deformed as hell. They did a terrible job stamping that out. It caused it to hang up right here and would not open any further with the lock pulled down. You know, it's just they'd hit the flipper tab, they'd open it, and then close it two-handed like this 3 or 4 times and just say it's great. Yeah, so a first impression and taking a look at it is different than saying that is your review. You know, but when like the only video you do, and you're not even making it clear it's a first impression or you're just looking at it, is your full review is just opening it a few times and closing it, like, you know, for other guys, that's totally fine. For people that want to watch that, it's totally fine. I have no problems there. It's just not what I want to do. And then when like, because that problem was so easy to find, and I probably found the better part of a dozen channels doing that exact same review the exact same way. That's what got me. They all did the exact same thing. Every single one of them. About 4 times they hit the flipper tab and two-hand close it like this. That's what killed me. That's not how you close an axis lock if you're a knife guy. It's not. And had they just opened it with the axis lock one time, they would have seen that problem. Just once. You know, and that really killed me. It's like, how did that many people do the exact same thing, open it, and then close it two-handed like this 4 times and call it good? How? You know, so it's like I'm not gonna knock you for doing things how you do it. All right, it's something I personally don't like that much, but that's why I do things the way I do. Yeah, if you're gonna figure out how to pad the runtime out to meet the algorithm's demands, then make it relevant. Like, make it something of value. You know, like saying you're taking a first look at it. Fair game. Saying you're taking a look at the acoustics. Fair game. You know, will it cut? Look at the factory edge. Fair game. But it doesn't seem like you're calling that the full comprehensive review of the knife, you know? I have heard the name Nut and Fancy, but I have never seen the guy. Like, I don't see a point in doing a long-winded review of something unless I can go straight to the point and I have a lot to say about it. You know, and even then, if I get off track, I'll tell you, like, I'm just rambling now, so I'll let you go. You know, I'm rambling, I'm holding you hostage, so... Yeah, I'd love to have my own knife brand. I'd love to have that out on the market and doing something. That being said, I think, who was it? It was Jack Wolf, that guy. He was talking about it taking like 50 some odd $1,000 just to bring a new design to market and hoping it sells. You know, he was describing it and he said the risk was absolutely huge. Like, I don't have that kind of upfront cost to have my own brand out there. I'd love to, but I have no way to even think about taking that much risk. And then you're going into a crowded market where so many companies are making so many knives that, like, you're really, really rolling the dice on yourself that it's going to go, oh, Jack Wolf, he's selling his shit. He has no problem there. You know, and of course, I definitely have, like, I'd have to be, you know, kind of years into design, development, know a whole lot more about what makes them work than I do. You know, I'd have to know a whole lot more about how to design a knife before I even thought about doing something like that. Yeah, you're getting into guys I have never heard of, but, you know, that's one thing I will say. And Alex, you might back me up here, you might not. But when you're doing a lot of content like this, it gets really hard to sit there and watch a ton of other knife videos. It gets real hard to sit here and watch, you know, a ton of other knife videos. The brand name would probably still be Knives, I guess. Yeah, like, there's so much cost in that, and you got to be so, like, for me, my design would have to be pretty much perfected, like, to my standard, which would be, you know, designed for, you know, normal daily users instead of going for like some crazy overbuilt bullshit. Like, I love my overbuilt bullshit, don't get me wrong, but if I'm going to sell something, it's not going to be some crazy overbuilt stuff. It's going to be something that's got, you know, a lot of functionality and comfort first. The design that KO is working on for me right now that he's trying to render is like a 4-inch pocket cleaver style knife, but with more of a traditional drop point, and kind of working to see where that goes. Because you imagine a big old honking beast of a folder, and you pop open, and instead of a pocket cleaver, you got a good solid working drop point on this, but it's still oversized and built to be comfortable. Oh God. Yeah, like if I see somebody cracking open a knife that catches my interest, it's the right price, it's the right vibe, it's the right materials. I want the Espada, but I want the Mayhem more. Well, I definitely appreciate you being here, man. Like, I know the verticals can be kind of difficult sometimes, but I try to bring something interesting to the table while I'm doing this, because I'm not set up to horizontal stream yet. Like, I don't have the right gearing and the right backdrop and all that set up. Like, this whole thing is built on raw jank. You know, the lights in the back came from 5 Below, I believe, and they are just taped down to a piece of cardboard sitting on the floor. And this is a small bench, or a small folding stool that my great-grandmother gave me when I was a kid, and a $30 ring light. That's my entire setup right now. You know, my long form videos are another $30 ring light set over a couple of Dragon magazines that I got from a friend of mine. And that's it. That is this entire channel. The jank is baked right in. Yeah, I'm making it work. You know, the only caveat to that is, you know, I can't say turn this into horizontal live streams. I'm gonna have to do separate horizontal live streams because, you know, I think this has become a fixture. Like, this has become a fixture. It works really well for these cut tests. You know, and if I'm watching a live stream where I'm actually typing and commenting, it's being held vertical anyways. Yeah, Five Below is always interesting, but having grown up in a Dollar Tree heavy environment, you learn to spot what you do and don't buy pretty quickly. And a lot of that wound up being, yeah, I'm not buying that. You know, the only thing you really get at Five Below, at least back then, was stuff that you know it's really hard to fuck up, like LED light strips, like the ones I got here. Five Below used to be kind of fun. Sorry, I had to check a missive from the much better half. Yeah, now we're at the point where the knife starts to hurt. You know, it's taken us close to 4 hours and my hand is already tore up because the last live stream was what? Monday? And the one before that was Thursday, so it's like Thursday, Monday, Thursday. And I can't remember what the hell it was I did on Monday. What knife did I run on Monday? What the hell was that? Does anyone here remember what knife I ran on Monday? I know it wasn't one of these because that was the previous Thursday live stream. What the hell did I do on Monday? Someone's got to remember what the last live stream was. God knows I don't. The Kaiser Nice Guy. Yes, sir. Thank you. Because I think I took that one back upstairs and threw it in the drawer because that's one of the ones I really, really like. I really like the Kaiser Nice Guy. That is a great little blade. I thought the Nitro V would hold up longer, but I'm glad we finally got that stream done, though. I know Del Taco still exists. We got one near the house, but I have literally never set foot in one. I wound up not getting anything on National Knife Day because I was too broke. I was hoping to get the Kaiser Assassin rollout, but I got there in time, but my money did not. Really? Like, I'm not surprised by this, but I am surprised by it. Just because this should not be doing this at damn near 4.5 hours. Scouts Daily, believe it or not, yes I do. These are the feet of a hard-working man. Evasive floppy disk, I summon you. And I got bald patches right here from checking edge sharpening. We are absolutely not shaving anymore. So it's not sharper than before, but there might be a little bit less tape residue on here. If you got tape residue on here, it'll hang up. But that slow drag was nice. I'll give it that. But yeah, like I was hoping to God for National Knife Day that my Cold Steel Mayhem would go on sale so I could finally fucking buy it and get it over with, but no. All right, let's trade out boxes filled with shredded cardboard. Here, where the fuck I'm gonna put this one? I am making the trip to get to my spot where I do my pocket checks more and more difficult. Pillow filled with spiders. It is actually very surprising for D2. I haven't needed the Forbidden Moonshine yet. But every other D2 blade that we have done has crapped out at 4 hours like clockwork. This one crapped out a little bit earlier because I went in on some of the hardcore double wall stuff and went crazy on it because I figured this big ass blade would handle it. It wore it out a little bit prematurely, but the D2 pretty much always fails at about 4 hours. This going to 7 hours is a fucking anomaly. Like I said, I've got all the damn receipts, man. If you want to see why it's surprising, go back and take a look at the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist and go through that. All the rest of our D2 gave up at about the 4 hour mark. Yeah, like, it's just like, I've got the Kaiser Drop Bear with the clear scales. Love that. I got the Nice Guy. Love that. I bought a Kaiser Mini Roach at Blade Show that vanished, and I'm pretty sure it wound up on the floor at the Vosteed booth while I was waiting for my prototype. Well, I mean, unless you did 4.5 hours of Cardboard Slayer with your D2 blades, you're probably going to be just fine. Like I said, this one should not be doing 7 hours, but it does. I don't know why. It's D2. One of our friends had this tested to make sure it was D2, and it is indeed D2. And for those of y'all that are worried about the coating wearing off, we have got 11 hours of cutting cardboard on this, and the coating is still there. Coating's not perfect anymore, but it's still there. And like, I really like that Mini Roach. Like, that thing was a cool little knife. It sounded like, I'm not big on knife acoustics. I don't care that much about them. But that one sounded really cool when it opened and closed. And until I can think of something interesting to say, we are at the ASMR portion. That's not too shabby, man. My best one was the O Knife Gar. It's like $65, and between I think points from my Amazon Chase card and it being on sale, I got that down to like 13 bucks or 14 bucks, somewhere in that window. You know, I've said it before. I really wish that I could tally up the number of linear feet we go through on these, but I am not going to put the effort into figuring out how to do that. Uh, 704. So I just took a look at his full-size Urban Ranger, and I really want to play with that thing. No, it's 704 gear. Like, I really want to play with that thing, but right now I don't have the money for it, and I got so much backlog to chew through that unless I get like an email from him saying, hey, I want you to test this thing out, it ain't happening for a while. I got it pinned on the wish list so I can go back and get it later, because I do want to check it out, especially with like an over 3-inch blade on that thing. I mean, it'd be really cool to run that thing and flog it and actually have positive feedback on it for him. You know, the only thing that I have with that is like some trepidation about going in there and having something critical or negative to say. But like, even with Gin Knives, as much as they have supported this channel and as awesome as they've been, like, you know, when I do find a problem, you know, I love those guys. I love what they're doing. I love the concept behind the knife kits. Generally, the stuff I've gotten from them has been really good. But, you know, like the Chubby, even though it's not designed to do this, I still would have made the blade stock much thinner on that. Blade stock's way too thick for a blade that stubby. You know, the Vaquero, figuring out the pocket clip and a way to reverse flick it would have been perfect knife. Like, that would have been a butter zone knife right there. Pins and Pin Blades. Hey, what's going on? Welcome back, man. I totally missed that. Sorry, man. I'm like, we're getting into 4.5 hours now, and I am definitely a bit punch drunk. I've got a few Tano-shaped blades, but I don't go out of my way to buy them just because I've had bad luck with them. Like, and again, I haven't bought a lot recently. But the ones I bought wound up being like stupid thick chunks of steel with like bad geometry for doing a ton of cutting, which kind of put me off. And then it was like, wait, I got to sharpen this at some point. I don't want to. So I got, I've been doing good, man. We've been sitting here playing around with this thing for a while. Again, we are back on the Ozark Trail. The only difference is I did a 17-degree mirrored edge on it to see whether or not that improves edge retention. But other than that, everything's going good, man. Getting ready to transfer to my new store. Gonna enjoy a day off tomorrow, probably sleeping most of it off. And, yeah. Not too much going on besides that. And of course, my sinuses are hellaciously mad at me for the amount of cardboard dust I am inhaling right now, because it is a not insignificant amount. And the live stream has been positively rolling. Like the chat finally slowed down for the first time in 4.5 hours. And my brain dead ass is like, oh, ASMR mode. Yeah, it's been like that the whole stream. Like normally we're sitting there at like 16 to 18. But I am very happy to see people hanging out and watching. Like that is fantastic. Which, and I'll let you know, like I've been letting everybody know, by the end of next month, we should be able to order the electronic sharpness tester and start getting really good data from these live streams. Really looking forward to that. You guys have definitely made that closer and closer to happening. Well, Pillow Filled with Spiders, I appreciate you being here, man. You were here for quite a while. Thank you so much. It's a little bit further away. It's about 10 extra miles. But, you know, I kind of just had to get away from that store. It was time. It needed to happen. And I hit a point where I was like, I am either transferring or finding a new job. I am through with this place. So thankfully, the transfer went through. That store I transferred to early October, like the very beginning of October in 2022, if memory serves. It was definitely October. I think it was early in the year. Maxilla, what's going on? I hate to break it to you, buddy, but you weren't first. But I'm definitely ready to check the store out. It's supposed to be a slower store, like lower volume in sales. So hopefully that'll give me more time to learn stuff the way I actually want to learn. Oh no, Maxilla's in here for the pancakes. Travis is the one that wants the sprinkles. No, it's one or the other. It's one or the other. No, it's pancakes or sprinkles. I already spoiled you guys with the pizza box. Look, pancakes are a bonding agent for butter and syrup. All right? That's why they exist. As I said, I don't have anything against Tantos per se, but you know, my preferred EDC blade is definitely just a good old-fashioned solid drop point. Everything I want, nothing I don't want. Yeah, now don't get me wrong. If it's not going to be a normal sized, kind of optimal size and shape EDC, and we're going for something big and goofy, pocket cleaver all the way. And of course, a good pocket sword never hurt my feelings. God, my hand is getting so tired now. Well, we are just shy of 5 hours into this, too. I think my first CRKT was the Dactyl. Which, if you've never seen the Dactyl before, that thing is nuts. And I need CRKT to get back to making shit like the Dactyl. I don't think I own any of their boring knives. Yeah, I think my first pocket knife was like one of the little bitty tiny keychain sized Victorinoxes. But I didn't have that one for long. And then after that, I don't remember what the next one was. I know I had some of the Schrade old timers, the Uncle Henrys. Pyro Productions, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, this guy right here is 10. This is the new one, but those old $5 knives, they're all right for toolbox knives too. However, I will say the blade steel on those is trash. This D2 is phenomenal. Like, we have been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes cutting with this stuff, and it's still holding on to an okay edge. And the first one of these we did went 7 hours. Aww. Yeah, I mean, for $10, this is really hard to beat as long as you buy one that doesn't have the known quality control issues. There's been a couple I've seen that have a bad lock that won't let it lock, open, and close properly. You got some blade bad grind on the blade makes it look warped, and you got centering issues to look out for. But if you get one where everything is right on it and there's no QC issues, then you got a winner. No, so this is like $9.97, I believe. And I will say this thing took a very nice edge. It sharpened up very nicely before we started this. Oh, we're on something else. Never mind. So the only guys that have found anything bad about this are the ones that have gotten the absolute donkeys. You know, the ones with the fucked up lock mostly. You know, I'd be more annoyed with the blade on this one not being centered well if I didn't have one that pretty much had no problems whatsoever. I would be annoyed. But I'm glad I found at least that QC issue to show you guys. Tim's School of Fish, he had one with a failed lock that he had to take apart and start sanding things and fiddling with it to get it to work right. And I'm wondering, while I'm starting to slow down a little bit, let's drop some oil in here and see how much that frees the action back up. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm fortunate to have gotten 3 of them for the purpose of content creation. Because, like I said in my video, if I hadn't been able to get these early, I would have been freaking out right now trying to find them. And I did tighten the pivot on this up a little bit more than the other one just to try to get the centering better. It didn't help, but that's part of why it's not doing the whole... A button lock on this. Now we got an axis lock, brother. So yeah, like, just a guess, what is up, man? Another box. That's what I'm reaching for. Another box. Yo, I am so punchy right now. It's the rest of my emotional support caffeine. Yeah, mine was sold out like... So yesterday I dropped by on my way back to the house to see if I could grab like 2 more to do giveaways with. It seemed like that would be a good idea. They were sold out. They're gone. You know, I may do a quick run through there tomorrow to see if maybe they got more in stock, but I doubt it. You know, it just seems like doing a giveaway with these things would be a good idea right now while they're still hot and hard to find. But the last couple of giveaways I've done haven't pulled nearly the numbers I was hoping they would. You know, excluding the members giveaway. That I expected to have small numbers, a small number of entrants. One of the benefits of being a channel member. God. It took me so much work to find those holiday releases last year. Because they took for fucking ever to show up. Yeah, I feel like I definitely contributed to them selling out fast. Because I know once I started getting my videos up, the videos started following pretty quickly afterwards. I definitely contributed to that. Joe, what's up, man? How you doing? Okay, live stream just flaked out on us. Sorry about that. Holiday knives that had the blue axis lock that I couldn't find. They had a blue axis lock in them that I wanted to check out for the channel, and I could not find one of those sets. Oh yeah, and I couldn't find one, and then by the time I figured out where they were, United Divide, what's going on? How do you join? So if you click on the icon for my channel, there'll be next to subscribe a join button on there. But oh, how am I doing? Sorry, I am brain farting so bad. I'm doing good, man. I've had a great day today, and we're here doing this tonight, so everything is going as well as it could be. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, they'll be back in stock. They're not seasonal. They're on the planogram, so they're gonna be there. You know, they're probably not gonna be on the planogram forever, but they are on the. If it's on the planogram, it's not seasonal, basically. It's part of what I was saying. They'll get them back in stock and give it about 2 months here, maybe a little bit more. People will forget they ever existed. Until it comes time for someone to ask what's a good cheap knife to buy, and then this is the go-to. Other than that, it'll be forgotten about. But yeah, we are just shy of 5 hours into this, and if this thing goes less than 7, I will be surprised. And at a little over 6 hours, I'm gonna have to go ape shit on some crazy difficult cardboard to finally nuke the edge. Yeah, like, I work retail too. I know once it's on the planogram, it's gonna be locked in for a while. Like, so that's what I'm hoping y'all's are like ours, where yeah. It might not be directly my fault, but I lit the fuse on that shit. If I see these things for $2, I'm cleaning the fucking store out. Like, I need to get in good with my Walmart sporting goods guys so that the next holiday $5 access locks, I got them kind of secured. At least a couple of them. Yeah, if your planograms are like ours, when they get put on the planogram, they're there for like the better part of a year, if not longer. For me, like, we've had this discussion a couple times tonight, but it's kind of hard to pick one favorite. I'm pretty sure you can relate to that. Yeah, but my kind of defaults are my my 2 bug outs, my Devo Growler V2 prototype. Let's see, what the hell else is there? I mean, my Civivi Bull Mastiff. Shit, like, I draw blanks. Like, I'd have to go through and really sit there and think about it for a long time to pick out a few absolute dead nuts favorites, but I mean, those are the first ones that come to mind. The Bull Mastiff, I love carrying that thing. The Bug Out, one of them. The Growler V2. The Olatans T025, that thing is fantastic. I wish they still sold those, but they're no longer available. Because that was like $25 for a titanium knife with D2. Yeah, my Walmart, I never see knives on clearance. Ever. Bit of a nuisance. That's not a bad deal. I know the squid's pretty cheap. That's kind of one of those everybody's go-to for a good budget knife or a good starter knife. So I know they tend to stay pretty cheap. You know, I mean, I don't think the squid sets out to be rich. What is up, man? Welcome back. But I don't think the squid was meant to be anything kind of world-ending. It's just supposed to be a good, solid knife that you can get for cheap. And I don't think it's meant to be anything more than that. It'll never be anything more than that, but a good starter knife. And I think that's why it caught the hype. Just a... You know, I think the squid caught the hype just because good, solid, cheap, durable knife that was cheap, and still pretty good. Hey, Woodenator, what's going on, man? We call it the dropout. Kaiser drop bear, bench made bug out. That deal. That is all thanks to the Punisher 2. Save him from having to type, hey, that's my idea, or that was my name. Yeah, say what you will, man, but if you can dodge the QC issues, this thing's fantastic. I mean, it's kind of hard to really look at a knife and make sure it's right on the way out the door if you've got your phone in the other hand watching your mom's OnlyFans. I'm honestly not sure. I wish I could tell you. There's no way in hell I could keep track of how many cuts I'm making. You know, let alone how many feet of cardboard it is. I wish I could, but I don't have a good way to do that without going to a ton of extra effort that I'm not going to make. That's kind of why we go by the amount of time spent being cut. So, like, we know normal D2 on every other knife we've done has crapped out right about 4 hours every single time. This one, I don't get it. I don't know if it's the grind on it or how thin the blade stock is or what, but 7 hours on the first one, 6 hours on this one before I physically gave out. And then this has got a brand new 17-degree mirror polished edge before we started to see if that helps longevity or helps edge retention or hurts it. Just kind of getting the last couple answers I want to get out of this before I wrap up making videos on this guy. Yeah, it's... Oh. If you're asking about this, it's D2. Now, y'all are finding some good deals on clearance, man. I can't ever find shit in Walmart on clearance. Well, Sheldon Carey, what's going on? Welcome back, man. How you doing? I am doing great, man. I've had a great day. We might, if you want to go there, like one panel we're averaging, like we'll say this is about, I don't know, 18 inches across at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. About 44 of these cuts, and you know, I'd say 9 inches per side, so 44 times 9. I mean, give or take. I mean, this is 7.5 inches plus 7.5. Okay, so closer to 15. But still, as I said, we are processing tons of feet. Evasive floppy disk, you missed the feet. Well, here's the thing. All right, and I'd mentioned this earlier. Every other knife in D2 that we have done has gone 4 hours. 4, like clockwork, every single time. This did 7. There's something else going on here, and I don't know enough to know exactly what it is. You know, if you want to check the receipts, there is a Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist. And, you know, that'll tell you the results of everything we've done so far. But the D2, the only one that lasted less than 4 hours was this right here. And I went in on some much crazier cardboard and really went ape shit on it because I figured this big ass blade can take it. And I wore it out prematurely. Mad Yako, what's going on, man? Did you ever get your butter out of the fucking freezer? Well, that's the thing. Like, we've done hollow grinds. We've done just about everything that can be done. So this may be just the perfect grind and the perfect stock thickness for this. I'm not 100%, man. Because normally, hollow grinds don't work for this. Normally, hollow grinds make it a wedge and make it really hard to push through the cuts. So someone just may have hit the Goldilocks zone on this and just stumbled across the perfect knife for this specific test. Given the number of warped blades and uneven grinds, I'm not even sure they did the QC on the steel properly. I think they just bought it from like their steel supplier. They just happen to have a really good steel supplier for whoever this OEM is. Because like their OEM is definitely not doing good quality control. I mean, that's the thing. When they're making these things and they're buying the steel for it, they're buying huge batches from basically the same suppliers. So, like, you know, your Gen Knives D2 and your Olatan's D2 and your O-Knife D2 is probably going to be from the same couple of suppliers. You know, so that's why, you know, I just kind of go on the assumption that the heat treatment is good until proven otherwise. You know, it's not like there's dozens and dozens of fly-by-night D2 producers that can supply that much steel to any one person at a time and not have it, you know, have the same D2 like everyone else. And I don't think it's Cryo D2, or they probably would have put that on the box. All we know is we've had it tested. Knockoff Knives did the spectrogram or whatever, confirmed it to be T2. Somebody else that was here earlier said that they had the same spectrometer testing that also came out to D2 for them. So we do know it's D2. Well, no, it's not that. It's, you know, you're not going to find too many small operations just, you know, basically scabbing D2 out with a poor heat treatment that could supply enough for this or anyone else. You know, it's just... Oh yeah, it's cooked right. Arkansas EDC, he snapped the tip off of his to take a look at the grain, and then he snapped it farther back to take a look at the grain. And, you know, the color on the grain structure looked fantastic, and he said it was a really, really nice, tight powder. So the heat treatment on it's good. That's what I'm saying. Like in... I don't know. I dropped a note for Apex Alchemy to do an HRC test on it. So we'll see if that happens. Because I do want to know what the HRC is. I do. Yeah, courtesy of actually Joseph Garcia in here. I've got an Ontario Rat 1 and S35 VN to test out at some point. But yeah, Gravy Seal, we're still going. Oh, wow. I am not sure who gifted that, brother. But you do have a nice collection of emojis to play with. Yeah, the Rat is just a well-designed knife. Well, evasive floppy disk. I guess if you want to pick one, we'll go ahead and do it. I keep holding on to them for super chats that never happen, and I'm not sure why. But if you want to pick one out, go for it. All right, you got it. Blackbird Tactics, what's going on, man? This does not feel like Civivi steel. Gravy Seal, man, thank you so much. KO Knives, what's up? So we got evasive floppy disks, Alien, and Gravy Seal. Do you want one yourself? You want to pick out a figure? So let me finish breaking this down. Alien it is. William Cagiano, what's going on? Oh, I got that from a Best Tech Dundee. Partially deployed my waistband and stabbed the hell out of my finger, and I left a trail of blood from the sales floor through the back room to the bathroom. It sucked. Evasive floppy disk, thank you so much. All right, KO Knives. Gravy Seal has passed the right of first refusal to you to pick a figure out for his super chat. Gabriel, I appreciate you being here for so damn long, man. You spent a while here with us tonight. You got it. I think we got it. Don't tell me the battery's crapped out in this thing. I don't know if I've changed these yet. We're going to get this thing up and running. So I'm willing to bet this is one of the ones I haven't changed the batteries out in yet. Oh, I did not lose a bit, sir. Yeah, those are ancient batteries. That's what happened. Thankfully, no, because you want to see something? And you ain't got to clip shit. I learned my lesson. I actually have an extra T8 now because I ordered the wrong one the first time. I ordered the flat bit and I ordered the T8, and then I realized I already had the T8 left. That's the one that survived, so I had to get a T6. All right, we are going to get this thing running. Like, I wanted to make sure we could do this, so I got batteries. Gentlemen, we're back in business. Well, I certainly can't. I can't live with the thought of failing to deliver for you guys. Oh. Okay, now we can hear the mummy fart. Yeah, no, I was worried there for a second. Can we? What the hell? What the fuck? Guys, we're going to get through this together. All right, what are we doing here, guy? All right, is this dealt with finally? Yeah. Okay, finally! Jesus! I hope you guys appreciate my dedication here. Okay. And I cannot tell you how uncomfortable my hand is now. Like I said, we did last Thursday, we did was it Monday, and now today. My hand has not had enough time to recover from the last couple. But let's see where we're at with this at the 5-hour mark. And time for the forbidden moonshine. Let's see if this paper cut's healed. Oh man. It's healed. And if you aren't familiar with this process, we're getting the tape gunk off of here because it will cause it to snag like crazy on copy paper. You know, and I thought with a good solid paper cut right here, I'd be able to give y'all a good show when the denatured alcohol kicked in, but nope. Apparently I had become immune to the forbidden moonshine. Okay, so that's good. Okay, what are we looking like after a hair under 5 hours total? So now we're starting to get a good solid snag on here. Like we can still do that with it if we go fast. Our slow cut is like y'all can kind of see here, like it's getting ragged, but for the love of shit, we're still doing that. We got like a little less than 5 hours of this activity, and we're doing this. Okay, my next knife, I have no clue what it's going to be. At all. I literally just cracked open that Ontario Rat 1 and S35 VN. No, there aren't any rolls on the edge or anything like that. Like, it's still holding up real nice. Yeah, I'm not seeing any rolls or anything else. Like, it's still going quite strong. You know, this is what I was talking about. Like, if you guys didn't catch the last 2 live streams of these things, this is insanity. I'm trying, like I've got stuff picked out on Amazon. And one of the things I got picked out is a $10 knife that's got the donut theme on it, just to see how crappy it is. But I've still got like another 12 weeks or something like that worth of knives to go through. And it's like, is it 407 gear, the full-size Urban Ranger? That's what I'd like to pick up next. but I am broke. I am broke. Which is one of the reasons I'm so pumped up about being able to turn on the ad revenue for the channel. There's money actually showing up from that already. Because like all of your super chats and memberships and stuff like that, that's going right back into the channel. The ad revenue is going to go to help keep the lights on in the house. And, you know, if I keep building, sooner or later I'll hit the point where it's like a couple $100 extra a month. And, like just getting a couple $100 extra a month would be life-changing right now. Like I've also got to set up my Etsy shop with all the lanyard beads in it. I think if we need these things demonetized, I need to start talking like Kanye West, not you. There's not much you can do from your end. Book, you son of a bitch! Why are you continuing to fuel my silent rage? Children could have read that. Whew. Yeah, and I mean, we had talked about this earlier too, but like on the budget side, Gerber, Kershaw, and Schrade are just a no-go. You know, they're still making budget knives like it was 15 years ago, and you know, they're getting their asses handed to them by just about everybody. Well, Kershaw definitely, here's the thing, all right, with what you can buy from Kershaw on a budget now, it would have been awesome like 10, 12 years ago. 10, 12 years ago, you know, it's just like Kershaw, I've got the Kershaw Neon Lightyear, the Buzz Lightyear knife. I love that, but still a little outdated. The Kershaw camshaft, pretty decent little assisted opener. You know, so it's not like it's the worst thing ever. It's not. But they really need to catch up with the times. And Schrade, it's again like the stuff they make that I've got, it's like they were doing better. So like the Schrades that I have upstairs, the Boneyard and the Magic Assisted Opener, they're pretty good for what they are, but they're still outdated. And then you got this on the low end of Schrade, and it's like, bro, this is a face only a gas station could love. But, you know, we ask about my favorite knife. This is the one I've got the most history with. This Schrade Old Timer Beast 470T. I have had this thing since like 1998. And it's got some stories, and I got some history with it. This is so much better than the low-end Schrades. And I wish they were still doing stuff like this. I would love to have an updated version of this. And that's kind of what I was going for with the design that I sent to KO, was kind of updating something like this to make it more my taste and give me the same experience, but with something modern. You know, flipper tab, well, not a flipper tab, but a thumb hole. You know, you got your liner lock, you got a blade shape I like a bit more. You know, you got all the good things. There's like a liner lock in 1998. You know, it's missing a pocket, it's missing a pocket clip, and like I could use some more modern conveniences on it. But I mean, God almighty, this thing has taken so many years of abuse. I mean, so many years of straight up abuse. I think at one point I sharpened this with a file and finished it off on one of those gray stones that comes with the $5 survival knives at flea markets. Like, it soaked up so much more punishment, so much punishment. Here's the thing. If they just update their budget stuff, update how they're making budget stuff. Like if they were up to par with the quality of Ganzo or Sativian or someone like that, just like that, like they could dominate a whole section of the market that they're not dominant, like they're struggling in right now. You know, that could be a huge paradigm shift for the company as a whole. You know, you look at, with the exception of the ST-155, what Sativian can do for like 25, 30 bucks. You know, if Kershaw, especially if Kershaw and Gerber could catch up with that and start making stuff on that level for the same price, Jesus Christ. You know, you talk about the diehard Gerber and Kershaw fans shitting their pants collectively simultaneously. My God. You know, and as much as I dislike the fact that Ganzo does make a lot of just straight up clones, you know, the build quality on those things is, you know, very, very, very acceptable. Yeah, I said I don't mess with Ganzo. They are notorious for cloning stuff, so it's like I'd rather not buy a Ganzo and not know that I'm buying a clone until it's too late. You know, that ends up being money wasted. It's like Grow. You know, I bought stuff that looked really original, and it turns out it was a clone, so I don't really mess with Grow either. But, you know, I gave away an axis lock that I was, you know, it looked good. I don't think it's a clone of anything. The action on that thing was smooth. The build quality was there. Like, Jake Snakes, what's up? I love me some Cold Steel, man. Like, I am putting away pennies at a time, trying to save up for a Cold Steel mayhem. I fucking love some Cold Steel. You know, I know that now that they're like GSM Outdoors or whatever the hell it is, the quality's dipped a little bit. I know the QC has dipped a little bit, but that's who you turn to if you want a goofy, like, overbuilt pocket tank that you can carry easily. Like, you want a comfortable to carry pocket sword or a comfortable to carry pocket tank that you could kill a boat with if you needed to. Cold Steel's you guys. Fook, don't get into it. I don't want to hear about your Cold Steel mayhem. Yeah, like, honestly, if I could get out into the woods and play, I've got the Cold Steel Cavalry Saber machete that I really want to get out there and fuck around with. You know, I'll show you something, though. Moderately interesting. Not this one. Give me a second here. I gotta dig it out of the mess. Is it here? No, it's not here. That's not it. Ah! Roger Tin Counting Hoe. I'm gonna go with that. I tried to pronounce it. I don't know how many boxes I have, dude. Like, I have got so many boxes of shredded cardboard I gotta take to work and recycle. It's not funny, and I keep forgetting to throw them in the truck. It's gonna take me probably the better part of 2 weeks if I grab a couple at a time to take them in. But, yeah, SOG, Cold Steel, and Camillus were all in the same booth at Blade Show. But this is my Cold Steel Bowie machete. That's what did that right there. It's tasted blood and now it wants more. I can give you a negative right now. This thing, we did a cardboard slayer on it and it took no time to start cutting like shit. And that's because the bevels on the edge right here, one was 17 degrees and one of them was like 23 degrees. I had to go to my 2x72 belt grinder and hog material off to get it within range of putting it back to a good edge. And then I'm also going to say the Cold Steel 1911. One of the biggest pieces of shit we've tested so far. Like, it's a cool design. I love the concept. I love the fact that this is modeled after the grip on a 1911. But God almighty, the steel on this is straight trash. It's like 4116. This is some of the worst steel that we have tested out of everything we've done. That is down there with the $5 Ozark Trail axis locks. It is so nasty. It's just such a big piece. And I'm disappointed by that 1911 too. Oh, at some point I'm making my own Warhammer. Don't know when, but it's going to happen. I got the tools and I know how to do it. You know, whenever I get back into the... Yeah. God, the 1911 was so promising starting out too, but Jesus Christ. And this is coming from a Cold Steel fan. Like, I love me some Cold Steel, but God, that thing is garbage. But when I get back in the hot side of the shop, first thing I got to do is make me a tomahawk out of a ball peen hammer that's been on my list of shit to make forever now. And I do plan on making myself a Warhammer. Yeah, I know they've been out for like a few weeks or something like that, because, yeah, again, if you want to see like the full breakdown, my Cardboard Slayer Aftermath playlist has that on there. It'll say something like, so, about the Cold Steel 1911. Like, I don't do this without sharing with y'all what happened afterwards. But yeah, like, EDC and Lace posted a picture on Instagram, and it took me about, I think, a week and some change to go, oh yeah, I should go get one of those. And somehow I wound up, like, I went looking to see if anyone else had videos on these before I uploaded mine, and there were like no long form videos at all on it. Like I said, I've got my SOG Terminus XR. And again, if you get the right version of that knife, it's great. A lot of guys don't like the axis lock on it, but I do. And I've got the SOG Flash AT, and I don't know why they combined an axis lock with an assisted opener with a really strong spring, because it's really hard to close one-handed. And I got a little SOG multi-tool, but it's got the same garbage-ass pocket clip that the first Terminus XR came with. So it's nearly impossible to carry comfortably. Oh, I like that, Punisher. I like that. Mystical Grape, what's up? So this is an axis lock right here. All right, you pull on the lock and you close the knife. You pull on the lock, you open the knife. That's all it is. It's a very fun and enjoyable method of opening and closing, and the axis lock tends to be actually a lot stronger than it looks like it should be. No problem, no problem. Happy to share. Actually, we were talking about Cutlery Lover on the last stream we did with this, and what's going to happen is he's going to get let's try 17 different snacks. I bought these coins. You know, let's try food from Japan and a couple other things, and then he'll get around to this thing. Like, he has branched out way too far from what he was doing. Yeah, Axis Lock was originally Benchmade's, and then, well, thank you for the sub. But Benchmade had the patent on the Axis Lock, and when the patent expired, all hell broke loose, and everybody was making them. Well, I mean, I've been saying it all night. Just make sure you dodge the catastrophic quality control issues that might show up. And as long as you get one without the QC issues, you're set. Yeah, if y'all haven't gone over to Alex's Knives and Such and dropped a sub for him, please do. We're trying to get him as close to 1,000 as we can by the end of the night. Because right now, I don't think that's too much more than you had before you started, before you dropped by here. I'm normally live once a week, and We'll be doing this for however long it takes to wreck the edge of a knife. Next week, I can finally get back to doing my usual. There will be 4 knives sitting on this table with numbers on them, and I will roll a 20-sided die to pick out which one we use. So we'll be back to doing them at random. Because my last 4 live streams have been 3 on these guys and 1 on my Kaiser Nice guy that I had to get done. We are up to 5 hours, 43 minutes, and 38 seconds. Motherfucker, that Revo is going to be a random. All right, and just plan on that being a little bit of a shit show. I said, Alex has got over 1,000 videos to go through. He's got probably about 200, maybe more videos than I've got out right now. Tell you what, one of you guys do me a favor, go back and count the cuts, and then let me know how many it was. Right, I got a feeling the Revo's probably going to be about 20-30 minutes in, and then we got to sharpen it. And then, so what I'm doing right now is I'm seeing how long it takes for us to destroy the edge on this thing. And in this particular case, I've already done a live stream on this one. It took 7 hours to wear the edge out. That is ridiculously good performance. This one, the first live stream I did, I got 6 hours before physically I couldn't go anymore. And so we called it there. And then I put a 17-degree mirrored edge on here, hand sharpened. So we're seeing if that makes a difference. It might make a difference, it might not. KO, welcome back. And I lost track of what I was saying before that. The Fox is coming up eventually. I'm not sure exactly when. I want to carry a nice knife or two to wash the Revo stink off me. And then I'll probably put that up against the Camillus Cirque and see which one everybody wants to see more. I mean, dude, I've carried enough shit knives that I know what I'm getting into. You know, I had some idea the Revo was going to be bad, but I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Well, we're going to vote on that during a live stream at the end of the week. This week, since I couldn't do my live stream last night, I put it up to a vote in the community post. Normally we vote during a live stream, but this week it is the K-Bar Becker BK40. That is the carry for this week. So this is an Ozark Trail you can buy at Walmart for $10 if they have them in stock. Which is part of why we're all tripping out about how good it's doing. Because it has no business doing this at $10. All right. The blade, the steel is D2. And the D2 on every other knife we've done has lasted about 4 hours. This one's kind of creeping into 6 hours. And still going. Like I said, the first one did 7 hours, and I had to go crazy to wreck the edge, which I'm going to have to do tonight too. And I got the perfect box for it. Check out this crazy double wall bullshit. The edge crush test is 51 pounds. So I'm gonna have to just light that thing up. Oh, it's not D2, then what is it? Because someone else also had the testing done and said it is D2. I forget who it was. It was mentioned earlier in the stream, but I think Max Level EDC said something about that. Oh, I knew it was going to be 6 hours, man. Also, 0 Bytes, what's up? CR12. What the fuck is CR12? No worries, Alex. I still appreciate you being here. What the hell is CR12? Like, and why did somebody else test it and also get D2? I wish I could remember who else said. Someone came in the stream. It might have been Max Level EDC. It was, because he said he had it tested too and it was D2. So I'm wondering if the nickel is what's doing the job here then. This is getting so beat up, guys. Well, no, it wouldn't be listed as CR12. It'd be listed as D2. That's the blade steel. Unfortunately, this has no model name. It is just 7.5-inch folding knife. And the website is sold out everywhere. So your best bet is to order online for local pickup at the closest Walmart to you, and then they're going to get it from the nearest store, or they're going to let you know when it's back in stock and they have one for you. Now, Mystical Grape, one thing you need to know. These things are plagued with some quality control issues. This one has some knot terminal. The blade's just very badly centered and the grind is not even on top. It makes it look warped. But there are some that are having lock failures on it that are worth noting. So you need to make sure you check yours over carefully when you get it. And I would pick it up at the store so you can basically exchange it or return it whenever, if it's not good when you get it. That's just me. I'm not sure, like, you know, the axis lock spring, that's just going to be a matter of due time. I know some guys have said they've had the springs, some guys have said they've had the springs fail on them. So that is also something else worth noting. But I don't really have a good way to test that out myself. And folks, let me tell you right now, the only thing keeping me going at this point is spite. Spite for what? I don't know. But I am exhausted. My hand and my shoulder and my arm are so damn tired. And I am continuing to go on because fuck you, that's why. James, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yeah, that's a direct quote from me. I keep going because fuck you, that's why. Okay, so now we got some cardboard that's pretty much the same edge crest test as we've been doing, but it's newer cardboard and it's still a little bit stiffer than the last handful of boxes we've done. So let's see how well it likes this stuff. Right? Well, here's the thing. We knew we were going to be at this for a while. This knife has already done 7 hours. Well, this one did 6. The other one I did 7. And, yeah, we're still getting clean enough cuts. Well, I let him know that, like, we got the first draft of the blade done, and then there was some stuff to edit, but that's about it. That's all I know. You know, and I don't know if you were here a few minutes ago, but it was like I was telling the guys. You know, basically I'm looking for an updated version of this with, like, my preferences added to it. Because I love this thing. I want this experience back, but modernized. I need some emotional support water. And Sway, what's up? It's been a minute, hadn't it? Huh. Yeah, see, like, these are still easy cuts. They're not tearing or rolling or anything right now. Like, this is ridiculous. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting to see what my new live stream schedule is going to look like once I get to my new store. My schedule's not too fixed in place yet. It looks like it's still a bit all over the map, which may be just time to work with other team leads to see how things are done at that store. I'm not sure yet. And I know emotional support water sounds like a great name for alcohol, but it actually is water. Yeah, oh, so just order one for local pickup, and they'll get it as soon as they can, and then you'll have one there waiting on you. Just check for QC issues. I appreciate it, Anthony. Like, it's weird that this has turned into... It's weird that this has turned into a thing, but I'm glad it did. Because I have sat here and done this without anything but my thoughts to keep me company, and I cannot tell you how miserable that was. But yeah, you'll see people like the guys that get absolute donkeys that failed every last bit of QC on the way out. Those guys justifiably have terrible opinions of this thing. Yeah, the live streams are taking off. I got my watch hours to turn on the ad revenue. Thanks to everybody's generosity with the super chats and the channel memberships. We are right on the cusp of picking up the electronic sharpness tester, which the money for that will be paid out at the end of next month. So just waiting on that. Like a lot of things are happening in one go. So I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but you know, if I can build the channel up enough where the ad revenue actually amounts to something, you know, it's like $6, $6.28 for every 1,000 views. You know, so if I can build that up enough to just get a couple $100 extra a month in for the bills, that would be kind of life-changing right now. I know I'm on the right track here because, you know, things are happening. Oh, nice, man. Like, I didn't realize watch hours were a thing until I was up around 3,200, something like that. And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, but that's a lot of long-form video work. That's a lot of live stream work. I'm looking forward to seeing what my total watch hours on this are, because we have been maintaining and thank you for that. Everybody that's lurking right now and just watching, thank you so much for being here, because our concurrent count has been significantly higher than normal this time, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Like, sincerely. Blinded Starlight, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome. I'd have to look at my total, but like I passed 4,000 not that long ago. That said, I just turned on ad revenue and everything. I mean, a cat on the keyboard is a high quality problem to have. Oh, nice. Yeah, those things are definitely, they are stellar budget knives. Shout out time. We have been at it for 6 hours, 3 minutes, and 11 seconds. So if you discount, you know, short breaks and stuff like that, I think we can comfortably call it about 5.5 hours of cutting so far. But that's the thing. Like, this is the third one of these I've done. I am a masochist, apparently. Yeah, like I said, I mean, his that he snapped, the grain structure on it looked so good, even with a blurry camera. Oh, dude, that's cool. Like, I love it when cheap knives that were kind of intended to be throwaways survive that long. Like, that's always awesome to see. Like, that's one thing that I don't find around here that I'd like to, is just knives that were kind of intended to be throwaways that have hung out and survived for that long. It's like almost all my knives from before my divorce are gone. I got the one left over. Actually, I've got a couple, and it's the Schrade 470T, and I got his little brother, which I think is upstairs. But I've got so much history with that Schrade. My God. We're just going to go with Husky while I say hi, because I'm not sure how the rest of that works out. But, again, you gotta love stuff like that that survives just absolute abuse. You know, that's one of those things I was showing everybody earlier, my Schrade 470T Beast. No worries, dude. But that thing has survived so much just rampant abuse. Stuff, again, like, I snapped the tip off on that thing, hollowing out the middle of a golf ball. Just to give you an idea of the kind of shit I put it through. And just took it to the bench grinder, zipped a new tip on there, and went right back. And finished hollowing out that golf ball. Because I learned nothing. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the last time I really played Call of Duty was Call of Duty World War II. And God, I loved that game up until it hit a point where the faster your internet connection was, the worse the hit detection got. Bro, I cannot tell you how much time I spent raging the fuck out. Oh, nice. I've actually got a couple of collector's tin Winchesters, and the custom scale that I made for mine years and years ago finally fell off because it wasn't epoxied down very well. But Anthony, I appreciate it, man. I definitely appreciate it. We are definitely going to lengths no one else is willing to go to for this. Yeah, my closest claim to fame in the gaming realm is I got a buddy of mine that streams on Twitch that really fucking good at Fortnite. We were doing a podcast together for a minute, and my work schedule took me clean out of that, which sucks. It was fun. It's kind of hard to do a podcast with like 6 people that are all on mic together. I'll give it that, but we made it work. But I get to see him at Blade Show almost every year. You remember going up on the top of the thing to get the volleyball off of there? And look at the Sledgehammer logo, like how difficult that was? And you'd have like a line of guys trying to go through all those jumps to get up there for the longest. I have not tried any timber rattler, sadly. Like, one thing to note about this channel is I am extremely broke. I'm on a budget of tens of dollars. I haven't tried everything out there, and there's no way I can keep up with the latest stuff that just dropped. Like, it just doesn't happen here. So I wind up doing stuff to this, like this to knives that nobody else is looking at to get reviews on those. I just got real lucky with this one that I got out of the gate first. Yeah. Oh, no way in hell am I going to buy something from Bud K unless it's to destroy because it's fun to destroy crap you don't care about. Like, sometimes destroying garbage is just fun. No way in hell would I be caught dead buying anything off of Bud K on purpose. Just getting that out there. Which some of the guys here might know more than I do, but I think it's... Fuck you, Michael! But, I mean, if you're buying it to test it and beat on it, hell yes. Party on, my dude. I don't want you buying something like that and thinking you're getting a good deal on something that's going to be super high quality, because that ain't Bud K. Alright. Bud K is from when you don't want to walk to the gas station. Hey, Woodinator, you're not wrong. Wood would give us something different here, but I'm not, like, I am in a carpeted room. I am not going to fill the carpet up with wood shavings at all. And I'm not set up to do that outside, really. You know, it's like, this right here is what I am best set up to do, and this is what I am best equipped to do with the resources I have at hand. Huh. I have not heard of that, but that's pretty cool. Oh, no, you're good. It's not like you're not making a valid point. That's the thing. Like, you're making a valid point. It's just one of those things where, you know, with my setup and my resources, this is, you know, what I'm set up to do. But I would love to be able to go in and do harder testing. I got to figure out how to set the camera up and do a bunch of other stuff that I don't really have going on. So this is a lanyard with a bead that I made out of a handle that I snapped off of a pry bar years ago. So that was so I could differentiate it from this one, because this one was not sharpened the same way that one was sharpened. This one was a quick zip job on a belt grinder. This was hand sharpened to 17 degrees per side. Mediocre, what's up? Welcome back, man. Yeah, like if I start doing collaborations, you know, I'll be letting people know for sure. You know, it's kind of like guys that want to send me stuff until they find out you never send me anything that you want to get back. Ever. Ever. Yeah, you ain't getting it back. That's not a terrible test for overall durability. That doesn't give you a whole lot for edge retention over prolonged use, but I get the feeling that's not what you're after there. Jesus Christ, Wilderness, you are aroused. Are you sure you did the right thing letting go of a knife you are so sexually attracted to, sir? Say, hey, buddy, you want your waifu back? Oh, God. Yeah, I saw that. How you doing, Mediocre? Now, see, Husky might be onto something. Husky might be onto something. The ice test. If I can figure out how to get that set up and done, that'd be something. You know, my other part of it too is like I don't have software set up or cameras set up to edit these things when I film them. You know, it's like I am recording on the phone that I carry every day and use as a phone. I am reading my comments on the phone I upgraded out of and no longer has a SIM card in it, but it's on Wi-Fi. I've got $30 ring light here and $30 ring light where I do my long form videos, and that's my whole setup. So I got to do everything in one take or do it on a live stream. At some point, if the channel grows enough to justify it and the revenue coming in off it justifies it, I'll be looking at a camera and something to edit videos on and all that. Oh yeah, dude, I have watched tons of Forged in Fire. I have 4 people I know personally that have been on Forged in Fire. As a matter of fact, one of the guys said he is going to hook me up with one of his knives that he showed me a prototype for at Blade Show this year. One of my other guys, as a matter of fact, something really cool. Okay, so I was making these resin Buddhas as fridge magnets and whatever. They're magnets that, you know, you just kind of, anything steel you can stick to them. They got neodymiums in the bottom. But when I make these for my friends, I will pray over them. I'll put the good juju on them, you know, nothing but good fortune. And I put one of these on his hydraulic press that he made out of a log splitter. And this, not this one, but one of these that I made was in the background at his episode of Forged in Fire. You can see it sitting on top of his press. So Ozark has made, I think, 4 other axis locks before this one. Believe it or not. Like, if you look up the videos on YouTube, they go nuts every time they do. This one, however, is fantastic. We have been cutting up cardboard with this thing for going on 6 hours now, and it's still going. Well, that is a lanyard with a lanyard bead on it. Also, I'm gonna try to pronounce it. Re-rig, welcome. Tim McCall, welcome. How y'all doing? I've got a Gerber Guardian from the 1980s. It's really cool, little combat dagger. But yeah, I'm doing good, man. I've had a great day so far. And I'm here doing this, and I get to hang out with you guys. So I'm having a great time. Yeah, and I mean, I'm gonna take a look at my options and see what's the easiest and most brain dead way to do things. Because like I like DankPod's setup. He just uses an iPhone and bounces it over to a MacBook, and he does his editing there, and he's good. I know he's going over to Linux now. I'm not even gonna begin to try to learn Linux. I'd rather like rinse a tuna salad out of my own ass than do that. But yeah, this is $10, D2. That's the big thing, is D2. No, but if you record on an iPhone and go over to a MacBook, you're in the Apple ecosystem. They bounce right off each other. Unfortunately, William, it's not ringing a bell for me. Maybe somebody else has got an idea. One of our gentlemen in the chat. KO's on the case. He's real good at stuff like that. So we can see where the cuts are a little fuzzy on this softer cardboard. So the edge wear is definitely real. That does sound a lot like a karambit. A kunai of some sort? A folder with a ring on it. Tell you what. We open up Chrome, we'll see if it was a Gerber Chameleon. Sir, was it this knife? Okay, now we know. But, so now that y'all know, the knife he was talking about is this right here, a Gerber Chameleon. Brother, I am a home gamer at best. I'm not using my phone for anything but watching videos and faceballs and YouTube and all that. Any gaming I do, any serious gaming, is on a PS5. Like I'm either doing PS5 or I'm doing Nintendo 64 or Super Nintendo or NES or something vintage like that. But I have been a console gamer since about 1987, so that's not likely to change anytime soon. Back in the Windows 3.1 days, I also played a lot of PC games, but that's because that's what I had access to. And back then, if you wanted a PC game for free, you just borrowed your friend's copy and dumped it on there, or you just copied the discs and called it a day. It was easy to get software for free. Just one of your friends had to have a copy and you were good to go. You're good, folk. KO, I told you to quit licking it. That's what you get when you don't listen. Oh, God. So there was stuff like Duke Nukem 1 and 2, Jazz Jackrabbit, BC Racers, Wolfenstein 3D. There was Doom. There was like Commander Keen. God, so many DOS and Windows games. Just so many. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. There was The Adventures of Sam and Max. Sam and Max Hit the Road. There was Day of the Tentacle. There was Wacky Wheels. Entertaining Mario Kart clone. There was Epic Pinball. Epic Pinball was fucking phenomenal. Oh, God. No. Disney's Coaster. Has anybody played Disney's Coaster on like Windows? Yeah, no, the old Duke Nukem. But Disney had a roller coaster building game on Windows 3.1. I did play SimCity. I got pretty good at building those things. You remember if you hit the right roller coaster at the end, all four of their faces are just fucking blown? It took me forever to finally get a coaster built that could do that. That could like do more damage than the Matterhorn to them. I don't remember the VIC-20. However, I was playing on an 8086. I have played on a Commodore 64. I have played on a Commodore Plus 4. Those were a lot of fun. Oh, Leisure Suit Larry. Remember that? That would never fly today, but that was fun. Well, no, that was the thing is I built cities where they were so big and generating revenue so fast that I could just basically rebuild the second the tornado was over and be good. But like it was really just overclocking the city. Let's get the Forbidden Moonshine out. Yeah, he's like the one like Apogee. Those are some really good games. Epic Mega Games. Those were good back in the day. Oh, God. 55 to 58. That's going to be fun to beat on and just see what happens. What was it? There was a knife I just looked at. It was the Becker BK40. It was like 55 to 58 HRC. So I'm curious to see how that holds up to this treatment. Do I have any fresh cuts anywhere? Sorry, guys. Yeah, I was going to test out the Forbidden Moonshine on a cup for you, but I don't have a fresh one. They're all old and healed. Or healed enough. Bro, I actually finished Oregon Trail one time. One fucking time. They had one of those half days in elementary school, but my parents were like, yeah, we don't want you in the house, so no. And I just sat there and played Oregon Trail, and I made it all the way through to the end. And let me tell you, towards the end there, that shit got, yeah, you rafted, and that shit got fast as fuck, boy. Okay. Okay. That is 6 hours of cutting. 6 hours. I know. This is not the most reliable test in the world. It only does so much, but normally after like 3.5 hours, we have a big snag right here that just ain't showing up. Because I know last time we did this, at about 6 hours, we had a pretty large snag that was showing up that would hang up and tear the paper. We're not getting this. Oh no, like, I had to do it first try. I didn't save shit. That's more like it. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere with the wear and tear. But yeah, no, like, I don't think you understand. Like, again, all of our D2 has crapped out after 4 hours. After 4 hours, it wasn't doing that. There's a reason I'm so heavily tripped out by these things going this damn long. And it seems like the edge that I put on here did help a whole lot, because anyone that was there Monday, or not Monday, Saturday, or whatever the fuck it was, when we did this last time, at the 6 hour mark, it was not cutting the paper that nicely. Yeah, so we have done several D2 knives. Several. And the edge was worn. It was worn to the point where we had to call it. You know, when we're cutting the cardboard up and the cardboard starts to wad and roll up around the edge instead of cut on almost every single cut, we pull the plug. Everything else we've done has crapped out at the 4 hour mark like clockwork. This is part of why I'm spending so much time at this. Time as this. Well, no. So we did this on the 7 hour stream. The first one of these we did, the first example. And at the 6.5 hour mark or so, I grabbed some of the super heavy duty cardboard and went ape shit on it to kill the edge. It's probably the same thing we're going to have to do here. Because believe me, this stuff right here, you throw you about 30 to 40 minutes of super aggressive, angry ass cuts in it, and it's gonna dull out. You know, and that's going to unreasonable measures. Kaiserion, these are the feet of a hard-working man. Yes, they are. I'm gonna give myself another minute or two here just for some emotional support water. And to get my shit back together to go back in on this thing. Steins versus Knives. What is up, man? Welcome. Brother, we got 6 hours of cutting on this thing. 6 hours. We have been at this for 6 hours, and look at this bullshit. Luke, yes, it's D2. This is the same Ozark Trail we did on the last Ozark Trail live stream. I just sharpened it and put a mirrored 17-degree edge on both sides. Well, like, we've joked about it, but I kind of wonder, like, instead of course, spicy content, just do ASMR content. Just pick up some cardboard and just start cutting and don't say a damn word and see what happens. I don't feel like paying to set an account up like that, but it's just it's a fun thought exercise. Like, what would that actually do? Yeah, it's again. Well, like, other guys have done that to this thing, more or less. Who was it? Arkansas EDC. He hammered this thing into a small tree, like a tree branch about that big around, and just hammered it and hammered it and hammered it, and it wouldn't break. He had to jam it in there and snap the tip on purpose. Yeah, did you see how nice the grain looked when he snapped it too? Like, did you see how nice that grain was when he snapped it off? Oh shit, you got the Hey Woodinator seal of approval. Nice. Like I said, we hit that 30-minute, we hit 30 more minutes with this. I'm getting the double barrel shit and going nuts. Oh, trust me, I would love it if, like, Walmart, like, if someone at Walmart saw this looking for reviews on these things and shot me a message to do some kind of work together. It's like, here, we got something else we want you to check out. Is it tip down? Pass. That's the only thing that stops me from buying a lot of Ozark Trails. They're all tip down. I fucking hate tip down carry. I mean, here's the thing that we're looking at too, is like, we're kind of past the point where the grind and edge geometry should be keeping it on its feet this fucking long. It's like, we've had other things. We sharpened at 17 degrees. It did not go nearly this long. Well, it seems like there's got to be some presence in the community. I don't know, because it seems like somebody in the community had some input here, because they would not have released an axis lock in D2 otherwise. Like, someone involved in this had to know what was going on. Because like I said, if Ozark Trail started doing this consistently, they started doing this consistently, that could cause an entire shift in the budget in the community. You know, at least among enthusiasts, which I know Ozark Trail is not prime, but at least with enthusiasts, like, you know, they could get so many. Oh no, it's not that they figured out, and let's be honest here, there's a million other knives that do Ozark, that do axis locks that look roughly like this. I mean, the Kaiser Drop Bear and the Vosteed Raccoon are two of the easiest things I can think of that do the same thing with roughly the same shape. So it's not that. It's someone figured out how to get everything working this smoothly, everything put together this well for the most part, outside of the QC issues, on D2 steel for $10. Like, that's the impressive part. But if they consistently keep releasing stuff like this, even at a slow trickle, you know, at the $10 price point, if they keep dropping stuff that performs this well, that could end up causing a shift in the, yeah, $10. Well, I can promise you this did not have Civivi's hands on it, or it would not have these quality control issues, these massive quality control issues. Well, I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody. Inspect it before you leave. That way, make sure the lock works good, make sure the blade's centered well enough. You know, but I was saying, if Walmart can consistently just trickle out a new knife every couple of months that has the D2 on it and some kind of feature like this that actually does a good job like this one is, there could be a pretty large shift in the budget in the community, as everyone's like trying to get rid of 8CR13 as fast as possible and move into D2 on the low end, which could eventually bring like S35VN down to where D2 spot is right now. Oh no, I'm not saying that they are going to. I'm saying if they did. You know, I have a little bit of hope that maybe the next thing that comes out is going to be this good. But if they keep doing this, you know, people, you know, guys move off of 8CR13 as fast as they can, and that could, in theory, bring like S35VN down to what D2 spot is right now. Oh God, no! Like, for the first time this lock got designed and implemented and made to work, I can't even imagine how much effort and thought went into that. Because, I mean, this is such a huge shift from every other lock when it was first released. Like, just giant shift, you know. For us, axis locks are like as common as houseflies now. The Sheffield I might believe, but Swiss Tech, like how the hell do you get from Swiss Tech's quality to this quality control? How? All right. Again, when there are no QC issues, it's fantastic. What's it called? That's what it's called. It's not gonna make I guarantee you it's not going to make Benchmade and Microtech move an inch on their prices. Nothing will. All right. Jesus himself could come down with an 11th commandment that says, thou shalt not overcharge for a bug out. And they're still going to be like, nah, fuck you. I have not seen the Glock bayonet. No, we're still calling it the dropout around here. Chippy, what's up? Welcome. I work retail at a store, so I can have all the cardboard I want for free and then take it back to get it recycled. I've just got to remember to put the stuff in the truck so I can take it to work and put it in the baler. Husky, this is not Benchmade quality. It's very, very good. It's way better than it has any business being. But if you hold this and then you hold an actual bug out, the difference is night and day. They just both have axis locks. Cop-out's not a bad one. I will give you that. Cop-out is not a bad one. Oh, sold out. Sold out's a good one too. I like that. But like, if you hold a bug out and you hold one of these and you know, you actually play with these things, the difference is night and day. All right, they have features in common, but two totally different beasts. Oh yeah. No, the price difference is huge, but these are also not being sold to the same person unless they're like me or like us, but these are not aimed at the same person. You know, like this thing, I have it in the lineup, and at some point, the 20-sided die of Destiny is going to pick this for us to do the Cardboard Slayer on and the S30V. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not looking forward to it because this thing has seen very little use and it's in pristine condition. However, it needs to be used. So if I do Cardboard Slayer and get out of the way, I'm not going to be scared of that first drop on it. And that should be a good live stream. Like, that should be a good stream, seeing how this does. Because again, I don't think this is something anybody else would even think of doing on a live stream with one of these. It's such a good idea, I had it. Well, see, like, about 150 bucks is about as high end as I want to get for the most part. You know, I'm hoping I can catch my Cold Steel Mayhem on sale somewhere for 130, 140 bucks. It might happen if I wait long enough, which You know, I've been saving for ages, and I've only got like $120 to go towards it right now. So, you know, the wait is on. But yeah, like, there's a lot of us that want both, you know, no doubt. But, you know, Benchmade's trying to sell the bug out to a different person than Walmart's trying to sell this Ozark Trail to. Oh no, that S30V is going to hold up to a lot of abuse. However, if it craps out in 7 hours at about the same time this one does, I am going to freak the fuck out. You guys will see me suffer a worse existential crisis than the one I suffered when I yeeted my wee hobbits at Mach fuck across the war room because I made a stupid mistake. RXN 2016, I am good at the quotes. I'm good at the quotes. Zemo with the BMO, what is up? How you doing, man? Yeah, and I mean, like, the heart of this channel. This channel is trying to find inexpensive knives that are very, very good. You know, very, very good, inexpensive knives that aren't that well known are kind of what we search for here. Partly because it's what my budget allows, and partly because it's the thing I enjoy finding the most. Something that's really good at a budget price, and it's not that well known yet. I've found a few bangers like that. You know, I hate the fact that my Olatans is a... So, do I consider budget? It's something under about $50. So $50 or less is where my budget is. You know, once I get up above $50, I've got to like really think about that purchase. You know, because like a lot of guys, here's a shiny new budget knife. Check it out. It's only $230. Fuck you. That's not budget. Fuck your mom. Fuck your face and the face that got road for you to be here. No, sorry. $50 or less is a good budget place, and you know, the guys that are watching this channel for the most part are in the same boat. We don't have a ton of money, so we got to be careful making our decisions. You know, if I look at something and it's a total piece of shit, but it's shiny and looks attractive, it's good to find that, you know. Again, I don't know why it's holding its edge like this. I don't. Oh no, I'm in a Facebook group where guys regularly buy and sell knives that are like, I've seen them go up for sale for like $8,000. You know? Yeah, I've heard tell Chuck Norris pissed in the quench tank, and that's what happened. Oh my god, dude. Oh, the gel shadow.
I can't not watch them no matter how angry I get.
And then I go and read the comments. I love reading the comments on those. It's like, I would give $150 to $200 for that. It's like, you poor sweet dumb bitch. No. Well, you didn't miss much, hey Woodinator. Yeah, no, they're Temu knives, but it's like, what can I get for $178? Approximately $14 worth of Temu knives. If they're on sale, you might get them for $11. So, Husky, believe it or not, I've got a playlist. I do something called the Super Budget Showdown every so often. It is 10 weeks of carrying knives $15 or less and stacking them up against each other to see how they do. One of them was Temu. 10 weeks of carrying Temu knives. So I have that playlist if you want to check it out in the Super Budget Showdown. Crypt Orchid? No, this is D2. But welcome. How you doing? This is D2. I have been cutting with it for 6.5, getting close to 6 hours and 45 minutes worth of cutting. The edge is still not dead. But yes, I have the most expensive knife I own. So I've got the Benchmade Bug Out, the M390 with aluminum scales. It's about $275. That was a gift from a friend. I've got a Puma Prince knife that I can't find a definite price on, but I've seen them for around $600. But that's like new with the case and all that. Mine is, it's used. The case I think I gave away to my cousin's fiance when they were getting married, kind of a welcome to the family with a knife in it of some kind. I've got that Gerber Guardian, I believe it's Gerber Guardian Mark II combat knife. That's another $300-ish. And I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, it's a hollow grind. It's a very shallow hollow grind, and hollow grinds don't normally work for this. They turn into wedges, but this one is just zipping right through it. I've also got, well, Temu knives are just generally garbage. You can find some that work pretty decent, but they still have their issues. But I've also got my Rocky Rambo 2 First Blood prop replica knife autographed by Sylvester Stallone, and I have no idea monetarily what that's worth, and I don't care. Again, I get asked that a lot. I don't have one favorite. You know, but if we had to go there, the closest thing to a single favorite ever is going to be this Schrade 470T Beast from 1998. And just, I've got so much history with this thing, and I have done so much dumb shit with it. Like, it's been through it. Like, I didn't have that. A buddy of mine shoplifted it from Home Depot for me on my behalf. And, like, right? But yeah, like a few hours later, I'm in a whole other city and I'm using it to break down a pound of hippie lettuce. And just shit kind of got wild from there. All right, Fook, I appreciate you being here, man. Have a good night. You know, and that's the thing with that Schrade. I'm working with KO Knives right now to get a design that I had in my brain kind of rendered, and he's working on rendering the whole thing right now, but it's kind of modernizing and updating that Schrade to suit my taste now. 1977, we see you. You know, get me a version of that Schrade that's more modern and kind of got a few more things that I like, and get that in hand. Yeah. Also, hi, only eat 3 beans. But yeah, it was a pound of hippie lettuce. I was just sitting there breaking up. And of course, I had a new knife, so I'm like using it to pick through stuff and cut stuff off stems and all that. And I was having a grand old time. It was my favorite pastime, and my body chemistry backfired on me, so it turned into smoking like a 6-hour panic attack. So I backed off of that and just drank heavily, and then that kind of quit working for me, so I started on painkillers, and I found tramadol, and whoo boy, talk about a ride. Well, I definitely appreciate you being here, hey Woodnator. That couple of months I spent huffing Ronson's lighter fluid, that was also pretty fucking wild. So this time it's not a factory edge. The factory edge on these goes for 7 hours. I have been cutting for about 6.5 hours right now. But this one, I sharpened it and I put a mirrored 17-degree edge on both sides. So we're looking to see if it lasts longer, which it might, or if it didn't last as long. It's like, this is the first one we did. This live stream, it took 7 hours of cutting. Second live stream we did this one and it took 6 hours, and then I had to stop. I was so tired. Wow, Bink and Smith. I mean, you're coming in hot, but you got the wrong target there, wrong audience. But yeah, no, I'm glad I'm clean, man. That was a hell of a ride. But yeah, so this one went 6 hours. I had to tap out, and then you know, I sharpened it, and we find ourselves at this point in time and space. So we're getting to the point now where I'm about to break out the heavy duty stuff like I did on the first live stream and try to kill the edge in a hurry. So, Luke Hawkins, Arkansas EDC did 2 videos checking out the lock and really wailing on this thing. Kevin, what's going on, man? Welcome. Yes, if you can get one without the known quality control issues, absolutely. I have 3 of them. So this one has got the most common QC issues. The centering on this is terrible. It is terrible. And the way the blade is ground, it looks warped. On the top, it looks like it's warped, but on the other side, the edge is nice and straight. So, Tony Go, what's going on, man? So, about tramadol, all right? Some people, a small group of people, have a very profound reaction to it. They never are. They never are. A little bit darker, a little bit brighter, a little bit darker, a little bit brighter. But, yeah, appreciate it, Luke. So, I am one of those people that have a pretty profound reaction to tramadol. And, like 2 tramadol, and I will have a nice, solid buzz going for a good few hours. So, I had to be like that 24/7. And that caused so many problems. Like, and the thing is I could get 90 of those for like $6 every month, like clockwork. And so I burned through those in about 2 weeks, maybe less. and then patch it in with drinking constantly or getting some of the tramadol from my neighbor. I didn't realize it, but I turned my skin yellow for a while. I went full Bart Simpson jaundice. And, oh wow, still nice. But, you know, and like when I finally got clean, my withdrawals from that, I didn't get the stereotypical shakes and sweating and freaking out thing. I could not sleep. I slept about 20 minutes a night for 62 straight days. 20 minutes of sleep a night, still going in and working 8 hours, still coming home with the ex-wife, starting fights nonstop about whatever the hell she could think of. Just, it was awful. Like, I do not recommend anybody try living like that. I mean, since I've gotten clean, I've had to take pain medication, but, you know, the program I work, it is, you work with your support network, you make sure people know what's going on, and you take it as prescribed on the bottle, and you're fine. And if you take things as prescribed, and they're prescribed based on your weight, they don't have that profound effect. But you hit that point where it's like, sweet, what'll two do? Shit gets weird. So tramadol is a synthetic opioid, which is how it maintained Schedule 2 for a while. And then when people realized that guys like me were, yes, I am pins and pin blades, but when they realized guys like me were having the reaction I have to it, they're like, oh shit, we better get this under control now. But, okay, so we are 6.5 hours into cutting. We are now going to get the double wall stuff and go haywire on it and see if we can finish killing this edge. But yeah, as far as everything I've been through with all that, I am an open book. Like, you got questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability, because the more openly we can talk about this, the more lives we can potentially save. If everybody could just talk about it openly, lives could be saved. Yeah, and that's one of my problems is I tend to be fairly sensitive to stuff like that. Like, even when I was drinking constantly, like four Ice House Tall Boys, I was done for the night. Yeah, I'm not doing the selling stuff thing. That's not for me. Not like that. You know, here's the thing. The factory edge on this went just the same as this is. Well, we didn't say anything about God in here. But, I lost track of what I was saying. I got distracted. But yeah, one of the things that keeps people locked and trapped with addiction is there is a stigma and there is so much shame in it that, you know, a lot of people are, you know, I've got people that I have been friends with that know I'm in recovery and they know I'm an addict and they will still post on Facebook, or they did. Well, no, I mean, addicts are always going to be addicts. They should fucking die. Like, you know, I've had someone do that knows I'm an addict, that I was talking to consistently and still thought like that. And it's just like, one, fuck you. Two, bye. Luke Hawkins, thank you so much. I tell you what, you get to pick a figure out. So you got your choice of the Ninja, Frankenstein, the Grim Reaper, the Robot, the Mummy, the Knight, the Alien, or the Scuba Guy. Which one do you like? Well, yeah, my pain tolerance is kind of ridiculous too. The pain that I was taking the medication for to begin with, turns out it was nerve pain, which is why shit wasn't working on it. All right, Scuba Guy it is. Now, that being said, you are partially correct. However, treating it like a disease gets result in helping people get and stay clean. But no, so oh yeah. No, here's the thing. You take the dope away from the fiend, you still got a fiend. There's work to do after that for you to become a productive member of society. Um I got COVID after the vaccines were available and like the second and third boosters were available because I had a manager that came in with raging COVID and got everybody there sick. My symptoms weren't that bad. But so one of the core components with addiction, you know, there is the genetic and but there is a genetic and a familial predisposition to addiction to begin with. But the most common things you have are trauma and isolation. All right, enough trauma and enough isolation, and addiction is going to find your ass. You know, and at that point, once you're hooked, like it's too late until you decide to get clean. And at that point, it's like, I've been a piece of shit for years. I got to fix this. Oh yeah, no, we've seen them scalped on eBay. Like we've seen them scalped on eBay. No idea if any have sold. RXN 2016, thank you. All right, brother. Well, good luck getting back into college and getting yourself settled in. Well, here's the thing. All right, there is some science behind the genetic predisposition because you can also be genetically fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to have a much higher tolerance to drug use than other people do. Like there was some reports coming out, Ozzy Osbourne, his genetics are what allowed him to survive what he did. You know, so there is that. But familial predisposition, if you were raised in a house with fucking addicts, guess what? You learned how to be an addict before you took your first fucking drug. Like, you know, that's the thing. Is like my mom, a fucking addict. My dad had no clue what the fuck was going on. Not an addict. But, you know, I got left with my mom whenever they split up, and she married a piece of shit that was incredibly violent. Biggest piece of shit coward I've ever met, but he would happily spend an entire afternoon beating the shit out of a 9-year-old. And, so, you combine those two things, and I was just a walking bullseye. I was a sitting duck. You know, and like back in the day, you carried that kind of trauma to school with you. Guess what? Wasn't a safe place no more. You were just getting more of that when you got to school. You know, I think times have changed a little bit. You know, if you come into school with the kind of trauma from the violence at home that people show up with now, apparently you're not going to be targeted for even more bullying and violence at school. A lot of times it's like people are like, shit, this guy needs some support or something. But, oh no, it's not that it's passed down genetically like that. It's just there's a genetic predisposition to be extremely sensitive to them. You know, a smaller amount has a more profound effect. You know, there is a predisposition to that. There's also a predisposition to have a much higher tolerance and the ability to survive much harder use than other people do. Those are the things that exist. Oh, brother, I've lived through it. I have been clean for 14 years. I have been doing the work for 14 years. You know, I understand it kind of backwards and forwards. You know, and the thing is like, the thing that sucks, all right, is it's only a small percentage of people that go through active addiction that ever try to get clean in the first place. Of those people, 2 to 5, oh no, I'm a knife dude too, but, you know, this is a place where we can talk about anything we need to, whatever comes up. But, you know, of 100 people that try to get clean, maybe 2 to 5 will actually make it to a year. Of those 2 to 5, maybe one of those will make it to like 5-10 years. Oh yeah, no, like, one thing I firmly believe, all right, we should all be able to talk about mental health issues. If we're struggling, we need somewhere to be able to say something, because that's the first step in finding help. Being somewhere you're safe saying something is oftentimes the first little thing that clicks before you're like, I should find some help. You know, and opening the door up to that does put us at risk of trolls coming in and, like, you know, taking advantage of that just to be trolls. But I'd rather humor a troll than shut someone down that's like, I am in really terrible shape and this is the only place I can talk, you know? It's worth that risk. Dan Matthews, we have been commenting all night. I have been cutting this cardboard up for about 6 hours and 45 minutes. And we're still holding on to some kind of an edge. Like I said, you kind of came in at one of those times. Like, you have missed about 6.5 hours of knife talk and came in on the 15 minutes that we've been talking about mental health stuff. Let me finish processing this box and we'll check on the copy paper to see how things are going. Dan, we are 7 hours and 16 minutes into this live stream, dude. No, so cardboard traditionally will destroy the edge of a knife. Oh, like, I have no idea what it feels like in pounds. This piece of cardboard is going through pretty easy, but I'm hoping the double layers are going to be wearing it down fast. But yeah, you can strop with cardboard. That works. It's not the best strop in the world, but it'll strop. Believe it or not, this is some really dirty cardboard. You know, this part of why I use this stuff is it's been in several warehouses, it's been in trucks, it's been in our back room. Like, it's dirty. It's just this knife. This knife, for some reason, will not fucking let go of its edge. I'm not sure. Like, the factory edges had 7 hours of good edge in them. And I gave this a mirror polished 70-degree edge before we started. Yeah, it's just D2. Trust me, I understand this even less than y'all do. Well, I mean, that's what I strive to create here, Hey Woodinator. That's like what I'm trying my hardest to create. Yeah, so the only reason I was going to buy, like, I've got 3. All right, I got the one we did the first live stream with. I got this one that we did the second and now third live stream with, and I got one I haven't opened. I was going to buy like 2 more to give away because they're in such short supply, but my Walmart was all out. Oh, so we're starting to see what we're looking for the edge getting worn out. Oh, the heat treatment on it is definitely good. Arkansas EDC. He's got 2 videos where he's like smashing this thing into logs and batoning with it and everything else, and he got tired of trying to break the blade by batoning with it and stuff, so he just jammed it in the log and snapped the end off and showed the camera the grain structure. It was a bit blurry, but the color on that grain was beautiful. Like the perfect shade of gray. We've only seen like a couple of small signs. Usually those first signs mean we still got a bit of a weight on our hands. However, I've got some much more difficult cardboard sitting here on standby. It's like, this is double layer, but it's also kind of soft. I think what happened is Chuck Norris pissed in the quench tank. I think that's what happened. That is my theory. I don't know, man. It kind of stops people from posting like 17 paragraph long essays in the chat, which nobody wants to see. Yeah, ninja piss. Well, Chuck Norris is more like Chuck Norris is the sum of several piles of dead ninjas out in his front yard. What I don't understand is how I'm just pushing straight down on this and it's still going through just fine. Okay, so that box is processed with extreme prejudice. This is what this part of my hand looks like now. My arm is okay. My shoulder's a bit sore, but y'all see my hand there. All right, this ship right here, 71-pound crush test. So, gloves do not happen, all right? The reason gloves don't happen is one of the other things I'm doing here is checking out the ergonomics. All right, if I can push them this hard and the ergonomics are fine for long periods of time, they did a good job. Now, I'm going to give myself a second. Yeah, the hander pants made it worse. This stuff, if a couple of chunks of this don't break this edge, I quit. I am done for the night. However, bear with me and keep each other entertained while I go bust a giant whiz. I will be right back. Oh my god, it hurts to stand up. Holy shit pickles. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh my god, holy hell. I didn't think I was ever going to drain the tank. Mike Smith, what's going on? Welcome. Okay. Evil JR4, what's up? Welcome. I don't know if they're going to release in another color. I don't expect it to. That's not the kind of thing Walmart does, but I expect they're probably going to just have these in rotation constantly. It's on the planogram, so they're keeping them. But it's just going to be the orange. And it's just going to be the orange, and they're going to have the same quality control issues. All right, before we go in on this stuff, we need Forbidden Moonshine. That is a lot of tape gunk on there. Oh no, can you imagine the kind of fun you could have if they like, well, not fun so much, but like if they had blue, red, green, yellow, then like I'd be doing Harlequin shit, like blue on one side, green on the other, just you know, stuff like that. The Forbidden Moonshine. Oh, that is on there, on there. Holy hell. So somebody dyed theirs black with no problems. It took the dye well enough. Jesus Christ. That tape gunk is rock hard. I think that is hot glue that just transferred and stuck. So this is going to wear the hot glue off, guaranteed. The manufacturer, no idea who their OEM is. It doesn't say who their OEM is. It's just Ozark Trail. It's just released under the Ozark Trail brand with no model name, no nothing like that. Yeah, Rit dye is what he used there too. I think he did the boil and dunk. Well, let's see what we can do with the hot glue stuck to it. Jack 'em up garage, what's going on? I've got a tiny OTF knife I got out of a fishbowl in Blue Ridge, Georgia for $25. But y'all see this shit, right? Y'all see this, right? I don't know how. So yeah, putting the mirrored edge on here definitely helped it out. But how? Why? Yeah, I'm just... it won't... Oh, I'm killing this bitch. This is 71-pound edge crushed test cardboard. This is the craziest shit that we have cut up yet. This motherfucker's going down. This motherfucker's going down. I've got a lot of pent-up aggression to take out, too. Y'all see this? Oh no, it will die. It took Rit dye just fine for that one guy. Well, once you bleed on it, it's yours forever. Or so they say. Why did it just cut that easy? I should be practically standing up on this. Like, buy once, cry every time you try to wear the edge out, apparently. Which... by the way, Evil JR4, what's happening here is I have been trying to wear this edge out for 7 hours. No, the scales will take Rit dye. Yeah, my most recent is the Ontario Rat 1 in S35VN. Yeah, no, like I already like this knife a lot for what it is, all right? You know, we talked about it earlier, but one of the reasons this channel exists is so we can find really good knives that are extremely affordable for people like me. And by extension, people like you guys that spend most of the time watching this stuff. You know, this is the kind of thing I love finding more than anything else. You know, what I am excited by right now is that I've got something that I can really go all out on. But yeah, it's still going. As a matter of fact, it was still doing clean copy paper, which is why we got this crazy ass 71-pound edge crush test out here. Because I am killing this edge. I am also killing my hand, but I am killing this edge. I think I missed out on, I missed out on the tan one, and I missed out on that green one from 2 years ago. And then there's the blue one from the holiday set last year that I missed. But I hadn't found out about those axis lock knives until way after the fact, so yeah, there was no way I was going to get one. Yeah, see, we've worn the hot glue out, and now there's just like a little bit of a shininess where it was. And this blade is getting so warm to the touch. Swear to God. If this edge does not quit fueling my silent rage, I swear to God. Yeah, so they did that axis lock, the green one, like 2 years ago. Then they did the 3 from last year. Yep. We got something. We might have something. Then again, God, I wanted that rollout. Jesus. This really hurts now. No, considering the hand is actually in really good shape. All things considered, the hand is in good shape, but hey, are you shitting me? Gah! Swear to God, stop fueling my silent rage. Oh no, there are hot spots. There are hot spots. This right here is hot spotted to hell and back, but again, like, I have been cutting for like there's 7 hours at least of cutting in this stream. But what are you trying to look for? Like, KO, I am still go. You missed what I just cut up. Like, we still have some kind of edge left. Yeah, this is just nuts. This is officially nuttier than squirrel shit. Knives are life. All right, man. Have a great night. I appreciate you being here. I could strop this back to probably getting close to shaving as it sits right now. Like, I can't tell you how good this edge still feels. Remember, children, always cut towards yourself, never away. Ugh. No, like, the edge doesn't have burrs. It doesn't have any rolling, nothing like that. It is still a clean, nice, shiny edge all the way down. Like, it's absolutely not as shiny as it was from when I sharpened it. Well, and that's the thing, is like, my strops do not fuck around. You know, my strops are charged with diamond paste from like 28 micron down to 2.5 micron. I can do a lot with those. Oh. Like, I want this edge to die, but I've got a feeling it's just not going to happen before I give out. Like, we are 7 hours and 42 minutes into this stream. Dude, you could turn this thing, you could turn a watermelon into just a glass of watermelon juice, and it would still be fine. Like, there's no way a watermelon could kill this edge. All right, give me a second here. My hand hurts so damn much now. Gravy Seal, what's up? Yeah, I've been going at it for a hot minute. Like, this edge will not fucking die. Yeah, that was Arkansas EDC. He did that video, and I believe he mentioned my live streams in that video too. There is some cross-pollination there. And when he broke the tip off, like, the grain, the color of that grain was fucking beautiful. Kind of wish Arkansas ADC was here to see this. Please die, Edge. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I miss my family. Please let me go. I have children. Yeah, Brick and do it. No. No. I'm pissed off now. It's about the principle of it. I don't know how much more of this box I can cut up, but I can't tell you the number. I'm not just still cutting. We are on like the craziest fucking cardboard we have ever diced up on this channel. Oh yeah, Thirsty Tree, what's up? No, Joe X would annihilate this thing. Like, this is not Joe X worthy. This is just plain and simple edge retention. But Saint Stakes photos, I can barely push through this as it is. I can't double this up and still push a knife through it. Sorry. Yeah, no, I ain't no Joe X. Alex's Knives and Such is here. If you haven't swung over to Alex's Knives and Such and subbed, do me a favor, please do. He's trying to hit 1,000 subscribers, and he's still a few away from that. Trying to help him out as much as we can tonight. At least give him a good boost. I know he hasn't picked up a lot tonight, but I would love to see another 15 or 20. Yeah, like I said, the heat treatment's good. I saw what happened when Arkansas EDC snapped his blade to look at the grain, and that grain was fantastic color on it. He said it looked like it was a really good heat treatment too, like nice light gray powder. Gravy Seal, we're still going, brother, but pick you a figure out. Which figure do you want to see, man? Robot it is. I want to be here when the edge dies. What the hell are you talking about, man? Christ almighty, what the hell? Gentlemen, it's time for the robot. Super chat robot fart. God, my hand hurts so fucking much now. All right, Grim Reaper it is. Oh, Gravy Seal's like trying to buy me one expensive ass break. Dude, thank you so much again. Gravy Seal, man, I appreciate you so much, man. You are pushing us so damn close to our goal right now. We are getting so close. Hey, Woodinator, you out of here? Gravy Seal, all right. I'm gonna do the Ninja this time. So the goal is like enough to buy our edge sharpness tester. That's about 240 bucks. Some extra clips for it and shipping. So thinking about 260-ish, maybe a little bit more. So when we started the stream, I believe we were sitting at 236. If you combine the ad revenue with the super chats and channel memberships. And so like we're getting really, really close. Like really. If you're going for the duck doesn't make any noise. It's just a statue. I mean, the duck doesn't do anything, Gravy Seal. I'm not sure what you want from it. Like, I'll go get it. Someone just paid me $2 to put socks on. I'll be right back. So there's the duck. I'll be right back. Okay. No, the duck doesn't fart. It just sits there. This is the background of all the pictures for my live long form videos. Okay, so I'm putting socks on. Unsure what the hope to accomplish was, but it's happening. Figured I'd do that with the camera's assistance. Well, I mean, the feet are part of the whole thing. Hang on, they're not all the way on yet. What the hell? Okay, so socks are officially on. All right, folks, we got socks. Okay. Hey, last bidder gets it. Okay. However, I will keep the socks off to the side. Okay. Okay. There we are. We're back to no socks. Oh my God. Okay. Oh. Right? Okay. Would you fucking die? I don't have oil to put on them, dude. I will put the socks back on, but I don't know what to do with oiling anything. However, thank you for your first super chat on a live stream. Hey, last bidder gets it. What the hell's happening with my life right now? I don't know what to oil up. I just know apparently I don't have socks on now. I don't know, is this going to become a thing? Like, this is the best kind of off the rails it could have possibly gone. I'm being totally honest here. Like, I don't know what the hell's happening with my life right now. Yeah, no. I am not covering my feet in denatured alcohol. I don't know how to refund a super chat, but no. I know! Where the hell is evasive floppy disk for this? Oh my God. We are about to find out momentarily. It was still cutting paper a few minutes ago. I told you the feet are part of the program. Well, see, here's something interesting with this heavier cardboard. All right, going straight across like this takes way more effort than just going slightly diagonal. If you go slightly diagonal, the cut's easy as shit. You go straight across like this, it takes some pressure. Well, like, and one of the things that led to this too, if you're over a certain age, you remember your grandpa or your uncle or some old guy telling you, don't cut cardboard up, it'll wreck your edge. That's a load of shit. The same motherfuckers that said, don't cut cardboard, it'll wreck your edge, are the same motherfuckers rotting in hell with the teachers that said you won't have a calculator on you at all times when you grow up. All right? God almighty. Yo, I think we're getting somewhere finally. Yeah, like I said, I saw the videos where that was happening. Oh, what the shit. It's been about 7.5 hours now. It's been about 7.5 hours of cutting. Why do you think I'm so mad at this thing? I mean, you can try doing a blade swap of your bug out. Ain't gonna work, but you can try. But yeah, like, we got about 7.5-ish hours of cut time on this thing, and it's still fucking going. Why did I do this to myself? I know I did it for you guys, but why? All right. If the last panel of this box can't do it, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. Well, I also like knowing, like, now that we know that that edge has extended the edge retention an extra 30 minutes already, I want to know how much it extended it. All right, and we're already pushing this thing way harder than we pushed the first one at 7 hours. Pins and pin blades. I don't have any foam floating around. That's a nice thought, though. Yes, we have mentioned the difference in shades of orange per side. Like, for some reason, this side of the knife is not as bright of an orange as this side of the knife, and it's on every single one. We've all mentioned it, we've all noticed it, but it is such, for me, it's such a minor detail for a $10 burner knife that I don't care. But it has been noticed. Yeah, I know. It's one of those weird QC issues, and someone's just like, screw it, I don't care, go with it. Like whoever's overseeing quality control there has not figured out that MILF means someone else's mom. Well, I hate to break it to you, man, but these are much slower cuts than normal. Oh, it's got to be way more than that. Whew. Scares the hell out of me every time. Lieutenant Sturbin, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, my $60 O-Knife Sentry L1 is quite upset. For that is also in D2. And adding less abuse than this to the regular routine got it down to 3.5 hours. Where the hell's max level EDC when you need them? I actually have one of those Tellus, SOG Tellus is on my Amazon wish list. Believe it or not, it took no time to sharpen it, really. It took no time to put this edge on here. Okay, so just on that one panel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 cuts. Just on this one strip. Folder. Like I said, I do not. You'd be amazed how warm this blade has gotten. You would be amazed. Ron Dobbins. It won't end. We're over 7.5 hours worth of cut time, or right at 7.5 hours worth of cut time with this thing, and it's still hanging on to its fucking edge. I spent the last God knows how long on this piece of cardboard with this double layer shit, being paid to put socks on and take socks off and cutting this stuff, and it won't die. Hey, Woodinator, I am not counting all of my cuts. I just wanted to show you an example on that one piece. I mean, I think we're in the Sheepdog XL zone now. I haven't oiled anything because I don't know what to oil, and I'm not putting oil on myself. Yeah, open and close is still just fine. This hurts my hand so much. No side to side. The up and down is the same as it was. Almost nothing, but just the slightest trace of it. We don't do gloves around here. Christ almighty. Yeah, we also don't know how many sheets I cut at this point. Yeah, I did try the hander pants thinking that might be funny, but those things cause so much pain. Okay. The paper test has been going way too good. Like, way better than I want it to. I told you, man, I ain't counting these things. I am not. I have less than no desire to count these things. Guys, I don't know how much more I can cut. I'm not going to lie. We are at 8 hours and 11 minutes. Oh, my hand is killing me. My hand is killing me. Well, I finished off that fucking insane box with the 71-pound edge crush test on it, and it didn't really do much of shit to the edge. Oh, I've been through a can of Monster, and I am nursing this right now. Punisher, we will see you later. I appreciate you so much for being here this damn long. I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill the edge tonight. But we're going back to some cardboard that might start tearing and rolling and be unhappy being cut. Give ourselves a fair chance. Mike Angelo, what's going on, man? We might have something here. The edge will not die. I am hoping after killing that box and going to this softer, less cooperative stuff, we might be able to finally call it. And this is just hope at this point. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know what anything is anymore. Yeah, I think after we finish this last box off, I'm going to have to call it because we are not going to get the point where we see this edge die. I don't understand what's happening here. I genuinely don't. Tim McCall. I have been cutting cardboard with this for 7 hours and 45 minutes, give or take. This is absolutely not fresh out of the box. So no. So this started off with a hand sharpened edge on it at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. It is now 1:08 a.m. Oh. No. So essentially, yeah, kind of second day. We are on our second day of cutting with this thing. I think we have an existential crisis happening in front of our very eyes. Yeah, like I'm sure someone out there that knows a lot more than I do can explain exactly what the hell's happening here. But it ain't me. Ah. Well, it could probably still perform a circumcision. Yeah, it's just, here's the thing. The blade steel, the D2, even with good geometry and a thin, like a thin blade and all that, still should not account for an extra 4 hours of cutting time. Like, it should not. No, this is hold my PCP. Hold my gallon of PCP. USMC 249. This is not a tag out. This is a $10 Ozark Trail axis lock. I have been cutting cardboard with this non-stop for over 7 hours. And we still have some edge on this thing. Like, I'm trying, you guys. Like, y'all saw, I have pushed this thing harder than we have pushed anything else ever. And it won't die. Like, my hand is killing me. I am exhausted. This thing won't die. I have been paid to put socks on and take them back off repeatedly. What is happening with my life right now? Like I am trying my hardest to hit the point where this edge is killed, because we have killed one of these edges. We did it in 7 hours on the first one. However, we did not do it on a hand sharpened 17-degree edge. It is amazing the difference this has made. Rhea Wooten, what's going on? What is going on? Welcome. Welcome to my minor existential crisis and questioning how much more of this I can possibly endure before I have to admit that the steel won. I don't like admitting anything won against me, let alone a $10 Ozark Trail knife that has no business making it past the 4-hour mark doing this. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Like, I've had the steel beat me before, but not like this. Not after this much of a fight. Is what that 9CR18, I think I was going well over the 4-hour mark, and physically I couldn't go anymore. But right now I'm trying to make a point, and it is about principle. And I don't know whether or not I can finish killing this damn edge. Oh, believe me, I've cut myself plenty of times, but not on a live stream. Yeah, the finish is holding up pretty damn good. Like, it ain't perfect anymore, but it's still holding up pretty good. Yeah, I haven't cut myself on a live stream. But believe me, you're not going to make it through having knives as a hobby and not cut yourself at some point. I'll tell you what, I need y'all, when the video about the aftermath of this goes up, I need y'all to let me know who all actually wound up oversleeping on the back of this. Because thankfully it's Friday night. I don't have to be at work tomorrow. But I should be in bed already so that I can get I can actually get up at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning to go to my new store. Yeah, I'm not making it past this box. Rhea Wooten, thank you so much for the sub. I gotta tell you, this has been an absolute adventure. And this may be what we're saddled up for if we ever get the S30V in off of the bug out. Bug out versus dropout. Thank you so much for the subs. They are greatly appreciated. You got no idea how much y'all are helping me out. Well, we got a few in there, Alex. I was hoping to get a few more, but I've done everything I can to help you with that, apparently. Wild Thing, what's up? Still going? Still got edge left to kill on this, and it's not dying. Yeah, this is going to be my last panel. My hand is absolutely killing me. It is on fire. Like, it'll be fine with about 3 or 4 hours of rest. But we obviously could not kill this edge right now. Sent, I am exhausted. Well, we're averaging 40 cuts just for 2 panels. There's a third panel here, so we're averaging closer to around 60 to 75 cuts per panel. Yeah, the dropout's going to win this on the back of my hand. Cannot take anymore. I can't. God almighty. Yeah, this is my last panel right here. Well, the last one got me at the 6-hour mark because I had opened the store that morning after closing a couple days before, and I went into it physically wrecked already. But I mean, nothing like this should have stood up to 8 hours of this. There's nothing about this that should have stood up to 8 hours. But my hand is absolutely annihilated right now. And Christ almighty, I am beyond tired. So we are going to spend a few minutes and wind this down, because I need a few minutes to process what the hell just happened. I think the only guy we haven't seen tonight is our zombie. Killanova, what's going on? Yeah. So, if you put a good, nice mirrored edge at 17 degrees per side, apparently you get a slicer with a long-ass life on it. That means all the boys have shown up. I guess we got to get the forbidden moonshine and get this tape cleaned off and see just how clean this thing still cuts the paper. Thank you, sir. Pens and pen blades, it has been a lot of fun. This has been a hell of a lot of fun, but God almighty, I am so confused. And, yeah, oh, the hot glue gunk rubbed off immediately on that double wall stuff. Like, there's no hot glue gunk left on here at all. That double wall cardboard that I tried to kill the edge with, got rid of that in a hurry. Just a little bit of tape residue stuck, and that's the only thing left on here. Okay, so, as much as I don't want to do this, we're going to take a look at the paper real quick. Then again, you know, well, I mean, the edge is going to stay shiny. That's not the issue. What the shit? Oh my God. You know what? $20. What's going on? Welcome. So place an order for pickup at your Walmart, okay? They are going to check every store they can nearby to get it to your store for you to pick up. Or they are going to have one for you when they come in. So this is 100% worth it, with the caveat that there are common quality control issues you need to look out for and be ready to return it and replace it if you have them. If your lock doesn't work right out of the box, get another one. You could have bad centering like this one has, where the blade's just not centered up and the blade looks warped. You know, you can have issues like that. Just be ready to return them, because like the first one I got out of the box here, pretty much perfect. No major issues whatsoever. This thing, flawless. This thing, even with the bad grind and the weirdness on it, still perfectly fine functions. But some guys, I had bad locks on them. Yeah, we're gonna call this as a win. The edge finally did crap out enough that it's not cutting paper anymore. But now, you know we got to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, as long as it works right, just keep an eye on that lock. Try your lock out, because there are some where the lock won't let it lock and it just swings open and won't actually lock open at all. Just make sure you don't have that problem. All right, now, you guys that have been here a minute know we got to do it. We got to strop her back to life. Like I said, this is the power of having some good strops with some kind of good compound on them. I said, I'm pretty sure we're getting a lot more cuts than are being estimated here. I mean, you like you divide that, because those are about, give or take, 6 inches per cut, more or less, on the conservative side. So I mean, that would put that at like 2,500 feet of cardboard if we're estimating 5,000 cuts. And a lot of those cuts were significantly longer than 6 inches. Okay. Well, we finally got it dull enough that it won't cut the copy paper happily. So we're gonna call that our win, because it really did. It went to where it would not cut. It was still going through cardboard, but it finally stopped on the copy paper. Group Conscience has decided that's a win at the 8-hour mark. And I am not one to disagree. However, I think this will be after the follow-up video will probably be after I've been awake for a couple hours. Alicia Parr, welcome, welcome. Well, I can say right now, this Ozark Trail, just as long as you don't get the major quality defects, fantastic. But yeah, a Mora for $10 is also a good job. Oh yeah. No, if your life depends on cutting cardboard with a knife, I got you, boo-boo. I'm almost afraid of what lies outside of this cardboard now. But yeah, Amora Companion. It's not quite a bug-out copy. I mean, if you think about it, that means the Vosteed Raccoon's a copy. That means the Kaiser Drop Bear's a copy, and a million other knives that are similar. But, you know, if you just got here, I spent 8 hours with this thing cutting cardboard non-stop. And it finally gave up the fight at the very end there. If you can see how shiny that edge is getting again right there. For multi-tools, I don't know a whole hell of a lot about multi-tools, just because I don't really have a good way to make use of them. You know, the environment I'm in, a multi-tool would just kind of sit there and gather dust on my hip and not actually see any use. Opie nails are good. So your Mora Companion, that should be, what, 10 to 12 bucks, something like that right now? But if you're making like 10 kits, you know, you're going to be spending a good bit of money on it no matter what. You know, even if you're making a 4-piece kit and each piece is $5, that's $200 for 10 kits right there. I will say though, Harbor Freight has a magnesium block for next to nothing. Apparently it was like $1.49 according to the video I saw. You want the magnesium fire starter in there. mean, like, sorry, but a Bic lighter and a magnesium fire starter. You want both of them. It's like magnesium is kind of like a fire steel, or like tinder, but it burns way fucking hotter. Like you're talking about bright white burn. And go ahead and throw you a Bic lighter in there because that thing, that's the easiest way to get a fire started outside. I don't care how clever you think you are with your fire steel and all that. That Bic lighter will save your ass and save you so much energy and hassle. And when you're in a survival situation, you want to conserve energy as much as possible. Bic lighter. Yeah. I mean, even if the lighter runs out of fluid, you can still, like, use the striker wheel and the flint to throw sparks in the tinder for a long damn time. Well, no, here's the thing. It's a block of magnesium. Like, you can't fuck that up. Like, a cheap block of magnesium is still a block of magnesium. Robin Bambino, what's going on? Welcome to the tail end of the live stream. Let's see how sharp I got this thing off of those strops. You saw how much time I spent on it. We ain't doing no round 4, but let's see if we're shaving. Let's see if we're shaving, because y'all see this, right? That's all it took for that to strop back up. That is why I have 5 stages of strops, and that's why it goes from a 28 micron down to a 2.5 micron diamond paste on them. Yeah, and it's kind of like you're not doing this whole survival challenge deal. You're doing the easiest way to get this stuff done deal. Like, you guys, that's all it took to get that thing. Like, it could be sharper, yes, but it's back to shaving again. And what was that, like 5-6 minutes? Yeah, that was 5 or 6 minutes of time on the strop. Oh my god, you guys, I am so tired. Yeah, because we are in the process of wrapping this up. We are 8 hours and 43 minutes into this live stream. We are 8 hours and 43. This is the longest live stream I have done so far. Like, I am so grateful you guys have been here with me this whole time. Like, Jesus Christ, y'all are troopers. Man, yeah, thank you for the kind words, dude. Yeah, no, I am happy to do this for y'all. I have to thank y'all for staying here for this long. Like, I had something to do with my hands. Y'all are just kind of sitting there holding your phone, like, the price for this. Like, we got a few minutes to finish winding down, but God, that was a hell of a Jesus Christ. That was one hell of an adventure. Jesus. Yeah, like, someone's at work watching this, that means a lot. Like, that means a lot to me that someone's watching this while they're at work when they could just be sitting there dissociating or doing anything besides sitting there, you know, having to think about stuff. Like, you guys that are watching on your breaks, so yeah, still, you know, like, we got guys that'll watch while they're on their break at work. I can't tell you how much that means. I really can't. But yeah, I'll send you the screenshot because believe me, I'm taking a screenshot of this. Like, the concurrent has been the highest it's ever been consistently. And Woodinator, I haven't done donating knives yet. Part of that is I don't have a PO box set up, so it's not a good idea to be throwing my address out there like that. And the other part of it too is if you send something in for review, one, it might take me like months to get to it, and two, like, you never send anything you want back. Like, just ground rule number one. If I get to where people are sending stuff in, yeah, those are givens. But if I get a PO box set up, I'm going to try to figure out how to handle that. Just because a ton of stuff coming in like that is going to make it impossible to actually get to stuff people send in to review. It's not going to take very many knives coming in to make it to where I can't get to something someone sent in for 5-6 months, if that. Like, it's not going to take much for that to happen. You know what, Zero Bytes? I don't want to pay $30,000 to find out. As much as I would love a Guinness World Record, I ain't paying 30,000 bucks to find out. Yeah, no, it's like $30,000 if I remember right. But stream goals are getting set up. Like our current stream goal, the sharpness tester, so that while we're doing this, I can give you an accurate, reliable measurement of how much the edge has worn over the last hour. Like, that would have been so helpful to know coming off of this. But yeah, that is on the block. Is going to be the super chat goals and all that. Because like I said, the super chats, those go right back into the channel. Like, if I buy a knife to review with super chat money, it's going to be a giveaway knife once everything is done with it. You know, and then like the ad revenue, that's going to me so that I can do stuff with that. Keep the lights on, pay bills, all that. But yeah, I think it's time to wrap this up. I have got to go upstairs and lay down. I have got to check in with the wife, see how she's doing. She has been home for I don't even know how long now, just sitting upstairs kind of waiting on me to get done. As much like you guys, she is an absolute trooper, and she supports what we're doing here so much. Because she wants me to do well, she wants us to do well. So, yeah. Y'all have a great night. Thank you so much for being here. It means so much. But, yeah, I'm signing out. Y'all take care. Keep an eye on the community posts. I'll let you know when the next one's coming. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much. I am out.